The Texas Rangers. Texas Rangers, first to advance, last to retreat. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. A Texas Ranger may go as many as 4 assignments a week. A case may lead him into the remotest corner of the plains or the crowded streets of the biggest cities. But wherever he goes, he commands respect. To Texans, his badge is a symbol of security.
This is Ranger J. Pearson. The case we called by just a number began on the morning of July 15th last year. The Stevens Ranch, located just about in the middle of Carson County, is where it started. Started when the Stevens kid, age 9, came running up a long drive through town.
Billy.
Mom, I saw it.
What did you do? Answer me, son. Nothing happened.
How? It was Mom and Dad.
Son, what's wrong?
Ellie, I saw
Sam, I don't know. Look at him.
Billy, it's Dad. Me, son. Come on now, what's the trouble?
Carl, I saw it.
Talking about Carl Evans.
Is that right, Billy? What about Carl? Something's wrong at the Evans place. Take care of Billy. I'm going to ride over there.
Sam Stevens saddled a horse and rode to the Evans Ranch, over 3 miles away. What he saw there made him call the sheriff, who arrived a half hour later.
Clear. In here, sir. All right. This is what Billy saw. Kid, all right. Hysterical when I left. Here. Flatiron, Sam. Yeah. We'll touch it. Going Tom Evans was killed with
And kid, the kid Carl.
Ain't that dirty? Who'd do a thing like this? It'll be hard to find out who did it. Hard? Someone might have happened. Oh. Yeah. Reckon even autopsy won't show much.
Sheriff Larkins was right. The triple murder had been committed too long before. No way of telling how long. The sheriff got in touch with the Rangers and I was assigned to the case. Together, Sheriff Larkins and I went over there.
Here's the room, Ranger Pearson.
Okay, Sheriff, let's have a look.
Place is just like me and Sam Stevens found it. Except the body.
Sure. Under the mess.
It was a lot worse.
Any fingerprints, Sheriff?
Nobody's touched anything, not even a phone. Been leaving the prints for you.
Okay, I'll see what we can pick up. Meantime, we'll...
Oh. What are you looking at?
Rain here lately?
Rain? Area dropped. What?
Look.
Looks like a little clump of mud got kicked under the bed.
Maybe. Funny shape. Kind of like a chance from an instep or a man's boot. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Only one way a piece of dirt could pump in a man's boot. He walked in that earth.
Nice going around here.
So, chances are nobody around here had this piece of mud in his feet.
Seems like
And wait a second. This is kind of first meet.
They say, you got something to go on?
Sure. Only one thing wrong.
What's that?
When was the man? When did he kill Slow on the Commonwealth? And Harris.
Yeah, and why?
Maybe if you learned him, why I'll answer.
How's that thing?
Don't know. Well, let's get back to town. I want to match this clump of mud against the boots of everybody who went in that room.
It ain't gonna be hard. Only 5 people from around here. Not counting Evans.
Okay. Let's get back. Pretty well-kept ranch.
Yes. Tom Evans liked it there.
Mm-hmm. Wonder why I let that fence go.
Fence? Which?
Right here.
Hey, what is it? The hog.
Hog.
Sure, Tom's hog. Just their sty. Ain't one here.
Think the killer stole them? Come on. Here's why they're not here, Sheriff. This break in the fence.
Figure the killer might have busted through.
Oh, the hogs did, more likely. Rails are broken through from the inside. See? Pushed out.
Hogs.
It'd be unlikely a man would steal hogs. He needed somebody to spot him. So why?
Why what?
The hogs broke out for some reason. Scared?
Well, the killer cut across the sty. There's no chance finding his tracks, not in here.
Look, I wonder if I could talk to Billy Stevens. Oh, got an idea. Hello, Billy.
Huh?
Nice pony, Billy. Yours?
Yeah, he's moving. You don't know you, mister.
Oh, I'll fix it. Hello, boy. You got a name, Billy?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Fixing for trouble, huh? Got a good mouth. Fine legs. Good boy, Jim.
You don't let everybody pet him.
Oh, can't blame him for that. Oh, by the way, my name's Kirsten, Billy. Kirsten.
Howdy.
Howdy.
You come to see my dad?
Well, matter of fact, Billy, I dropped by to see you.
Me?
Ever seen one of these, Billy?
What's this ranger thing?
That's right.
You a ranger?
Sure am.
Me?
Billy,
Y'all ranger fishing?
kinda
Mine?
feel bad.
But... Sure.
The other day, you went to your friend.
Carl Evans.
I want you to remember something, Billy. It would be a big help to me.
I ain't gonna think.
No, not about that, Billy. About the hog.
Hog.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the hog?
Mr. Evans' hog?
That's it.
Yeah.
In the sky?
No, they were loose. Running around loose.
Yours?
Sure. Running around making noise. And then I went up to the door and knocked. And nobody answered. I went to the window and looked in. And I...
Fine. Guess we'll write down about the hogs in the notebook. And I'll put it in the report.
With my name?
With your name? You'll probably get a letter of thanks from the camp.
I will?
Sure thing. Well, Billy, be seen.
Hey, can I tell the kids I helped the ranger?
You want to?
Please. You betcha.
Okay. You tell them I couldn't have done without you. After Billy told me what I wanted to know, Sheriff Larkins and I went back to the Evans ranch. In the barn, we found 3 sacks of seed, 2 full, and one was just enough taken out for 1 seed of the hog. And I checked with the seed store in town.
Sure, Tom Evans brought all the seeds here.
You got a record of the last time he was in there?
Sure have. Right here in the sample.
Can I see it, ma'am?
Anything for a ranger. It is. Right here.
The month of July.
That's right. Just 6 days for Billy Stevens.
6 days, 6 days.
Pearson, anytime you're ready, got all the people together who's in that room. Got on the same boots you wore that day.
Oh, thanks, Sheriff. Now, ma'am, You're sure it was the knife?
It was nice.
Should have told you that, Pearson. A couple other folks saw Tom Evans here in town.
Yeah, I know.
Him and his family could have been killed any time between the 9th and the 15th.
Yep. Ma'am,
Yes?
Tom Evans say anything, in a hurry, anything like that?
Why, yes. I remember him telling me he had to get back to Steve. He was all right.
Sure then?
Yes, sure, as my understanding.
Good, thank you. Let's go, Sheriff.
Sure,
Thank you, ma'am.
Everything sitting together.
Murders were committed late on the 9th or early the morning of the 10th. Tom Evans bought feed on the 9th, 3 bags of it. And he said he was all out of feed at the ranch. He had to get home to feed the hogs. We found those bags of feed, Sheriff. 2 of them unopened.
Yeah, and the 3rd.
With just enough being taken out for 1 feed.
So, Tom fed the hogs on the 9th.
But on the 10th, he didn't. Well, he was dead. Murdered.
Got something to go on at last.
Yeah.
Well, there is something.
But I'm counting more on this, Sheriff. A little piece of mud. Earth that came from someplace else, carried in by the murderer on his feet.
I didn't know it came from someplace else.
Is the earth this color around here?
Yep.
I've seen this kind. It's Wheeler's kind.
Really? That's the wrong piece.
So much the better. Ready? Come on, Sheriff. We've got a lot of questions to ask in a real short space of time to get them answered. Mud, fog. Didn't sound or look like me. Meantime, the killer might have made plans for any place in Texas. He might have headed to the border in New Mexico or got himself lost in the lonely stretches of New Mexico or in the big cities of Oklahoma. For a whole week's time. Meantime, I reported back from a company captain, Kay Travis. He wasn't enthusiastic. There's not much to go on, Kay. He's little enough, but working on a shoestring is better than nothing. How's a shoestring look? Never gets any longer. Anyway, Cap, Evans was in town on a month, and he went to the bank, drew out $100. Couldn't find that money anywhere. Robbery? Yeah. The way I figured, the killer was surprised, grabbed this, and flat iron. That iron's been gone over by the lab, and the only thing on it was blood. Couldn't pick up a clean chain in a place in the murder room. They figure it mightn't have been a stranger? Sure. But I'm laying my money on that piece of mud. Oh, say a report on the scene from Northern Lab. Look at it. Sure do. Sure. That is. Well, you were right about Wheeler County. Like a man down there. The sticker sample found in southwest Wheeler County. Still covers a good piece of territory tonight. There's just so many ranches in that place. Ranches? Oh, you figure your man might have worked on it. Could be. The way I look at it, I wandered down into Carson County, into town, might have seen Evans with the money, tailed into the ranch, not being seen by anyone. What's that, Jack? You tell me there's a lot of folks passing through, looking for work. Ever pay much attention to that? Yeah, lots of time. Well, they would do it. Other folks aren't. Not unless he acts up to attract attention. Well, you got no description. I'm going to check every ranch there and send in samples of earth from every one of them. Who's in? How you doing? Take the radio car, keep in touch that way. And I'd like to put this flat iron with you. It's okay with me. Oh, better take a horse to see if he tells me when I find our man. It'll be someplace on the coast. Somewhere I once read that a man had found a needle in a haystack. Get it on a bed. Anyway, there's only one haystack. Southwest Wheeler County was one ranch after another. Another dead end I ran into there to kill another break. A longer lead, a better chance to get away. The man who found the needle knew what a needle looked like. We had noticed it. The needle stayed in one place. Our man could move around. That's a lot of questions, all the same other people. Then in the American ranch, the first year around.
Come on, have some coffee. We can talk.
Don't go to any trouble.
Trouble for a ranger? You boys got any idea what you look like when you turn up?
Good or bad?
Son, us folks living out here all alone, that bad no winds like an ant kid. How'd you like some beef?
Well, it can't stay long, Mr. Williams.
Oh, looking for somebody, huh?
A murderer.
Can I help any?
I don't know. It all depends. Depends on whether you hired any hands the last, month or so.
Sure, got some here now. You want to see them?
No. Besides, I don't think my man is here.
Well, but you're looking. You come here.
I want to know if any hands left here around the 9th of the month. This month.
Nice. No, couldn't close out nobody on the 9th. The 7th do.
About right.
Close out all of that day.
Orwell? You know him?
Never laid eyes on him before I took him on a couple of months ago.
Why'd he leave?
Ornery cut. Never got along with anyone. Always asking for his pay in advance. Had it spent before he was dropped.
I want you to think carefully. Give me the best description of him you possibly can give. Every detail, how he talked, acted, looked, everything.
You figure he's the man, huh?
I don't know, Mr. Williams. Till I get a better lead, I'll say you'll listen. Williams gave me Orwell's prescription. I sent it into company headquarters along with a sample of earth from the Williams ranch. Then I kept checking. Yeah, here and there, Orwell had been seen. Got in a poker game, lost some money, picked up a few dollars doing odd jobs, but always moving westward toward Carson County on the scene of the murder. Meantime, I put in a call for Captain Travis through our Amarillo radio, KPSC. He was out, but an hour later he came through.
Unit 3, Unit 10. Unit 3 to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to Unit 3. Unit 10 in Gray County, outside of Lakers. Anything for Unit 10?
Just learned that First Williams Ranch emergency established identity. Your description of suspects sent out on all points of bulletin, but suspects may be across the border for now.
Unit 10 believes suspect still in state.
Why Unit 10?
When suspect left Williams Ranch, he had his pay. Didn't keep it long. Evidence indicates suspect existed. Probably thinks he's safe by now and won't move fast.
Highway patrols are bringing the units near borders alerted.
Suspect's previous travel habits indicate he stays the back trail.
Which direction you moving, Unit 10?
Unit 10 moving west toward Carson County. We'll keep Unit 3 informed. Unit 10, 10-4. Covered every ranch, every farm. Traveling by radio car when I could, and unfortunately I had to leave behind me. Once or twice I got a dim lead on Orwell, but he was like quicksand. Kept moving. The more he did, the more I was convinced he was a killer. And then I just got over into Carson County when Captain Travis contacted me over radio.
Unit 3, Unit 10. Unit 3 to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to Unit 3. Go ahead, Unit 3.
Another lead on Carson County suspect. This one still smoking. Came in. Here it is, Unit 10. A man and his suspect description reported to be near Pelly Ranch up near Amarillo.
We'll investigate. Unit 10, 10-4. I covered the 60-odd miles to the Pelly Ranch near Amarillo in less than an hour. Got in touch with the foreman and told him what I wanted. He told me,
There's no hand named Orwell, Ranger.
sure?
Darn sure. And you described a folks named Martin.
That doesn't mean a thing. Probably a phony name.
Sure, could be. What do you want to do about it?
Where is this Martin?
Ride the fence, north of here.
I want to get to him.
Not in the car. You got a horse. You need it. Look at here. This guy's what you say. You can stay long in one place. Man gets paid off yesterday. Martin headed for the north fence early this morning.
Where'd he start from?
Sure.
Come on.
Say that Orwell was riding ashore.
But he left the Williams ranch house.
Martin's riding the flat.
Man can change horses as well as his name. You think he started out this morning?
Yes, those are spurs the ears to the corral with me. Tell him what I want it done.
That'll help some. Looks like it'll be a trailing job.
Yes, guess so. Well, here's where he started from. Big mess of tracks here. Can't tell him which one's Martin's for.
But he's right off alone?
Straight north, heading to the fence.
Yeah? Thanks a lot. I'll see if I can pick him up. around, coming back and forth on our side to pick up the scene. Then I got a break. And when I pulled up at the stream, the watery forest made a good traction of darkness around me. It was busted, and it was still cool and cool. Over the fence. The horse's track didn't go north from there, they turned off due west and kept along the bank of the stream. Looked like Orwell or Martin was keeping close to water. That meant he wasn't going to ride on the north fence. It was heading for the border of New Mexico. He wanted good camping spot there. Looked like Martin was in there. He wasn't there. Late afternoon, I was probably riding up ahead, well off the polygon. Put my bags away and guns under my shirt and crossed out.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Yeah, been trying to find you. Boss sent me out. Oh, sure, back at Sully.
Looking for me?
Yeah, looking for you.
Oh,
Seems like there's a big break in the north fence. Stock's getting
that all.
Oh, you're a long way from the north fence. It seems to me you're riding the wrong way.
Seems to me it's really no business.
I thought you were working for Pelly. Oh, how come?
Wait.
Yeah? You tell Pelly?
No, just took a look at the fence. Too much of it for me. He wasn't working for Pelly when I left.
Just got took on this morning.
Oh. Well, you go fix the fence. I'm going mine.
Huh?
I told you I'm going mine.
No harm if I ride a piece with you, is it?
Hey, that's
You're sociable, ain't you?
no.
No? You're friendly.
Oh. I don't want anybody. Now get on your way. You're going to have trouble.
Funny, I keep looking at you thinking I've seen you before.
What do you ain't?
Could have swore I saw you in the Carson County.
Never was there.
Seems like it. So you must have worked there.
Never was there, I say.
Okay. Now you're making a mistake.
Now get on your way. Something funny, mister?
Yeah. Boss sends me out to find you. Here you are dusting off. Here I am feeling the same way. Ain't anxious to work either.
Oh. How come? I thought you was just took on.
Yeah. Changed my mind. I got nothing.
Oh? You?
Sure. Ran into a little trap game. Ran into luck.
So, yeah.
Couldn't make a wrong throw. Kept bobbing 7, 11, one right after the other.
When a man gets in luck, you can make it fit.
Yeah, fine luck.
Yeah, I guess you just don't feel much like working.
Thought maybe I'd hit for New Mexico. Maybe go as far as California.
That's all Tony said. Yeah, okay, you want to ride with him.
Well, I like good company myself. Especially when I got to camp out. Something you want in my saddlebag, Martin?
I thought you were asleep.
No? Don't report myself. Blow your head off.
Get head up.
And starts to go through my saddlebag while I'm sleeping? Yeah?
Sure. What else?
You tell me.
Patience like you.
Call it trip.
Hey, sure. You got a cigarette?
I'm packing the saddlebag.
Don't mind the road you're on now.
Now, while I'm looking.
Nope. Cigarettes wrapped up in a piece of old blanket. Other one. Yeah, that's it. Wrapped up in there.
What are you got here? Feels like a ton of iron.
Might be. Unroll the blanket. Recognize that flat iron, Orwell? Orwell got himself between me and my horse. Slapped it hard. The horse jumped forward. I rolled over and away, and Orwell fired again. There you go.
Wait for more nights to get on the tip of the street. Tell him on foot. Over an hour, we played cat and mouse and snake. Then I turned to the other.
Orwell! You're not going to get away, Orwell. Come out with your hands in the air, Orwell. Hear me? Okay, I'm coming in after you.
Toss your gun out, Orwell. Gunfighters make good targets in the dark, Orwell. Found it out. You'll say you've never been in Carson County?
What it? Who?
Dave Pearson, Texas Ranger. I think there is, Orwell. You gave yourself away when I saw the flat iron. Flat iron has killed a man, his wife, and his son. Okay, we better get going. Case is closed and Orwell broke down and confessed. Not long after he went to this lucky sheriff,
You have just heard an authentic reenactment of the case from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Tonight's script was written by Russell Hughes and produced by Stacy Keith. Next week, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you another case from the records of the oldest law enforcement body in North America, the Texas Rangers. Wheaties presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the White Elephant.
January 16th, 1950. The time, 6:28 p.m. A freight train just outside of a West Texas town gains speed and rolls through the gathering dust. Inside a gondola car, a hobo crouches in the corner as the brakeman comes floating.
All right, Paul, this is where you get off.
Now, listen, pal, just let me get to the next town.
I said this is where you get off.
But we're moving.
Now, you get on where we was moving, you can get off. Now, come on, or I'll touch the top of your head.
Now, listen, don't do it. I said,
Get on your feet.
Listen, let go. Let me get up. You're talking to me,
Look me with it.
Oh, you ain't get me. I'm sorry.
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
You take a nice, ripe, plump kernel of wheat, and you roll it out flat, and you toast it a little. And what have you done? Oh, wheat. Do that over and over and over again. Do that enough times. And pretty soon you have a whole bowl full of wheat, and you can sit down to breakfast. Now, of course, you and I know not many people go to all that work to get their breakfast Wheaties. They just tip up that big Wheaties box and let those crisp little flakes tumble into the bowl. And you know what? When you do that, you get the very same 100% whole wheat goodness and energy that you would get if you rolled out your own Wheaties flakes kernel by kernel. And the best tip I can give you is to tip the Wheaties into your own bowl first thing in the morning and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
At 2:55 a.m. of the morning following the freight train incident, a rancher named Banker noticed a small cafe across from the shoulder of the road. It bore Oklahoma license plate. Banker turned his spotlight on the car, saw a man slumped down on the driver's seat. A half hour later, Sheriff Caldwell, notified by Banker, began investigation of the murder and called in the Texas Rangers. Ranger J. Pearson was assigned to the case. And a few hours later, Pearson, Banker, and Sheriff Caldwell stood at the scene. Pearson listened to Banker.
It was just about 3 this morning when I saw it, Ranger.
How come you were driving along this road that way?
I've been to a rancher's meeting in Almira. I was going to spend the night there and save some money.
Did you take this road when you left for Almira?
Yes.
What time?
Yesterday morning, about 7:30.
And this car came here sometime between 7:30 yesterday noon and 3 this morning.
I guess so.
You never saw the dead man before, huh?
First time I laid eyes.
All right, Mr. Banker, you can go.
If you need me, I'll be home.
No identification on the body at all, huh, Sheriff?
Nothing in the pocket, fit clean as a whistle.
Anybody else been around the car?
Nope, deputy kept his eyes on it.
Car facing west, going west when it was stopped. Tire tracks on the shoulder tell that. Blood on the seat.
Yep, 38 bullet on it.
38.
Might be a police vessel.
Banker got one?
Banker, good.
No, it's different. From the CI.
See something?
Look here, Sheriff. Huh? Set of tracks leading up to the car. Ordinary shoes, not boots. Heel marks are too broad for boots.
Yeah, looks like it. Look at this one.
So, not with a hole in it. Now look. The prints lead from that way, north, up through the car. A little scuffle, and the prints turn back north. In other words, Sheriff, somebody walked up to the car, stood there, then turned and went back north. Oh, there's something else.
Wheat. Looks like wheat.
More than Colorado. Inside footprints in there.
Wheat might be from the car.
It's too stiff and heavy for that.
What about it coming from a freight train, Jake?
Why?
Well, there's tracks about a mile north of here. Freight use the side and the pull-on when passengers got to pass.
Think it all ties in. See with a hole, wheat, freight siding. Yeah, might be worth going after. Where do we start? Here at the car first. I'm going to check it over inch by inch. Meantime, you get hold of the freight schedule. I'll meet you at your office. When I checked the car inside and out, I found a few things that were interesting. slapped the cast with a footprint, then went on to Sheriff Caldwell's office. He had the information I'd requested.
Here it is, Jase. Schedule of freights went through yesterday.
How many?
3 of them.
You can check those, all right. Of course, we might be sending dogs up the wrong tree.
Looks like a hobo to me.
Yeah. Let me see the dead man's fingerprints.
Sure, here you are.
These match with some of the prints in the car, see? Exposed delta.
Yeah. How about those others you got?
Picked these up on the door that had the grease on it, smeared all over. Couple clearings to use, and
Only what, Jase?
you know, there wasn't a single print on the steering wheel. Seems like the dead man's prints ought to be in there. Gloves? Didn't find any gloves on him, nor in the car.
Yeah. By the way, I got a call out for any hobo picked up or seen on those trains.
Good. I found these tucked under the sun visor in front of the driver's seat. Gasoline receipt. Made out to Charles Thompson.
Oh, that'll save a lot of checking.
And forward the dead man's prints anyway. That steering wheel bothers me.
Excuse me, Jake. Sheriff Caldwell. Yeah, good. Hold him. We'll be there as soon as we can make it. Something else, Jase. Brakeman of one of those freights we've been checking has a story. Some hobos slugged them and jumped.
Okay, let's go. The brakeman took us to the approximate spot the hobo jumped off the freight. Sheriff Caldwell and I picked up the trail and followed it by horse. We hoped to apprehend the suspect before he could reach the town and lose himself and us. After 6 hours, we stopped.
What's the matter, Jase?
Tracks are different. Come here and take a look.
Different?
Yeah, look. The right print's a little deeper, favoring his left a little.
Hurt himself, huh?
Must have twisted his leg when he took the jump off the freight. Kept getting worse. Sat down here, smoked a cigarette. Here's the butt.
He ain't going to make such a good time with a bum leg. We've been traveling at a steady trot.
Uh-huh. Okay. Let's get going. The suspect's trail showed increased favoring of his left leg. His progress became slower. More and more often he stopped to rest, and the trail became fresher and fresher. Evidence in the deserted shack showed suspect had rested there for quite a while. He picked up the trail. We're getting close, Sheriff.
How do you know?
Noticed something just now. Take a look at these prints.
Same as the ones we've been following.
Not quite.
Hole in the right shoe.
Not that. I'm talking about this anthill he touched.
But what about it?
Quite a few of the prints had anthills in them, crushed and rebuilt.
So?
Ants start working on the new hill when the old one's been tramped down. This one's so fresh they haven't had time to rebuild.
Hey, that's right. We can't be far off.
We better leave the horses tied up here, Sheriff, and start moving on foot. Anything and everything about the crime. We took him back, and I kept questioning him. He stuck to his story.
I never was there. I couldn't do it.
Own a gun, 38 police special.
I told you 100 times. I never owned no kind of gun.
How'd you take all that skin off your arm?
I don't know. Down, maybe.
I guess that's why you were running away. When you jumped off the freight, after you slugged the brakes.
No.
Speak on you, Jack. How'd it get there?
Yeah, maybe off in the street.
Sure. The car we showed you, the one you said you'd never seen before.
Yeah, it's just true.
Is it? Hold up your right foot.
Huh?
Hold it up. Hole in the right shoe.
Yeah, what of it?
Here's a plaster cast. Cast with the print of the scene of the murder. Take a good look.
Yeah, but I wasn't there, actually.
Look at your fingerprints.
Oh, shoot.
Here are yours. And here's the set found at the crime. They match. Still say you weren't there?
I didn't kill nobody.
Let me see your hand. When'd you wash them last?
I don't know. Maybe a couple days ago.
You know we can tell if you fired a
I
gun.
never had no gun.
Did you rob the man in the car?
No.
Look at me. You were there, weren't you? We can prove it.
Well, all right, I was there. But I didn't kill him.
Why'd you lie?
Well, I was scared.
If you're innocent, you don't have to be
Look,
scared.
Ranger, I got a couple of wraps, bag wraps.
That all?
It's true.
We can check that, too.
All right, well, later. Got a couple of wraps of soup and stuff. Nothing big.
Now, look. Tell me exactly what you did.
Well, I come in off the freight. I was walking across when I seen the car. I figured it was funny, something funny.
Why?
Well, car parked right there. Then I walked over, seen the fella in there, just dead. I beat it, popped the freight.
That all?
You know what else up now?
Did you get in the car?
No, sir, no.
Did you touch the body or take anything from it?
I swear, Ranger, I didn't.
Did you touch the steering wheel and then wipe it off?
Well, why did? No. What for? Look, I tell you,
Yeah, Sheriff.
Come here, will you?
Sure. You stay put.
I got no place to go.
Here's all the dope from the murdered man. Come in just now.
Charles Thompson, resident of Tulsa, Oklahoma, sampling salesman for print extract. This check, double. Now he's with a gasoline street.
What about him?
A hobo? Yeah. I think the only crime he committed was failure to report what he saw. Fingerprints were all over the outside of the one door of that car, and none inside. Seems to me if he thought of cleaning up the inside, he'd have done the same outside.
Yeah, looks like it.
We'll give him a paraffin test anyway and see if he fired a gun later.
And if he didn't?
Start all over. And start with that clean steering wheel.
In just a moment, we continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
I guess nobody gets much of a taste treat out of taking their calcium and iron and phosphorus or their vitamins straight. But you simply have to have all those things to keep feeling good. And you should have them first thing in the morning, too. Because morning's the time you do most of your big day's work. That's when you really need the energy. You see, morning is the time when you really
Wait a minute, Frank. Why don't you just tell them this? See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Why, you took the words right out of my mouth, of course. Wheaties at 7. Because Wheaties have all those vitamins and minerals. That's how Wheaties give you the zip it takes to feel eager and ready for anything all morning long. Whether you drive a truck or plow a field or if you're just plain busy with a multitude of household duties. And Wheaties do you another big favor. Wheaties wrap all those vitamins up in a wonderful, sunny, toasty, nut-like flavor that fairly hollers, give me some more. Wheaties are crisp and munchy. You know, fun to chew on. Tastes as good going down as they make you feel when you get there. So do this, will you? Not for me, but for yourself. Hurry on down to the Wheaties tomorrow morning and just see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. The result of the paraffin test was negative. We held the hobo pending further investigation. I reported back to my captain, Stinson, at company headquarters. I told him I was pretty sure that the hobo's story checked out.
Yeah, looks like it. But somebody killed Thompson.
Killed him and then drove him in his own car to where that rancher spotted him.
There wasn't anything on Thompson, huh?
No money, no papers, only these. Cash in charge account receipt. Somebody went to an awful lot of trouble to clean him, but they overlooked these.
Mm-hmm.
On top, this looks like a plain case of murder with robbery as the motive. But if that was it, why go to all the risk of being spotted in a car with Oklahoma plates? Why not just kill him and leave him?
I don't know, Dave. What's your thinking?
Well, Thompson was a traveling salesman, traveled a lot in a few days. Now, suppose the killer realized it was Thompson far enough away from the scene of the crime, he'd have a pretty tough time finding out just where the murder was committed.
Yeah, that could be. But why?
Well, maybe the killer couldn't leave the spot, so he did the next best thing. Took Thompson's body away. And maybe it wasn't just robbery.
Well, what else?
I don't know yet, but I got some more checking to do. It'll take maybe a couple of hours, and then I might have some answers.
nose, Jake. You get anything new?
More dope on Thompson, Captain. Never carried much money. Never was known to have picked up a hitchhiker. And I got a pretty good idea where he was killed. These gasoline receipts tell a fair story.
Yeah? How?
Well, this one, for example, dated the 15th day before he was killed. Made out in Bannon. He got 16 gallons of gas there.
Well, did you ever think somebody else might have been using his credit card?
Yeah, but Thompson traveled that route pretty often. Chances are he was well known at the service station.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, go on.
I ran a mileage test on his car. He got about 17 miles a gallon. Now, his tank holds 15. I did a little figuring. Just about enough gas was used to get him from Bannon to where his body was found.
But he could have been killed anywhere between Bannon and where he was found dead.
Sure, I know that. It still looks like my next stop is Bannon.
Howdy, Ranger.
Howdy.
How many?
Whatever it should take.
Sure thing.
You the owner here?
Yes, sir.
How long?
A couple of years.
You work alone?
Nice, yeah.
Take a look at this, will you?
One of my receipts. Credit card stuff.
You know this Carl Thompson?
Yeah, see him every, 4 or 5 months.
When did you see Thompson last?
The evening he bought that gas. Why, anything wrong, Ranger?
Was Thompson alone that evening?
Yeah. I never remember him ever having anybody alone.
What else do you remember about that evening?
Oh, one of the worst sleet storms we ever had. Hit like
Oh,
a...
the tough one to drive then. huh?
Oh, sure. Hey, he was asking about some place to stay.
You never stayed in Bannon before?
I don't know. Leastways, he didn't know much about the places. Told him to try the hotel. He said it was full up. Said the motels were jam-packed. Lousy
You
weather.
know where he went?
He said he was going to try and find a place along the highway. Why, anything wrong?
Plenty. Here's for the gas. I might come back and ask you some more questions. Thanks. I began a check of every possible place Thompson might have stayed that night, but I drew one blank after another. Then I got a lead at a motel on the outskirts of Bannon.
Sure, Ranger. I remember that night. Sleep was an east face. We was full up here, but I sent him to a place down the highway, Star Motel. Been closed and upstairs for quite a spell, but I heard it was opened up again.
I went to the Star Motel. It was closed tight. Every cabin was locked, the windows boarded. There wasn't a soul around. I was just about to leave when I noticed something. The electricity must have been on somewhere in the place because the little wheel under the dials for meter was spinning. It was enough to send me back to the town to ask a few more questions.
Now, let me see you, Ranger. Star Motel. Yes, sir. Here's what we want right here.
Uh-huh. Are these all the electricity bills?
Yes, sir.
Let me see. For 3 months ago, the bills were just for meter installation, minimum service charge.
That's right, Ranger.
For the last 3 months, 475, 289, 560. Kind of funny, isn't it? The place is closed, but for the last 3 months, the bills have averaged over $4 a month. Didn't that seem peculiar to you?
Well, Ranger, we just sure.
Sure, I know. Now can you give me the name of the person to whom these bills were sent?
Get it for you right away.
Why, yes, Ranger, Mr. Casson's here. I believe he's on the phone right now, but he'll come in.
Thank you, ma'am. You Mrs. Calton?
Yes.
I hope I'm not bothering you any, Miss Calton.
Not at all, Ranger. My husband is here.
Oh, yeah? I see. I think that should be right. Yes, sure. Tell you what, I'll come out a little later. I'll bring the client with me. Sure. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
And this is Ranger up here.
Hello. Sorry to barge in like this, Mr. Carlson, but I got a few questions.
Question? Sure, what about?
You own the Star Motel, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Star Motel. That's White Elephant.
White Elephant?
It is. I've been trying to get rid of it for 2 years.
Why?
Well, like Bessie said, it ain't been worth a hoot since the new highway went in 2 years ago. Half the traffic that used to pass it. It hasn't been used for 2 years. Well, I guess I didn't mean exactly.
What did you mean?
I tried to keep it going for a year after the highway went through, but couldn't rent enough room. It wasn't worth trying to save.
You got the keys to it?
Sure.
Is something wrong, Ranger?
Might be, ma'am. Can you take me through the motel, Mr. Carlson?
Anytime. Right now, Susie?
Couldn't be better. Let's go.
I ain't been out here for close on 3 or 4 weeks.
Go through the cabins then?
Well, just take a look. These kids sometimes fool around. That's why I boarded up the window. Want to take a look in the office?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Carlson.
Sure. Nothing in here, Ranger.
Nope, it's not.
Anything in particular you're looking for?
Yeah. You have this floor washed lately?
Oh, heck no. Ain't no use paying for something like that.
It's been washed recently.
Huh? Why? How do you know?
Rubbing wood with hot water always raises the grain. And hot water isn't as good as cold to wash out blood stains.
Blood? Blood? Pete!
Oh, wait, what's going on? Wait, what's going on, Ranger? Oh, yeah. Head on. Go on. Hey! Hey, come on!
Well, what the devil is this? Who are you, fellas?
My guess is a couple of men I want for murder, Mr. Carlson.
Murder?
That telephone wire. Everything okay?
Yeah, push that guy.
Gee, why, I never carry a gun.
Well, we just made sure. Yeah, he's clean. All right, now strip the Ranger thing up.
Wait a minute. Get the drop on him. Maybe I'd have to be a fool to draw. But if you don't want me to be a fool, don't touch these guns. I'll try and take them off me and I'll go down and use them. And I might get lucky.
All right, Ron. Let him alone. He's too smart. Sorry. They'll get the panel struck out and start loading that stuff fast.
Well, what about them?
We can lock them in. Fix those cars so they can't get out of here for a while after we leave. If they try to come out while we're still here, we'll blast whatever door or window they try to come in. Get that, Ranger?
I get it.
Okay, I'll be outside, son.
So your name's Chuck, huh?
What is it?
What are you and that other fellow doing in my place?
Go ahead, Chuck. Tell him.
Some other time, friend. Now you two listen. If I ain't gonna say this quiet. Try to bust out before you hear us drive off and you'll get it good. Stay put.
They got us locked in.
Yeah.
Look, don't go near that window. You heard what he said.
I was tracking the boy. I'm just taking a look.
What are they doing?
Come here. Take a look for yourself.
I should have watched the place more right. I never knew anyone was using it.
You use plenty. Look what they're taking out.
Hey, all kinds of stuff.
Beginning to make sense. Closed down motel made a nice storage bin for stolen and smuggled goods so they could run it to the market.
Well, they get away, you said there was a murder.
Take it easy, Mr. Carlson. We'll get them.
We'll be across the border in a half an hour before we could even reach the phone. Maybe you better take it.
You get shot down in cold blood? No. But we'll get them all right. Know why, Mr. Carlson?
What?
Because you'll help. I seen Carlson with a quick headlock and then got one arm behind him and applied pressure so I could keep him still while I had a big in. I reached into his jacket and found what I was looking for under his shoulder. Then I pushed him.
Are you crazy? You almost broke my arm.
Shut up, Carlson. You think I saw this gun bulging under your coat? They deliberately missed it when they frisked it. You played it real smart, almost.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
This gun and the electric bill. You paid them. Paid bills that were being run up in a place that was supposed to be shut down. Seems kind of funny you never complained of a power company.
So what? Wait,
So you got a phone call from your friends out there. They tipped you because they saw me nosing around here early, right?
No.
Okay, take a look out there. They're almost finished.
In a couple of minutes, they'll be gone. In half an hour, they'll be over the border. How about you? You want to stick back here and face a murder charge?
There's nothing you can prove.
There's plenty we can prove, Calci. And you're holding the bag. You'll have a tough time explaining those electric bills and then missing your gun.
I didn't kill that man.
Did this Chuck do it?
Yeah, that salesman come in. Show was going on. Chuck killed him. Then drove him away.
All right. Now listen real carefully. I'm going to fire this gun. Then you hammer on the door and holler for me. Get it?
What do you want to
Just
do then?
listen. When they come up, tell them you had to kill me. Tell them to open the door. Then Mr. Carlson, get back and out of the way fast. They'll be gone in a minute. Make up your mind.
All right. Go ahead, I'll do it.
It's only trick when you get it first. Now, ready? On the door, holler.
Rock, give me a fast. Open the door.
Now, when it's open, get back.
Open the door. I had to kill him. He was making a break for it. Knock him out. Wait. Over. Hey, what's the big idea? Why, you...
We'll come back for him later, Captain. Meantime, let's see when you get back to town. I got you a deal for this White Elephant motel. You can trade it for a jail cell.
And now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
All right, sound effects man, ring the alarm clock. Yeah, I used to groan too when I heard that sound. But one morning I said to myself, now look, Martin, you gotta get up. Why fight it? Think about something pleasant. And right away I thought, easy. That's about the pleasantest thing a man can do. Why, when you figure you can sit down to a bowl of good, crisp Wheaties and then feel like tackling the world, and you know a bowl of Wheaties and milk and fruit can help you work good because you feel good, why, it almost makes you want to shake hands with your alarm clock. And when you hear it come morning, roll out happy, reach for the big orange and blue box, and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of the case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production, Saddle's Friends. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Paul McVeigh, Lou Krugman, Jeff Corey, Robert Bruce, Byron Kane, and Jeanette Nolan. This story was transcribed and adapted by Russell Hughes. The program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. And this is Hal Gibney speaking.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Monday night to Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. Listen tomorrow for the Summer Symphony. Now it's Station Street time on NBC.
Wheaties presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties Big Parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers comes for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Apache Peak.
Shortly after midnight on October 4 last, a late model blue sedan came to a stop at a traffic light on the highway leading southwest out of Wichita Falls, Texas. While the driver waited for the light to change, a figure moved out from the shadows and tapped on the window of the sedan.
Going toward Haskell, mister?
I didn't hear you with the window up.
Said you're going near Haskell.
I don't know. Where is it? I'm headed for El Paso.
That's my direction. How about a ride?
All right. Hop in.
Mighty hard getting a ride. There's your light.
How far is Haskell?
About 80 miles. But I'm going past there up near Apache Peak. Pretty far from El Paso.
Oh, good. Keep you from falling asleep at the wheel. I gotta be in El Paso in the morning. Business appointment.
You can eat?
New York. It's just the accent sticks out, huh? Reckon so.
What kind of business you in?
Salesman. Airplane parts.
You get tired. I can drive it still.
Hey, that's a thought. As soon as I start to feel sleepy.
Sure. Give you a chance to rest up. Good.
It's almost 4 a.m. Be in Odessa in 20 minutes. You want to take over?
Yeah.
If I can stop any place on this highway. Haven't seen another car in an hour. Now I'll slide over. You get out and come around.
No, you get out.
Well, it's just as easy for you. Hey, what are you doing with that truck?
You need money, mister. You got it.
Sure. I'll give it to you. I won't report it or anything. I'll give
I know you won't, mister.
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
Tonight, as special guest, Wheaties champion Robert Feller.
Well, by golly, it's always fun to meet a Wheaties champion, especially when he's as nice a guy as Bob Feller, the Cleveland Indians. Hello, Bob. Hi, Ed. Are you seeing many baseball games these days? Oh, you bet, Robert. You eating many Wheaties these days? What a question. Well, I've been eating Wheaties for breakfast almost every morning for pretty close to 20 years. Still going strong, huh? Wheaties are mighty tough to get tired of. I guess Wheaties and milk and fruit will still be my favorite breakfast when I'm too old to climb out of the dugout. Well, that won't be happening for a lot of years yet. Thanks for stopping in, Bob Feller, a real Wheaties champ.
You know, gentlemen of the audience, this man Feller has a wife and youngsters even as you and I. His paycheck depends in part on healthy energy, just as ours does. Get my point? We need them too. Wheaties, breakfast of champions. Get yours.
And now, back to our story with Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson.
The body was discovered at 8:15 on the morning of October 4 when a fence rider from a ranch bordering the highway found it in the brush at the side of the road. He reported the discovery to the nearest sheriff, and the sheriff relayed the report to the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
There's the body, Jace. Into that chute.
Where was he found, Sheriff?
Oh, about 11 miles east. That's been dumped out of a car.
Shot 3 times. 1 through the neck and 2 through the chest. 38 caliber?
Yeah. Coroner got 2 in the club.
Any identification on him?
Or anything, Jace. Never done it even stole the clothes off him. Except in his shirt and shorts and necktie. And a pack of cigarettes in his shirt pocket. It's all there on the table.
Laundry mark on the shirt, that might help. Coroner say how long he's been dead?
Oh, since 4 or 5 o'clock this morning.
He's
cigarettes. Are they on him?
Yeah. One. Help any?
Maybe a whole lot. Look at this. New York State tax stamp.
Can you make something out of that?
Only that one pack of cigarettes wouldn't have lasted him from New York to Texas. Probably bought a carton or two to start out on the trip. So his home might be in New York.
Making an awful lot of folks buy a carton of smoke in New York, too.
Yeah, but it's the place to start checking that laundry mark on the shirt. It'd be a help to know who this man is. I'll send these things into the lab, and they can send a wire photo of the mark to New York.
The coroner has some pictures of the body.
I'll put them on the wire, too. You got a deputy to get the stuff to my headquarters?
Sure thing. I'll call him.
Good. You can get out and check the scene.
Have this little piece of road here blocked off so no cars could wipe out anything.
Good.
The body was found right in here.
Yeah. Dragged in from the road. Back of the heel scrape along there. Clothing caught on the street here.
And what you picking off then?
Little fibers of cloth hanged on here. Lab man can get through with these and be able to tell us what kind of bed they came from. Let's take a look at the road.
Fresh set of tire tracks here on the shoulder, James.
Yeah, I noticed them. Impression's deeper here. That's where they stopped. Look at the marks around it. The body was dragged out of the driver's side.
Does that make a difference?
Means the dead man must have been driving. So, there's a good chance it was his own car.
I reckon that ain't right. Yeah, what's the other thing?
Could be the same old story, Sheriff. A hitchhiker.
Man, you have to be a fool to think a hitchhiker through this country at night.
Yeah, a fool. The trouble with fools is most of them are nice people. And they don't rate being killed. I'm going to play a hunch. Make some work for the highway patrol. Captain Simpson's out on investigation. You may be able to reach him in his car. Unit 10 to Unit 3. Unit 10 to Unit 3.
Unit 3 to Unit 10. Go ahead.
Unit 10 requests all points bulletin alerting highway patrol and ranger units to stop and check all cars carrying New York State plates.
The exhibits you sent over have arrived, Unit 10. You're not just going on that cigarette tax stamp, are you?
No, Captain. Murder scene check indicates the victim was driving car he was dumped from. Might have been his own.
Was trying, I guess.
How soon can we expect reports from New York police on laundry marks?
That'll take time, Unit 10. We'll keep you informed. Lab reports on exhibits in a few hours.
To keep Unit 3 informed if I move from this location. Unit 10, 10-4. After the 10-4 sign-off, I took the sheriff back to his office. And that's when the hardest part of all hunting began, the waiting. The only thing we knew for certain about the murder car was that it was heading west on the road to Pecos and El Paso. I headed the same way, stopping to ask questions to all the smaller towns, cafes and service stations. Wherever a man on the run might risk stopping. But all the answers were the same.
New York car, you say? No, I don't think so. I only saw one out of state all day from Oklahoma.
Well, thanks anyhow, man.
Let's sit down, have some coffee and pie, Ranger.
Oh, no thanks. I gotta find a place.
No, I sure remember it if a New York car stopped here for gas. Ain't seen one in a week.
Well, thanks.
Ranger,
Yeah?
the kid runs the bump a little while I'm eating. Maybe he saw something. Call him out if you want to wait till I catch this fellow's windshield.
I'll wait.
Oh, gee, I just remembered. The kid didn't sell nothing today.
Thanks, anyhow.
We've been working on the road all day, senor, but we don't notice nobody.
Yeah, I guess not. They beat your past you 50 yards away.
Only the one who might see is blonde.
He heard the red flag when cars came down there.
Bob, you don't even look up.
He just steered the car and waved the flag. He's too busy looking in the movie magazine at Betty Glover.
Thanks. By nightfall, I was just outside of Pecos. I pulled into a grove near an auto store, the place I'd stopped before. Let my horse Charcoal get down from the service. Barely got him unloaded when another Ranger car pulled in. Yeah, sir.
Howdy, boy.
Howdy. What are you doing down here?
Got a teletype for you from headquarters. Murdered man's name is Roger Bradley, New York City. Salesman for an airplane parts outfit.
Identification possible?
Yeah, pictures, laundry mark, everything. Police up there traced the laundry mark. Bradley's wife identified the picture.
Was married, huh?
Yeah, 3 kids. Car you're looking for is a 49 blue sedan. Here's the make and license number.
Highway Patrol hasn't spotted it in the place.
Nope, but here's a list of all the clothes Bradley was carrying on the trip. Pretty complete description.
Can't understand why nobody's seen that.
That killer might have gotten out of the state. Had a good start.
I hope that isn't it, Kurt. 3 kids have to grow up without their father because of a gun-crazy hitchhiker.
I know what you mean.
Let's hope he's still in Texas. If he is, we're gonna find him.
In just a moment, we continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Next time you bounce out of bed in the morning, well, you do bounce, don't you? Okay, let's say next time you get out of bed, head for the Wheaties. Sure enough, head for the Wheaties at 7 a.m. and see how they help at 11 a.m. Yes, they can make a difference at 11. And they can make a difference at the breakfast table. It's likely to be a pleasanter place with a bowl full of crisp little old Wheaties next to your spoon and napkin. The reason is, of course, the wholehearted whole wheat taste of Wheaties. You're getting all that sweet as a nut whole wheat flavor in every Wheaties plate. Pour on the milk, put on the fruit, and dig right in to one of the finest openings any morning ever had. And then, see how much finer the morning itself goes when you started with breakfast and camping. That full whole wheat really gives it vitality, you know. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every plate of Wheaties. Now see if you don't notice the difference all morning long. Less of the mid-morning slump, more of the up-and-at-'em punch. Know what I mean? All right then, you try it. Tomorrow, next day, for a good breakfast, for a good morning, start with Wheaties. See yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
And now, back to Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers.
For the next 5 days, Ranger Chris and I worked our way west. We couldn't get a lead. Then on the afternoon of October 10th, 6 days after the killing, we stopped and unloaded our horses at Eagle Flat in Hudspeth County.
Blacksmith place is open.
Yeah, horses can drink from this trough.
Hey, look at that folk leaning against the fence there. They sure do get dutied up for Saturday night in Eagle Flat.
Yeah.
Chris, matter, Jake?
That's two. No folk ordered that through a mail catalog.
Hey, it looks like one of the troops described on the teletype.
Yeah. Let's find out. Howdy.
Well, howdy, Ranger.
You live around here?
Works the Longbow Ranch up near Tabernacle Mountain.
Mighty nice suit you got there. Kind of fancy.
Yeah, ain't it a dinger? From New York, label says.
New York, huh?
Where'd you get that suit?
Well, I bought off... Now, wait a minute, Ranger. Wait. This ain't stolen, is it?
Yeah. The man it was stolen from is dead.
Oh, man, I just bought off when a fella come by the bunkhouse.
When?
Oh, reckon it was
about 5 days ago. He drove up with a bunch of stuff.
Drove up? What kind of car?
New sedan, blue.
Notice the license plates on the car?
No.
What do you think, sir?
He's seen our man, or he is our man.
Were you on the ranch October 4th?
This is the first time I've been off in it in 2 weeks. I bought the suit, I'm telling you.
Did you buy anything else?
Yeah, this.
Watch your hands.
Well, I'm just going to show you a wallet the fella threw in with the suit.
All right, get it out.
There you are. Paid him $10 for the suit and this.
Identification cards and everything stripped. You take anything out of here?
Well, nothing to take. Just like I got it, except for my $5 in the money pocket.
Killer took all identification out of these celluloid card holders. Might have left some print.
Ought to get it to the lab.
Yeah. All right, you better come with us.
Now, look, I didn't do nothing. Well, where you taking?
For the sheriff. You can give us a description of the man who sold you the Dutch. If your story checks out clean, you got nothing to worry about.
Oh, it's clean.
All right. Let's go. We checked the Pope's story at the Longbow Ranch. He was telling the truth, all right. At least we had a description of the man we were after now. About 20 years old, dark, 5'7", about 140 pounds. Fritz and I unloaded our horses.
Which way are we riding, Jake? Come on, boy.
Head north, into the hills.
Road feed us out past this ranch, though. Nothing but a trail. We might have turned back to the highway.
Alarm was out by the time he passed here. If he went back to the main highway, the car would have been spotted. He ditched it up here someplace. Well, let's ride. Get up there, Charcoal.
Yes, there, boy.
Yeah. We rode north from the Longbow Ranch, cutting into the mesquite and cedar that flanked the road. It got thinner and more difficult. And just when I thought we might have come too far, we spotted the car.
Reckon that's it?
Let's see. Smart. Rolled it into a gully and then covered it with dirt and grass.
Nobody'd ever spot it unless they was looking for it.
Let's get back and report it. Unit 10 to KTXP. Unit 10 to KTXP.
KTXP to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 located blue sedan registered to Roger Bradley, New York City.
All right, Unit 10. KTXP just got report of fingerprints on celluloid card holders and wallet sent in. One said definitely those of murder victim Roger Bradley. Another said identified as being those of Lenny Tripper. Please repeat, Lenny Tripper.
Lenny Tripper. Any line on him?
Wanted by Army for desertion 3 months ago. Description check. Last known address, lived with father and mother in cabin near Apache Peak.
Car was found north of Longbow Ranch. Apache Peak's about 10 miles further in. We'll investigate. Unit 10, 10-4. It was sundown when we got started. The country we had to go through is tough enough by daylight. It was after midnight when we sighted Apache Peak. There was still a light on in the cabin nested down in the foothills.
Ooh, boy. Easy. Keeps kind of late hours up here, don't they?
Too late. I better tie the horses to that mesquite. And slip up and look in.
Yeah. Come on, boy. Jake. Something moving over there.
See it? Looks like a couple of burros. Let's take a look at it.
You boys up past your bedtime, ain't you?
See them. Both in a sweat, all caked up. Been packing, too. And the hair's matted down where they've been cinched.
Funny time to be working birds.
Yeah. Come on. Let's see the house. business. Not our boy, though. Too old. Must be Tripper's father. Look, there's the old lady, too. You go around the back way, and I'll go in through the front. Wait till you hear me knock and get in. Right.
Open up.
Who's there?
Texas Ranger.
What do you want?
Plenty, Tripper.
He ain't here.
Mind if I come in and make sure?
Take him in.
No. How? What?
Just another ranger at the back, Mr. Tripper. You want to let him in, too?
Go ahead. Don't mind if I finish eating, do you?
No, go right ahead. This your regular meal time?
I eat one-on-one.
Nothing like that, Jay.
Where's your boy, Mr. Tripper?
Well, Ranger, you find him.
We ain't seen him in a year since he joined the army.
You haven't seen him in the last 3 months, either. Since he deserted from the army.
You heard what you said.
Get in the street. If you want to help your boy, you better help us.
All right.
Been there more than a month.
Mexico, huh? Thanks. Mind if I have one of those cigarettes, Mr. Tripper?
Yeah, never mind. Reckon you can buy your own.
I just got a hankering for one of those. Can't always get a cigarette like that.
What do you mean, Ranger?
New York tax stamp on the pack, Tripper. Those cigarettes were stolen from a murdered man 6 days ago.
Murdered man?
Shut up.
What were you doing with those burros outside? They've been packing.
I'll bring you some stuff. Been prospecting up the street.
Abandoned silver mines up there, Jay.
Is your son hiding out one of those mines, Tripper? Were you packing supplies to him?
I told you what I was doing.
That boy's wanted for murder, and if you're smart, you'll take us to him and tell him to surrender.
Do what this is, Paul. Do what you
Shut up. Leave her alone.
I didn't know about the murder. He just said the army was after him.
Come on, sir. We better go up there.
Oh, don't hurt.
Go ahead, Ranger.
Don't hurt.
Go after him. He'll kill you, that's what he'll do. He'll kill you.
We had to go up on foot. It was too treacherous for the horses, and trailing over that rocky ground in the darkness slowed us to the crawling speed of an overfed snake. There got to be less earth and more rock, and the burro tracked through fingers. We tried to pick them up by moonlight and flashlight.
It could have gone in any direction from here, Jay. Can't pick up a mark.
Seems to level off a bit on that shelf ahead. Might be a narrow trail there.
Hope so. Getting steeper.
Too steep for burros.
Kurt. What?
Go up, Oakley. Flash your light. There, that's it. Hold it.
Anything?
Yeah. Branch thing. It's been brushed. Look here, been nibbled a bit, too. Recent. Torn leaves are still fresh.
Well, we're headed right then. Must have gone straight ahead between those big rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it all right. Look at the side of the rock.
Like the mica peel off. Little fiber stuff.
Pack ropes must have scraped it.
Let's keep going. We finally reached the summit where the oaks and cedars fought for whatever slight grip their roots could get on the earth between the rocks. Don found us on a high shelf facing a rise that led to the open mouth of an abandoned silver mine.
They lead straight enough now.
Yeah.
He's there, Chase.
Yeah, but 20 feet back in. He could pick us off and we'd never even get to see him. Stay down and keep the hole covered.
What are you going to do?
Just call him out.
Tripper! Manny, Tripper!
He ain't going to answer, Chase.
You can't get out, Tripper! Sit down, Jake.
Oh, he's got a rifle as well as that .38 he killed Bradley with.
You gonna come out, Tripper?
It's we'd only packed a stick of dynamite. He'd come out soon enough or be buried in there.
Maybe the idea of dynamite would be enough. Go over down the shelf and let him see you just once on the way. Not long enough to draw a beam. Maybe we can bluff him.
Why don't you go down and let me...
My idea. I'll stay. Go ahead.
Be careful, Jake.
You missed him, Tripper. You're not going to get another shot. He went down to our burrows to get some dynamite. We're going to see you in there, Tripper. You better come out.
How I know you ain't going to kill me on sight?
I won't if you do what I tell you. Leave your rifle in there. And come out with your hands clasped behind your head.
Well, I go up on a rock where I can see it into the field.
All right, Tripper. Now come out.
He came out of the shaft slowly, first a blur, then into the light with his hands behind his head. I got up and he walked towards me. He wasn't wearing a gun belt, but there was something in the way he moved that made me keep my hands close to my holsters. Then he made a quick sidestep and his hands came from behind his head and I caught the glint of a .38.
I'm all right. Get a band?
Gun hand and arm. Put a tourniquet on and we'll take him down.
What's the matter with you, Jake? You look kind of funny.
Just thinking of his folks down there. His mother and even the old man. Just trying to help him because he belongs to them in spite of everything he's done.
Well, folks are like that.
We gotta bring him in and break their hearts.
Yeah. Makes you wonder why he ever wanted to wear a badge.
Until you remember the man he killed and his 3 kids who'll have to grow up without him. That makes you know you couldn't ever want to do anything but wear a badge.
There's a tourniquet. That'll hold him.
All right, Tripper, on your feet. Let's go. A ballistic check of the .38 that Lenny Tripper carried showed it to be the murder weapon used in the slaying of Roger Bradley. With that and other evidence accumulated by Ranger Pearson and the department, Tripper was convicted and sentenced to death in the electric chair. Well, Joe, you did a fine job clearing up that case. Frank, I've got a little mystery at home. Maybe you can help me. Glad to try, Joe. Well, it's the case of the disappearing Wheaties. Every once in a while, when I'm all set for a breakfast bowl of Wheaties, my cook says, sorry, fresh out. Why? No, mister. Wheaties are so good, so crisp, so loaded with natural, sunny, whole wheat flavor, they just don't last long. I know, but what can I do? You can get up early before anyone else gets at the Wheaties, or buy 2 or 3 boxes at a time. I think you hit it, Frank. Many thanks. Good night, and thank you, Joel McRae.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Bill Johnstone, Sam Edwards, Paul Duboff, Byron Kane, and Virginia Gray.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen on Monday to Frank Lovejoy and Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. Tomorrow, listen for Dorothy Maynard. Now it's Basin Street on NBC.
Wheaties presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties Big Parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the Trigger Men.
At 9 o'clock on the evening of May 27, 1947, Jasper Leach, operator of an independent service station in Ada, Oklahoma, was preparing to shut down for the night. Suddenly, two men in a green convertible pulled into the service island of the station.
Close for the night, fellas. Come through all locked.
We gotta get some gas.
All-night place on the highway south, mister. Big station, you're heading that way.
I don't like big stations. We're gassing up right here. I got a tire you can fix.
Now, look, I told you I'm close to the night.
You heard him, Hicks. Now get moving. I'll put a slug in you.
All right, mister. I ain't arguing with a gun.
You get this front door and make them fill a couple extra 5-gallon cans.
All right, Joe. Stop playing accordion and get that flat sparrow out just a hot for action.
Okay, but let's take it up, man.
Well, come on, Hasty. Get with the pump.
He's in the office.
Let's get him.
And while we're in here, you might as well open that safe. I don't know the combination.
Yeah?
Oh!
Said open it, your Hicks.
Oh, it's all open. But you ain't getting away with this. Not by a day's sight.
We'll talk that over later. Just you and me, Hicks. Just you and me.
KDX-8 all units. KDX-8 all units. Oklahoma State Police advised at about 9 p.m. of 527, gas station attendant in Ada, Oklahoma was robbed and beaten to death with tire irons. Subjects tentatively identified as number 1, Joe Gordon, average size, eyes blue, hair blonde, complexion fair. Number 2, Tiny Gordon, 6'3", peculiar walk, pigeon toes, same coloring as brother. Subjects now believed to be in Texas en route to Mexican border. Wanted 6 state and FBI for murder, bank robbery, narcotics, and other charges. Use caution, these men are dangerous. KDX
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
Get up and get at 'em with Wheaties. Not for folks up and doing, for folks going places, breakfast of champions. Sure, begin a better breakfast with Wheaties tomorrow. And see if you don't feel the difference all morning long. Here's why. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. Got it? There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. That's why Wheaties can give so much. Energy, you bet. Whole wheat energy. Vitamins and minerals, you bet. And protein, too. That's why Wheaties at 7 can make a difference at 11. There's energy in them bar plates. You try them tomorrow morning. Make yours Wheaties. Pour on the milk, put on the fruit, and eat happy. Yes, and work happy. Tomorrow, see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you.
There were no further signs of the Gordon brothers on the night of May 27th. But on the morning of the 28th, Captain Stinson of the Texas Rangers received a report that looked like a lead, and immediately sent for Ranger Jace Pearson.
Send for me, Captain? Yeah, Jace. I want you to get right over to the General Hospital in Palo Pinto County. Been a double shooting. Deputy Sheriff and his son.
Where did it happen?
Near Mineral Wells, but check the hospital first. Shooting took place during the night. Rancher found them in this morning.
Oh, well, that's on the road south from Ada, Oklahoma.
You think it might have been the Gordon brothers?
It smells like them. They were headed south, according to all previous reports. I figure they're making their run for the border, and they'll kill anybody who tries to stop them.
Sure looks that way.
The deputy never saw who gunned him, Jace. If he can talk, get all the information you can. And if it looks like the Gordons, stay with it all the way. We don't want them to get across the border.
I understand.
Judging by their past movements, they steal cars and dump them for new ones at regular intervals before they get too hot. So don't pin too much on any car description.
I won't. See you later.
Oh, Jace,
Yeah?
you get anything hot, report it by phone. If I have anything for you, I'll have the radio dispatcher tell you to call in. The men we're after might have a shortwave set.
Right, Captain.
One thing more, Jace. This department hasn't lost a man in a long time. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be the one to spoil the record. I checked my car out and headed for California now. I reached the hospital at 9:45 a.m. and saw the doctor in charge.
You pulled through on Duke and the condition is suitable. Shot 2 times to the back, one of the bullets is lodged in your spine.
Which room's he in? Deputy's son hurt bad, too?
Too bad, Ranger. Dead on arrival.
You know it?
You know. Be better if you could wait.
I wish I could. I can't.
I understand. He was here.
The deputy was lying on his stomach. A dazed look on his face like he was remembering something over and over, but still couldn't believe it. I knelt on the floor beside him so he could see me while he was telling me what happened.
You see, my boy built himself one of them hot rod shops. I don't know, Captain, their price. You know them.
Yeah.
I broke down on him last night. So he didn't get it to start. Called up home about midnight. Tell me and his ma why I was out for late.
Sure.
I drove out in my car to meet him. He called something short. I both fooled around with his car some, but wasn't fixing to go at all.
Here. Sip a little water through this glass straw. Better?
Thank you.
You couldn't get the car started.
Yeah. Finally, I told the kid to come on home. And we'd get taken care of. What's that about?
What happened on the way home?
We passed the cup. There was a system.
Here. Let me fix that pillow for you.
One street off in the lead of the Margaret Street. He was passing the grove out of Margaret. About a fire. Next campfire, right deep in the grove. Almost out of sight.
You see.
And I better stop and have a look. The kid, he wanted to get out of the car. Well, I'll let him, but I had no way of knowing.
No, of course, you couldn't know.
We walked in. I guess the kid was coming. One of them kissed at the fire. I saw a shadow. Okay? I yelled at him to stand where they was and got his flesh.
Go on.
Turned, pushed the kid down. Something hit me in the back. And I came through and my kid was lying there. Just ugly feet on him. Just 2 years old.
All right. Don't try to talk anymore.
Good. Please get him. Leave my kid.
I left the hospital and headed for the Carver ranch outside Mineral Wells. Jim Carver, the owner of the place, took me into Mulberry Grove where the deputy and his boy had been gunned.
Well, this is the spot. Sheriff Combs over pretty complete, though.
Had their fire right over here.
What are you digging out of them ashes?
Fire wasn't burning on. Started with a road map and an envelope. The corner of the envelope not quite burned. You just make out the stamp. It's Mexican. Maybe our lab can make out the postmark.
Out of that cardinal?
Yeah. I can slide it into this fresh envelope and breaking it up too much.
These fellas sure can figure a lot from a little, I reckon.
Sometimes. And when they left, they went through there toward the road.
How do you know that?
There's a mark where the fire was kicked. Steps from it moved that way.
It might have been the sheriff and his men.
It's not in low-heel eastern boots. See the impression?
Oh.
One set, same as yours and mine, except for the difference in boots. The other set stuffed in at the toes, and when they made those as pigeon toes.
You sound like you could draw a picture of them.
I could now. Let's see where these prints lead. They led to the road, or almost to the road. Just at the edge of the grove were tire markings where a car had been backed into the mulberries to screen us from sight.
Well, this did all right. You see where it scraped the branches.
With more than scraping. Remember, this one's been torn off. The part that got torn off isn't on the ground. Low branch, too.
Oh, that means something?
The tire marks and the height of the branch, it means the baggage compartment of the car was open and then it closed down on the end of the branch. See, it snapped off when the car moved.
You sound like that's worth knowing.
It might be worth something. Highway patrol turns up an abandoned car with a piece of mulberry branch caught on it. I drove back to headquarters and turned the charred envelope over to the lab. Then I went in and reported to Captain Stinson.
Sounds like the Gordon brothers, all right.
I'd bet on it. If they're in the habit of ditching their cars, we better check on all the stolen and abandoned. If we find the car, we know which way they're headed.
I'll send out a bulletin on it. What did Lab say about the envelope?
We're in pretty bad, Captain, but they think they can restore it. Take time, though.
Well, if they can bring out that Mexican postmark, it might tell us where the Gordons plan to cross the border.
That's what I was thinking. They won't go through a regular border station. It'll be an illegal crossing. And they'll probably have a hideaway arranged on the other side.
Yeah, probably other members of the Crawford gang.
I figure they'll try to make it before tomorrow morning. They're making their big run tonight.
Well, head south, Dave, toward the border. We'll relay all information to you as it comes up.
I better get charcoal out of the barn and hitch up my horse trailer.
Yeah, good idea. Wherever they try to cross, it's a cinch it won't be good territory for a car.
The border stations are coverable, aren't they, in case they do try illegal crossing?
Now, their mugs are hanging in every customs house from Brownsville to El Paso. FBI has given them extra cover, and the Mexican police are helping, too.
I better get going then. So long, Captain.
So long, Jay, and good luck.
I loaded charcoal into the horse trailer and headed south, aiming to the center of the border near Valverde County so I could change my direction fast either way. I kept a lead foot on the gas pedal. Toward sundown, I was just outside El Dorado when the radio dispatcher came through telling me to call headquarters. I got Captain Stinson on long distance.
Mulberry branch is staying off, please. Abandoned car was seen reported as haunted found before the doctor in county.
How long ago?
Less than 15 minutes. And the motor was still warm. Highway patrol was throwing up road marks all morning without the bed. We can't be far out of Stockton.
Be planning to try a border crossing in Presidio or Brewster County then. Any report on that burned envelope?
We're working on it, Jay. You better head for Fort Stockton. If they do get past our block, they're within 90 miles of the border.
I'll do my best, Captain. So long.
Well, it's another baseball summer with ball fans all over the country watching their favorites and baseball champions all over the major leagues eating their Wheaties. Yup, and do they eat their Wheaties. The Philadelphia Phillies, Ashton and Ennis. The Cleveland Indians, Lemon and Boudreaux. Stan Musial of the St. Louis Cards. George Kell of the Detroit Tigers. Pee Reese, the Dodgers. They're all getting their Wheaties, breakfast of champions. And you know, so are a lot of other smart people. Folks who want high-stepping energy to stride through their mornings high, wide, and handsome. They're getting Wheaties, too. Are you? Well, listen, you may not play ball for a living, but you can use Wheaties energy. You can use Wheaties vitamins, minerals, and proteins. You can use breakfast of champions, too. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flavor.
A whole golden kernel rolled out flat and full. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. That's why Wheaties can do so much and help send you through the morning on high. That's why Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You have some. Wheaties, the crisp way to get your whole wheat. Tomorrow morning, make yours milk and fruit and Wheaties. Breakfast of champions. See for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. I started for the roadblock area in Pecos County, but I never got there. I was still 50 miles away when headquarters radioed me to contact them by phone. I had a feeling the news wasn't going to be good, and it wasn't.
We can forget about Pecos County, Chief. The Gordons broke through our roadblock.
Where?
The back roads near Horry. They turned atomic gun on the highway patrol and the sheriff's car.
Kill anybody?
Two. And two more badly wounded. The men were just found and they stand for a radio call. It happened 2 hours ago.
Then the Gordons could be at the border by now.
The wildest part of it, Chief. You'll have to guess what. Just a second. Here it is, Dave. Lab report on the burned office.
Where was it mailed from?
Here, right across the Rio Grande from the Santiago Mountains. That country's murdered.
Worse for them than for us. River's swollen by spring rains. They'll need a boat to cross.
County sheriff's coming through the mountains with coffee. 10 miles each side.
I'll get as close as I can by car and then Charcoal and I'll ride in. If Arthale's corner them, we'll have them.
You're the closest ranger you may take. But those men are dangerous. You want to wait for some help?
No time for waiting. Now's the time for getting them. You'll hear from them. South of Booster County, the world comes to an end. I drove as far as I could and met one wing of the sheriff's posse where Maravillas Creek runs into the Rio Grande. Any sign of them, Sheriff?
Nope. Got men working in from the other side of the mountain, Paul.
Get my horse and ride in with you a ways. Then we can split and fan out.
Good. Mighty fine horse, Ranger.
Bev, come on, Sergeant. Which of your men knows this section best?
Jaime Sanchez, I reckon.
I'd like him to ride with me when we split.
Oh, he'd be proud to. Sanchez! You want me for something, Sheriff? Ranger wants you to ride with him. That's good with me.
Thanks, Sanchez. You got your signal arranged with the rest of your posse?
3 shots. 2 seconds between each one.
Good. Let's ride.
All right, men. Mount up.
We'll follow the river, and then you can drop off in pairs and head in toward the peak. Sheriff will pair you off. If you hit ground too rough for your horses, tie them off and move through on foot.
All got that? All right, let's move. Come on,
We moved along the river, closing in a circle and hoping that Joe and Tiny Gordon were inside of us. The country got rougher and no horse could have taken us without the light of the moon. Officer paired off and cleaned out. Finally, the sheriff and his last deputy turned off. Sanchez and I went on alone. How far are we from Boquilla, Sanchez?
About 5 miles, senor, and we'll be right across the Rio.
We better turn toward the beach then.
We can't go in very far in the horses. Maybe we should leave them right here. Easy to find again.
You're probably right. Whoa, over.
Oh.
Tie him off over here.
There are some cabins up here in the mountains, but the men we are after wouldn't know about them.
What kind of cabin?
Old hunters' cabins from long ago when there was good hunting. But most of the game is gone. Nobody lives in them anymore.
No. The Gordons might know about them anyhow.
You said they do not know this country.
Yeah, they could have been told. Meeting somebody in Mexico. Some of that gang might have come through here before. That's why they picked this spot.
They're in such a hurry, though, I don't think they would stop.
They would if the big boy got tired.
The big boy?
Tiny Gordon, pigeon-toed. Something wrong with his feet. Big and heavy. Carrying a lot of weight. He's going to slow down in this one.
I think you're right, Ranger Pearson.
We ain't got good teeth. We still got 'em plenty in here.
Cabins in the territory we're covering?
Yes, 2 of them.
Now, let's take a look.
Yes, the first one is right up this way to the left, about 2 miles in.
Take care of the doorway and keep your gun ready while I go in.
But you better have your gun ready, too.
Don't worry, I got him. Watch it.
Nobody here. Come in.
Lamp here. I'll light it.
Something wrong with the lamp, you know?
No, I don't think I'll light it after all. Use your flashlight instead.
Yeah. There.
Feel the glass. Lamp.
Warm?
Use less than half an hour. Did any of the posse reach here before?
I don't see how. They all turning further back.
I mean the group working in from the other side.
No, they came all the way from Hot Springs further than where we start. That's where the sheriff's deputy went to get them.
Flash your light around. Wait. Wait, turn on that chair. That's like somebody's sitting there on the floor. Great spot on the floor. That's with his legs straight out. The quaking was done by his heels.
Ooh, you have a good eye.
That's my leg. My heels reach those marks?
No, not quite so far, but why do you do that?
Because I'm 6 feet tall. And the sat in that chair is taller. Tiny Gordon is 6'3". Look around and see which way they headed.
I think this way, Ranger Pearson.
Why? What'd you find?
Somebody step on these dead logs, take off a piece of the bark.
Yeah. There's prints there, too. And flash your light.
Yes.
2 steps. One of them was a toes turn. Throw the light back.
Yes, that's good.
First one through here held the branch back for the other to pass. Knocked off a few berries. Crushed them on the ground.
Still wet from the juice.
We got direction now. Let's move. Better put that light up.
They're headed for the Rio, all right. Should we fire the gun now to signal for the posse?
No, we're too close. Gordon's might hear us too. Probably think they're stationed here. They don't know we've got a postmark. Better chance of getting them cold if they don't know.
You think they're going to fight if we catch them?
With murder charges in a couple of states, they got nothing to lose. They'll fight the plan. They left the place all the way. Easy to follow even by moonlight. Got pressure as we moved along and saw more and more spots where Tiny Gordon had stopped to rest. And the pace spots where Joe Gordon had moved around restlessly waiting for him. It wasn't long before we could hear the lapping of the Rio Grande as the foothills dipped down from it. And then we heard them moving and talking in the reeds at the edge of the river.
How do you know? How do you know they got a letter? Let's play it, Jim. No, we didn't move on a phone schedule. Oh, they don't talk. We'll go back to that cabin and hold up again until tomorrow night. Why keep it peace here? Maybe Indians or something. Hey, now who's out of these tramping around? What are you, Daniel Boone or something? Why, Northwood told me to try and do it. Come on,
You figured that one. Expecting a pickup from the Mexican side.
It's in the boat. Whether you concern with food and flag. You tried to carry a Tommy gun away. You were flopping around in there. You killed yourself and me too. I might kill you someday, Joe. Keep your mouth off. Come on, try it. I'll show you a brain. Why you? You want to put me in your Joe?
Well, they got 45. Let's go, in. Let's move in the station. took each his position, and I straightened up.
Tiny! Joe! I'm a Texas Ranger. There's a posse of 20 men in the hills. You're surrounded. Will you come out? That won't do you any good. Open up front. That's the posse signal, Tiny. They'll all be heading this way. What's the matter, Tiny? Your gun empty? Why is it, Hey! How'd you fellas ever kill anybody? You don't even come close. Where are you, you hick? Oh, come on, you chicken hick. I'm over here, senor. The rest of the posse will be here soon. It'll be daylight. We'll starve you out and burn you out. You're hogtied. You better give up while you can. I ain't giving up. I'll take all you hick with me. Come on, Joe. Wait, in. Come this way, son. Now's your chance, Sonny. You dirty pig. All right, Francis. Fire thing off.
This job's almost finished.
Almost finished. They look like it's finished good.
And the rest of the crosser gang is from across the river. And a nice surprise for them if they come over in their boat. Posse will be here soon, and we'll be able to take them by surprise.
Easier than these two, senor. You know, I don't think they like us very much.
I saw what they did to a deputy sheriff when I was a kid. I didn't like the Gordon brothers very much either.
Two hours later, other members of the Crawford gang were surprised and captured without resistance when they crossed the Rio Grande to keep their rendezvous with the Gordon brothers. They were turned over to federal authorities to stand trial for their crimes.
Well, partner, whether you're riding the Texas Prairie or smelting steel in Pittsburgh, first you need your Wheaties. Yep, breakfast of champions for folks with big things to do. It's a brighter morning and a better job when you begin a good breakfast with Wheaties. Here's why. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. That's why Wheaties can give so much. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals, protein too. Whole wheat energy to help you stride through the morning high, wide, and handsome. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. That's how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try it. Golden plate, crisp plate, Wheaties plate. Have some tomorrow with milk and fruit. And see yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Next week, Joe McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joe McRae will soon be seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Trim. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Tom McKee, Tom Holland, Jack Gruson, Byron Kane, and Jay Novello. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murtaugh, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
And it's the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Tuesday night to the Benny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. Tomorrow, Rose Sampson sings with the Summer Symphony on...
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week. and Wheaties present Joe McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Of the Texas Rangers, starring Joe McCrea as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the oldest and most famous law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Quicksilvers.
At 11:30 on the night of May 22nd, 1947, the Stockholm Ranch, located in the middle of Carson County, Texas, was dark most of the night. And the occupants were awakened by the barking of a dog. What's the matter, Flo?
You hear these dogs?
Well, kinda. Across the street.
The dogs and shut up real fast.
You might have took off there.
No, they kept on barking and it sounded like
be quiet a second.
Can you hear anything now?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Let's take a look and see. They ain't like Jeep to bark at nothing and then shut up. What's the matter?
Just somebody came in the house.
Oh, you probably just heard the kids talking in the street.
No, I could have done it to you.
All right, I'll put on a light and have a look.
Now, tell me what. I want to go and see him again.
It's National Wheaties Week.
Time to buy Wheaties, eat Wheaties, buy more Wheaties, eat more Wheaties. Time to join America in a brighter morning. Sure, it's National Wheaties Week. Everybody's eating. You have them too. Have them for fun, have them for flavor, have them for feeling good and working good and looking good. Have Wheaties for any reason at all, but get them. Whole wheat, crisp whole wheat, golden whole wheat. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. You try them. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. It's National Wheaties Week.
On May 29, 1947, the bodies of Jim and Flo Stockholm and their 10-year-old son Carl were discovered by a plenty-of cars. Sheriff Lockins notified the Texas Rangers, and Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
Blazing just like it was, Jake. Looking for the bodies.
Oh, that's it, Sheriff.
Yeah.
And all three of them in their night clothes, you said.
Yeah. This here's Jim and Flo's bedroom.
I see. This those mucked up. Whoever did the killing woke them up.
I see the dog woke him.
Oh, yeah. Jeep, you said.
Found him dead a piece from the house. Clubbed over the head.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's say Flo and Jim Stockholm were awakened by the dog. Jim'd get up to see what was the matter. Flo went with him probably to see if the kid's car was okay.
They didn't get no further than this room here, right outside the bedroom.
Yeah, three of them. Funny Jim Stockholm didn't have a gun.
Yeah. If he thought somebody was in the house or prowling around outside, he'd have grabbed his gun.
Unless something stopped him.
What are you thinking about, James?
Just as the killer might have got in Carl.
That's right over here.
But maybe Carl spotted the killer, hollered, and that'd make both Jim and Flo jump out.
Yeah. Jim wouldn't think of grabbing his gun.
Window here has been jimmied up. You see that?
Yeah. I guess you're right. We're coming this way. Kid saw him. Yeah.
Tried to get out. Got as far as the room out here.
Here's what they were doing with you.
old-fashioned flat iron.
Yes, used at the doorstep. So let's grab it and use it. Wonder why he didn't shoot.
How far away is the next ranch, Sheriff?
6 miles at least. Why?
I'm just figuring maybe the killer didn't want to risk the noise of shots. Must have picked up the flat iron.
Right, sure, a little slip through.
Didn't want anybody to be able to identify him.
Well, what now, Jay?
I'd like to fine-tune this house for fingerprints. Meantime, I got a few things I'd like you to find out in town. There were no fingerprints anywhere, except those we knew of the murdered people. The motive for the crime was robbery. Jim Stockholm kept fairly large sums of money on hand to pay cash for whatever he bought. We didn't find a penny in the house. The whole thing looked hopeless. Like the sheriff said when he came back to the Stockholm ranch.
Yeah, coroner can't give us much, Dave. We know we're telling how long they've been dead.
You could find out what day the murders were committed. We had something, not much, but something.
Yeah, but how? How are you going to find that out?
Nobody saw the Stockholms before they were killed?
For sure, Jim went into town on the 22nd week ago. Out here, if nobody sees his neighbor for a week, then hasn't thought about it.
So the murders could have been committed any time between the 22nd and the day the bodies were discovered.
That's the way it sized it up, Jay. Well, they've got at least a week to make tracks for, well, Texas is big.
And Sheriff, that fence there, near the corral.
Look at the hogs, damn it. Hey, the hogs are gone.
Yeah, busted through. Come on.
I never noticed it before. I never thought about looking for the hogs.
We would. Look here, Sheriff, where the fence is busted through. Look at these. Hogs are lots of them, caught on the broken part of the rail. Hogs broke out and pushed through here.
Yeah, but look at here, Jay. What's it got to do with what we're after?
What made these hogs go wild and break out? It's my guess they got awful hungry.
Sure. They went looking for something to eat.
We're going to the barn and take a look at the hog feed. Then we're going into town. We found 2 sacks of hog feed in the barn. 2 of them were full, unopened. The third had just about enough mash taken out for 1 feeding. Sheriff Larkins and I went into town, and the sheriff asked a few questions I wanted answered, and I checked at the feed store.
Sure, Jim Stockholm bought all his feed in here, Ranger.
You remember when he was in last, man?
I bet I do. Last time anybody saw him.
The 22nd?
That's it.
What'd he buy?
3 sacks of hog mash.
Got all the information you wanted, Jay.
Thanks, Sheriff. Now, man, is there anything else you can remember about that day? Stockholm seemed troubled or anything?
No, he just stopped in for a minute. All he said was he had to get back to the mash. It was all out.
Are you sure of that?
As sure as I'm standing here.
And you're sure it was the 22nd?
I can make it real sure, Ranger. Got all my sales in this book. See. Yes, here it is. 22nd. 3 sacks of hog mash. Jim Stockholm.
Thank you, man. Let's go, Sheriff.
You're welcome, Ranger.
You helped a lot.
What have we got, Jay?
The Stockholms were killed on the 22nd.
What do you know?
Jim Stockholm bought these 3 sacks of feed on the 22nd. He said he was all out at the ranch. He had to get home and feed the hogs. We found 2 of the bags unopened.
Yeah, and the third with only about enough mash out of it to give the hogs 1 meal.
Which means he fed the hogs on the 22nd, but he didn't the next day or the next.
Or he was dead.
That's it. Now, we've got a lot of checking to do, and it's all going to hinge around the 22nd. We questioned everybody, but it all added up to a big round zero. Everybody knew Jim Stockholm and liked him. He didn't have an enemy. Everyone we questioned could account for his crime on the 22nd. Nobody'd seen a stranger in town. So I played a hunch. Sheriff Larkins and I rode over to the Stockholm ranch trying to pick up anything. Then about 8 miles north of the ranch, we got a break.
Hey, Jay! Jay!
Yeah, Sheriff. What do you got, Sheriff?
I don't know. Looks like hash. Empty peas down there, too.
Mm-hmm. Looks like somebody cooked himself a meal here.
Horses' tracks around here, too. One horse.
Yeah. Like they might be about a week old.
Might not mean a thing, Chase. Could be anybody's horse.
Sure could, but nobody in town saw a stranger. At a time like that, people notice a stranger right away. But if a man came riding from this direction, chances are nobody'd see him.
Still could be anybody.
I know. Now I'm going to take a real close look.
Okay, I'll cover this part.
Good. Sheriff, come here.
Get something?
I think so. Look. Tie this horse to this machine. See? The horse stood here, keeping his feet broken off. And here's something else. Take a look. It's good.
Just ordinary earth.
Take a good look.
Difference in the earth around here.
Sure is. Different color and different texture. Sheriff, I got a hunch this rake scraped off a boot when he got back in the tank. Scraped off by a stirrup.
Here's a bigger hunk of it.
Ready for it. You ever see dirt like this around here?
Well, house in a funny shape.
I came against the instep of a boot as it hit this thing. You have any rain around here lately?
Right, of course.
Only one way where it's packed up in an instep if it's wet. The man who left this couldn't have come far. Come on. Let's see if we can find a couple of his footprints. We picked up a few prints and took their measurements. Then we went back into town and I asked them more questions. Meantime, I sent the earth samples to the lab for analysis. By the time I got back to my headquarters, Captain Stinson had the report.
Looks like this earth came from southwest Wheeler County, Jake. At least the lab thinks so.
Wheeler County southwest, huh? On a fifth, Captain.
Fifth what?
That part of Wheeler County is not far from Stockholm Range.
Oh, it isn't.
Just about as far as it would take wet earth to dry out and get hard enough to scrape off a man's boot.
Yeah, I see. What else you got?
A few horse hairs I picked off from his sheepfoot. Looks like the fellow was riding a sow. And something else. Plastic cast of his boot print.
Mm-hmm. That's a pretty big boot.
Big man. Maybe 6'2" or 3.
You're right. But there are no fingerprints. There's no real evidence. This fellow whose boot prints you got might have been anybody. Might never have gone near the Stockholm Ranch.
Yeah, I know that, Captain.
You didn't pick up any of his boot prints around the house, did you?
No, the place is pretty messed up. A lot of people got there before I did.
Yeah, that's one break a sin will always get. If only people'd stay away. If only they'd have enough sense to realize.
Sure, but they don't. They don't mean any harm, though.
Okay, what's next? Look for a man 6'2" or 3 riding a foal?
I'd like to, Captain.
Starting where?
Well, Texas, I guess.
It's National Wheaties Week.
Yup, and in celebration of National Wheaties Week, when everybody eats Wheaties, even trombone players, here's that well-known radio musician, Abe Lincoln. Honest, his name really is Abe Lincoln. And here he is stepping out from behind the scenes to say, "Get your Wheaties." Oh, come on, Abe. You didn't come out from the trombone to say just that.
No, but that's the idea. Folks, the Wheaties Big Parade has been bringing you some pretty solid entertainment this summer. I can say it because I've worked along with all the other fellas helping put this entertainment on the air. And now it's National Wheaties Week, and we hope that every one of you who's enjoyed these programs will go out and get your Wheaties. The backstage folks like me, the people whose voices you usually never hear, we'd sure like it if we thought you'd enjoy our programs enough to go out and get some Wheaties. If you like the Texas Rangers, buy a box of Wheaties on Monday, will you?
Thanks, and tonight, Abe, remember, it's National Wheaties Week. I kicked around for a few days, covering all the ground I could between the Stockholm Ranch and Wheeler County, and then I reported back to Captain Stinson. And I picked up something interesting, Captain.
Like what, Dave?
Weather report. Even Nacogdoches County, places I've marked in red had rain within the last 3 weeks.
Oh? Well, what about it?
Well, this place, right here. The only spot of the marked places that will show the same on Earth we had analyzed. That's it.
Mm-hmm. So it's narrowed down to that. But you can't arrest a man just because he happened to be in a place where it rains.
I know I'm working on a cheap thing, but there's no other lead, nothing. Might be I'll hit a stone wall or pick up some folks who just happen to pass through the spot where we found the Prince of Earth, but the chance gap's the only one.
Well, suppose you chase down that lead in Wheeler County and your man's gone.
I don't expect to find him there. He left there and landed at Stockholm mines, maybe.
It left no fingerprints. There's not a single piece of evidence.
Still the only lead.
You want to stick to Wheeler County, huh?
Not his Captain. Maybe pick up a description of a possible suspect.
Well, where are your thoughts?
Well, here's what I think. The man we're looking for is a drifter. Maybe a folk that picks up work here and there together. The fact that he ate a can of beans and cooked it himself means he didn't have a nickel to buy a decent meal, even though he was near a town. That term's usually a drifter. He made a buck here and a nickel there. You see what I mean?
All right, Jake. Play the hunt. But if the lead peters out...
I'm hoping it won't. See you later.
You keep in touch.
Yeah. Radio or phone. So long. A little while later, I was in Wheeler County, southwest. I checked one ranch after another, some big, some small. What I wanted to know was, had anyone seen a man about 6'2" or 3, a man who owned a sorrow and didn't have steady work? I once read where a man found a needle in a haystack. Did it on a bet. Well, my needle could be in any haystack. Then on the Claudette ranch near Ramsville, I ran into something.
Sure, I remember a folk about like that, Ranger. Dick had himself a car.
Did he work for you, Mr. Edwards?
Couple of days. Drifted in looking for something to do. I don't usually have work for more than my own hand, but this fella come in just about when I needed somebody else, and...
What was his name?
Yeah, that was it,
Now, when was he here?
Oh, let me see now. That'll be around the 19th, 20th.
When did he leave?
Do something, Ranger?
I don't know, Mr. Edwards, but I'd sure like to hear everything you know about him.
Well, he worked for a couple of days, then come in and asked him for his pay. That was maybe the 22nd.
Are you sure?
Pretty darn sure.
It's awfully important.
All right, I'm sure. He had a spell of rain about then. I had him mend the roof. He didn't like it now.
Did he say where he was going? Anything at all?
Didn't say, and I didn't ask. Just handed him his pay. Saw him in town later and dropped it in a card game. Then he lit out.
All right. Now I want the best description of him you can possibly give me. Everything you can remember. What he looked like, how he talked, acted.
Try it, Ranger. But how are you going about finding him? By now, he might be clear in the mix. Anything.
I'm going to do my best, Mr. Edwards. And I'm not sure that's going to be enough. I got a description of all this. 6'2", dark hair, road of sorrow, tight lips, and not too easy to get along with, black mustache. Funny how little people notice things unless it's something they really want to see. What description we had was sent out. 50 false leads came through, 100. But every once in a while, one came through that meant something else. Captain Simpson and I talked it over.
Well, maybe it is something, Jake. Look.
100 different leads, but there's one that shows up every so often. This one. Same description. Drifter, gambles a lot, had a dozen different jobs.
There was something else, Jake. Look at the pattern here.
I am. This one keeps moving southwest, always away. The others jump around. The last report came from San Carlo 2 days ago. I want to mosey into San Carlo and see if I can pick up anything from there. I figure this always moving slow. He's counting on being safe by now.
What if you find him? There's still not much evidence. We'd have to get a confession out of him. Nothing we've got will stick in a court.
I got an idea about that. Let me try it. In San Carlo, I picked up a few more scraps about all. From what I'd learned, figure out his next move. He gambled a lot, so every town I hit, I asked questions. I went to ranches and asked about poker games and trap games. Orwell was like quicksand. Yeah, he was here. Left. Uh-huh. He was there. Left after picking up a few dollars. The pattern stayed the same. Always moving southwest. Then on the McNellis ranch near the New Mexico border.
Orwell? You say Orwell, Randy?
That's the name. He's riding a sour horse.
Well, I don't like to say for sure, but I took on a fella named of Orwell, and he did come in riding tall. As soon as we hit the bunkhouse, he tried to shake up the folks against us.
Where's he now?
Well, I sent him out this morning to ride transit. Stock 53.
How long ago did he leave?
Oh, 3 or 4 hours. Maybe a month.
Tell me something. Did he have any money when he left this morning?
Funny you asked about that, Randy. Matter of fact, he touched me for $5 against any pay he had coming. He ought to be coming back soon now. Any time to touch.
He touched you for $5. He won't be back for chow. I'm going after him. I followed the fence rider's trail. It was well into the afternoon when I spotted the rider. I took off my badge and settled my pocket, put my gun in my waistband under my jacket, and caught up with him. Howdy.
Who are you?
Name's Pearson. You're Orwell, huh?
Yeah, why?
Boss sent me out to look for you.
Oh.
Yeah, foreman back at Mellis.
What for?
You got to get back to the north fence.
He wasn't working there when I left.
It got took on. I guess we'd better get back to the north fence. Boss says it's important.
That's so.
Say, come to think of it, you're not even on the ranch anymore. I guess the boundary fence a piece back.
All right, I got news for you, mister. I ain't riding steady. Now you take off. You see about that north fence.
Huh? You mean you're quitting?
Right the first time, mister. Now, so long.
Hey, hold it a minute. You're downright unsociable.
Oh. You're downright nosy.
Me? I didn't mean to be. Say, you mind if I ride a piece with you?
Yeah, I do.
I kind of like company.
So if you was just took on at the Mellis place. Seems to me you're riding along this way.
No, I got no hankering for work either. Not for 500 in my dreams.
500? A coke like you is 500?
Got lucky in trap game night before last.
Then why'd you take the job?
Oh, man can always use a couple more bucks. Well, I guess I'll be riding on.
Hey, wait. Huh? Okay. I kind of like company myself. You want to ride a piece with me?
We rode on the rest of the day, and I found out Orwell was planning to head into Mexico. He bedded down early. And along toward midnight, when Orwell thought I was asleep, he raised up and moved towards me. Something you want, my saddlebag, Orwell?
I thought you were asleep.
No. Don't reach for it, Orwell. I'll blow your head off.
What are you getting your head up for?
When it starts to go through my saddlebags when I'm sleeping, I get touchy.
No need for that, son.
Yeah?
Sure.
Wasn't looking for 500, Lee.
You call me a crook?
You name it, Orwell.
You are sassy. Okay. Put that gun away, kid. You act like a kid. I think I'll just look at the cigarette.
Sure. If I didn't, you'd be got the strap. Okay, bring that saddlebag. Cigarettes are in it.
Yeah, sure. Left or right?
Right.
There you go. You open it this time. Hey, what's that in there?
Stuff. Okay. The cigarettes are wrapped up in that piece of blanket. Help yourself.
Cigarettes from you? Feels like a ton of iron.
Could be. Anything wrong, Orwell?
What do you think you're carrying around?
Why? I knew a man once carried around a couch outside the establishment.
Why are you carrying it?
No. Why you asking? Who are you? I told you. Name's Pearson. Jake Pearson. Cigarettes are there. Help yourself.
I don't want to get.
Speak yourself. Mind handing me that flat iron, Orwell? Why? I just hand it. Go on. Go on, hand it. No. You're okay, Orwell. You're not scared of coyotes, are you? Get up. Yeah, it's a good enough. Maybe I carry it further. Get up. Hand me the cup. Pick it up. It's not so heavy. Heavy enough. Man can pick it up like this. Lift it up over his head and bring it down. Why not?
No. Hold it. Stand still. Don't run. Hold it, Orwell. I'm warning you. Hold it. Don't shoot yet.
Not like I'm asking.
Who are you?
That's the thing, dude.
Figure I get caught up.
You better start going, Orwell. You're not hurt too bad. Even by moonlight kind of spoils a man's aim. Come on, let's go. William Orwell confessed to the murders of Jim and Florence Stockholm and their son Charles. On July 15th, 1947, Orwell was convicted. He sentenced death in the electric chair. Joel McRae, your Texas Rangers, asked me to ask you to have some Wheaties. Yes, have some Wheaties because it's National Wheaties Week. The week when everybody goes out and buys a box and enjoys a dish of America's famous whole wheat plate. Start early in National Wheaties Week so you'll have time to buy them and eat them and buy some more and eat some more. Wheaties, that is. And while you're enjoying them, partner, you're getting wide-awake energy, whole wheat energy. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. Begin a better breakfast with Wheaties and see if you don't find yourself striding high, wide, and handsome right through the morning. Rangers can ride better, salesmen can sell better, plumbers can plumb better with a better breakfast. Milk and fruit and Wheaties. Get yours. Breakfast of champions. It's National Wheaties Week.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of the case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, D.J. Thompson, Byron Kane, Lou Krugman, and Russell Simpson. This story was transcribed and adapted by Russell Hughes, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. Hal Gibney speaking.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen on Tuesday night to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. Remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties, put the best into it. Dance to it, toot, toot, toot. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties, put the champion food. Wheaties, the breakfast of champions.
Tomorrow, Sigmund Romber conducts the Summer Symphony on NBC.
Wheaties presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties Big Parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case, the broken spurs.
Saturday night, June 5th, 1948. Time, 10 p.m. On a small ranch 10 miles south of Cranston, Irwin County, Texas, Milton Thomas was counting a large sum of money. The territories are locking it up tonight. As he was counting, his dog Rags appeared to be near. Thomas tried to fight.
Rag, stop that. You're making me count wrong. 15, Now stop it, sir. Quiet there. Down. Who's there? What do you want, Casey? It's awfully nice to be knocking at people's doors. Not easy about that, Lorna. That's good. What are you trying to do?
Get your dog back. That's the same thing. Get away from that dog. Give me that money.
No, I won't.
You ass boy.
No, don't take it.
Get up. Let go of my leg. Let's go. All right, then. Sales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
If you've got a job to do tomorrow, partner, get your Wheaties. Sure, breakfast of champions is for you. Just like it's for Ralph Kiner, client of the Pittsburgh Pirates. You may not play ball for a living, but whatever your job is tomorrow, you can do it better on a better breakfast. And it's a better breakfast you're starting with Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. Yes, whole wheat. Good, sound, whole wheat. Pumped and light and bursting with vitamins and minerals and protein for your vitality, your energy, your working power. So tumble the Wheaties out of the package, pour on the milk, put on the fruit, pick up the spoon, and smile. You're eating good to be feeling good. Breakfast of champions for people who are going places. Are you ready? Fine. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
At 10:30 the same night, Milton Thomas's house was discovered on fire. The Cranston Fire Department was called. Next morning, the local sheriff, making a routine investigation, discovered the burnt remains of a broken chair next to Thomas's body. He ordered an autopsy. The results prompted him to call the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case and arrived at the scene of the fire early that afternoon.
Well, howdy, Ranger. I'm Sheriff Tack.
Howdy. My name's Jace Pearson.
Come on, I'll show you the house. Or what's left of it. All right, folks, step back, please.
Shouldn't have all these people walking around here, Sheriff, doing any footprints there might be.
I had my deputy here just a few minutes ago, Pearson. I sent him down to get some coffee. All right, folks, step back away from the house, all of you. Now get back to the fence, please.
All burned out except for the walls, but you may find something. You said when you called you didn't think it was an accident.
I've been sheriff here for 18 years, and I'll stake my reputation it wasn't. It was art to cover murder.
Based that on the autopsy?
Yep. Coroner couldn't find any trace of the carbon granules in the bronchial patches or lungs, and only the normal amount of carbon monoxide in the lungs.
Indicating Milt Thomas wasn't breathing when the fire started.
Right. This was the front door. Burned off the hinges and fell out.
What? A lock on this door. Special kind. Takes the key on both sides. When the door is shut, you have to have a key to get out of the house as well as in.
Oh, that, yeah. Bill was a funny old dude.
Had them put on both doors. The windows had pick locks, too. Why? Well, folks say he kept a lot of money in the house. Maybe just a store. This lock's still working. Let's look at the back door. Oh, here's what you left in Milt's old iron safe. Open like that when you found it? Yes. Empty, too. This lock's not forced or broken. Kind of hard to tell much about anything after the roof fell in. Yeah, it's a mess, all right. Same kind of lock here on the back door. It's working, too. Meaning whoever started the fire was locksy? Well, look here. Whoever it was, here's where he went out. See that window glass outside on the ground? Climb out and look. See? You didn't break it. It's not phased. It was knocked out from inside. And do you think the killer was trapped inside? Could have been, after he set fire to the place. How about footprints, Sheriff? Oh, there's thousands of them. Volunteer firemen tramped around all during the fire. Wait, here's one. Looks like a spur round. Exactly what it is. Broken off a spur. Right below where the window was. Maybe busted off by a man jumping out the window with his tail feathers on fire? Maybe. I don't envy him, I'm Jason. How come? Well, as a clue, the spur rowel's probably mighty important. But what, Sheriff? I was just thinking. There probably ain't over 10 million spurs in the state of Texas with rowels just like the one you got there in your hand. Well, your figure may be a little high, Sheriff, but I get your point. Hey, Jack. Yeah, what do you think you're doing, Jack?
What's the matter, Sheriff?
You know darn well what's the matter. I told you to keep back.
I was just looking around.
Well, stop kicking around those axes. And the rest of you. That's evidence you're tramping on.
We didn't mean no harm.
Now listen, all of you. The last time I'm going to tell you. How'd you like it if we thought one of you was the criminal, coming back to the scene of the crime and deliberately trying to destroy evidence? Oh. Okay, then. Get back or get off the property altogether. Books say that's generally not true, Sheriff. Huh? About the criminal on the scene of the crime. Happens only once in 1,000 times. Oh, I know it. I just want to throw a scare in him. I see. Oh, by the way, who was that fellow you were talking to? Him? His name is Casey. Jack Casey. The sheriff and I went over the yard thoroughly, but any footprints the murderer might have left were trampled out by the fireman in the onlooker. Finally, some distance from the house, I found the place I was looking for. Sheriff? Come over here. What is it? Look, this way took off now. Footprints. Dug out in an awful hurry, too. The horse tethered to the tree. Seems to me any man who had legitimate business with the house would have tied up closer, don't you? That's what I'm thinking. Look here. Horse feet on the tree. Might be a cripple. We find our man, we'll likely find a horse with shoes on his feet then. See, these tracks head west toward Snake Creek. You got a horse, Sheriff? I can get one. Good. I'll get mine out of the trailer. We're going to follow those footprints. Hold it, Sheriff. Keep your horse off that bank. Why? What's the matter? Footprints. Good question. I thought for a minute you'd seen a moccasin. This thing's full of cotton miles. I'll take my skip and make some plaster molds of these prints. He dismounted here and led his horse across. Yeah, probably afraid of slipping on those flat mossy rocks. Small foot. Size 7 or 8, I'd say. Odd track pattern, too. Not likely he was toting a heavy load. Probably a fat man. Fat? Yeah, look at his tracks. Beef. Even in the dry places. I make tracks as deep as those, way over 200, but I ain't exactly fat. Well, you're not fat, Sheriff. But what size boot do you wear? 11 and a half? You ever see a man your height make a footprint this small? Come to think of it, I don't suppose I ever did. Now, wait a minute. That man who was poking around the ashes back at the house. Casey, what? Yeah, Jack Casey. What about him? He's fast. Sheriff, was he driving a car or riding? Stacy was riding his old pink mare. Say, she's a cribber. Then I'm going to need a warrant. As soon as I get this mold, I'm heading for town. Sheriff, either the books are wrong, or this Casey is 1 in 1,000.
Operator, this is Jack Casey again. What about that call I've been trying to get through for the last hour and a half? Yeah, Money, Texas, the Delta Stone or something. I know it's somebody, that somebody's bound.
Oh, yes! What are you doing with that gun?
Oh, you. Operator. Hello, operator. And you said you'd call me back every 20 minutes. It was over half hour last time. Well, keep trying.
Jack, who are you trying to call? Well, what are you doing with your shotgun?
Leave me alone, Martha.
Where you been since noon? You were supposed to meet me at the States for dinner.
I know it. Who's that? Texas Ranger.
Jack, what have you done? Put that gun away.
Get in the back room.
You ain't fixing to shoot him, are you?
If I have to.
Jack, don't do it. Please, Jack, don't be...
Hold it, Ranger. Here we are. Put that gun down. You're not coming here. I've got a warrant here, so I can't. And I am.
Jack, put it down.
Through that barrel. Give me that.
No.
That gun's a nasty thing to carry around the stock. I'll just take this. I want to look around a little. That's your bedroom?
Yeah.
Come on. Anything outside yours?
Yes, it is.
These your boots?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you break this spur?
Huh? Didn't know it was broken.
I'll take these boots along.
You want me to get it, Jack?
No.
Somebody gonna answer?
Yeah, sure. Hello? What? Never mind, Texas.
You better come along with me, Casey.
What's this all about, Ranger? Where are you taking Jack?
He thinks somebody killed Milt Thomas. Did Jack? He thinks I did.
No.
You seem to know some of the answers.
Some of them. Before we go, Ranger, I'd like to ask you one question.
Sure.
What time did this so-called murder take place?
About 10 o'clock last night.
10 o'clock. What, that's
I'll
when you...
handle it. Suppose I can prove where I was last night.
Just as anxious to prove a man innocent as guilty, Casey. Do you have any witnesses?
About 300 of them. At 10 o'clock last night, I was sitting in the Cranston High School auditorium watching my niece graduate.
In just a moment, we continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
If a man rides herd on 100 head of cattle all day, first he needs his greenies. Yes, if a man sits behind a big desk and puts his buttons on his job, first he needs his greenies. And listen, Mama, you too. If you keep track of a couple of growing up kids and wash dishes and make beds on your job, first you need your wheels. Jump whatever your job, wherever you work. Wheaties can help. Whether you run a machine or pound a typewriter or play baseball for a living, first you need your Wheaties. Because here is whole wheat with the rich, full-bodied energy of whole wheat. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. That's why Wheaties give so much. Vitamins, minerals, protein. Wheaties have them, and they're for you. Pour the Wheaties into the cereal bowl, add the milk, add the fruit, and dig right in. Do that at 7. See how much better you're working when 11 a.m. rolls around. Yes, try them every morning. Crisp and simple. See if I'm not right. See if a better breakfast with the whole wheat nourishment of Wheaties doesn't make a pleasant difference in your morning's work. See if milk, fruit, Wheaties isn't honest and truly breakfast of champions. See yourself how
Wheaties at 7, then milk at 11. Casey stuck to the alibi that he'd been at the graduation the night before. I already had enough evidence to take him in. While the sheriff was out asking questions around town, I tried to break down Casey's story.
I tell you I was.
All right, take it easy, Casey. Let's assume for a minute you were. And how do you account for the boot prints made by your boots and found near the scene of the crime?
Lots of people wear boots. Could have been anybody.
I'm afraid not. See, I made plaster casts of those prints, and the boots, the ones you admitted were yours, matched the prints to the last nail mark.
Well, I've tramped around this part of the country a lot of times. They could have been old prints.
These were fresh prints. Well, what about it?
I don't know.
All right, then. What about the rowel we found just outside Thomas' house? The one broken off your spur.
I don't know anything about that either.
There's no point in withholding information, Casey. You know we'll find out about it sooner or later.
How are you doing, Casey? Casey tried to come clean?
Not yet. What about the meat, Sheriff?
The neighbors say she and her family left on a vacation early this morning.
Know anything about that, Casey?
No. Too bad. Because I've had several interesting chats. Casey, I just talked to 4 people who were at the graduation exercises last night. 4 people who know you. And not one of them remembers seeing you there. I was at the high school last night, I tell you.
Casey, the sheriff talked to 4 people who didn't see you. Well, who did?
I don't know. In the dark in the auditorium.
Didn't you speak to anybody?
No. Thing had already started. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I talked to one of the ushers.
What was his name?
Wasn't a him, it was a her. One of the high school girls. Wearing a long pink dress.
Sheriff, who's the principal of the high school?
Mr. Shuck.
Warren Shuck. All right, lock Casey up. I'm going to find out who the ushers were, and especially the little girl with the long pink dress.
Why, yes, sir. I remember Mr. Casey being there. With Mrs. Casey.
Are you sure? This is very important.
Sure, I'm sure. They came in late and had to wait until the invitation was over. And then he asked for an aisle seat. He said he couldn't climb over people. So, well, you know.
Yeah, I know. And he didn't leave at any time during the exercises.
Not until near the end. They left just before the recessional while everybody was standing and singing the class song.
What time was that?
A few minutes before 11.
Oh, thank you very much. Bye.
Was I really helpful, Andy?
Yes, Ellen. You were a big... I was stuck. It looked like I was going to have to release Casey, and I remembered something. The phone call that came in while I was out at Casey's place. The one he'd been reluctant to answer. I dropped by the Cranston telephone office.
This is the call you wanted, Ranger.
What was it?
Mr. Jack Casey placed a call to the Delta Sawmill Company in Monee, Texas at 2:22 p.m. today. There was no answer, and when the Monee operator did get through, she called back at 3:40. But Mr. Casey had answered.
Do you know who the call was for?
Yes, sir. It was person to person to Mr. Benson.
Ben Casey.
Mr. Jack Casey's son.
Son. Well, do you know him?
I used to.
When?
Well, we went to high school together. Some of my girlfriends and I used to go places with Ben's bunch, but my mother made me stop. She said he wasn't the kind of boy that girls should run around with. And he finally left home. Couldn't get along with his stepmother.
Oh, then Mrs. Casey's not his mother.
Oh, no, Ranger. They used to fight. Oh.
Go on. This may be very important.
Well, I heard that she and Ben fought all the time, and then one day after they had a big fight, Ben packed up and left.
Well, when was this?
I reckon it was a couple of years ago. He went down to Monee then and got a job at that sawmill there.
What does this Ben look like?
He's a spitting image of his father, and just as fat, too.
Have you seen him lately?
I think it's supposed to. His father came and picked him up.
When?
Let's see, day before yesterday. Fine.
There's no doubt now why Jack Casey wasn't talking. He was protecting his own son. I put a call through to Mrs. Casey and met her at the sheriff's office.
I ain't saying this because he ain't no flesh and blood, Ranger, but Ben's bad, through and through. I might have known he was the one who killed Milt Thomas.
Mrs. Casey, tell me about Ben. He came in Friday, didn't he?
Yeah. Come in on the bus and stayed over Saturday. He wanted to borrow money. He's always broke, gambled.
That's right, Casey. Picked him up a couple of times again. Go on, Mrs. Casey.
Well, like I say, he wanted to borrow $50 from Jack, but Jack didn't have it. He just paid off a note to Milt Thomas, and he was kind of strapped.
Well, your husband owed Thomas money?
Yes, but it was the last time. Jack was joking about how Thomas always wanted fast money. Did he try to say?
Did Ben hear him say this?
He sure did, Sheriff. And then he talked around all day Saturday until we were getting ready to go to the commencement that night. And just before we left, he said he was going to use Jack's horse to go for a ride.
That night?
Yeah, seemed strange to me, too. And then he asked could he borrow a pair of Jack's boots. He was wearing flat heel shoes.
They wear the same size?
Oh, have, ever since I can remember. Well, anyway, we went on to the graduation. And when we got home, the mare was in the barn, still saddled, all sweaty. Looked like she'd been run almost to death. And Jack's boots were tossed on the floor, and Ben was gone.
All right, Miss Casey. That's all for now, and thanks.
You're welcome.
Come on, Sheriff. We're going on a little trip. Sheriff Paxton and I piled into my car and headed for Monique. As soon as we got out on the highway, I put in a call to my headquarters. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 leaving Cranston State Highway 22 en route to Monique. Investigating murder suspects believed in vicinity of Delta Sawmill. Will keep KTXA informed. Unit 10, 10-4.
Okay. KTXA on.
Sheriff, you know young Casey by sight, don't you?
Watch him grow up.
Good. If he's gone and we have to comb for him, I don't want to turn up the wrong fat man again.
Oh, you'd know him now, after seeing his father. Except for age, they're the same.
You mean except for age and the fact that the young one's a murderer? When we reached the sawmill, the moon was up. A full moon. There was a light burning through the window of one shack at the edge of the camp. We pulled up there and got out of the car and went in.
Well, howdy, Ranger.
Oh,
Sheriff.
we're looking for a man named Casey.
Ben Casey?
Yeah, you're on?
I don't know for sure. Sleeps in the big bunkhouse down the line.
Which bunk?
Show you if you like.
Fine. Sheriff, maybe you better take a look through the mess hall. That boy like him might be fixing a late snack. If you don't find him, come up and meet me. And if you do find him, call me before you try and take him.
Right? Bunkhouse is this way.
No light in the place.
Well, some of the boys are going into town for a moonlight dance. Don't know if Ben went with them or not.
Has he been packing any money that you know of?
What? Oh, yeah, come to think of it, he had quite a bit. Said he hit it lucky in a dice game, but he did get it in a dice game, didn't he?
If he did, the other fellow never got a chance to roll him.
Oh? Sure. I'll light the lamp for you. Ben sleeps in that third bunk on the right.
Thanks. I'll wait for him.
All right, I'll get back to my book then. Just answer the shipment that's being hauled out tonight. That's why you found me working.
Go ahead. But if you see Casey, don't mention I'm here. The foreman went back to his shack, and I ripped Ben Casey's bunk apart. There was nothing in the bunk but a cover. I dragged the footlocker out from underneath and was bending over it.
Up, Ranger. Up with him. Don't turn around.
They're up.
What are you doing here?
You're Ben Casey. You know what I'm doing. This is the end of the road, boy.
I'll take that lantern.
Be careful with that, Ben. Remember what happened the last time you dropped the lantern?
pretty smart, ain't you, mister? But I'm smart, too. Here's a present for you.
The lantern appeared to the bunk and a flaming kerosene flashed open. I beat the flames out with my hands and dove for the door. He rammed something against the outside of it. When I forced it open, I stumbled over a heavy log bench he'd used as a barricade.
Hey, Ranger, what is it? Casey! You see him, Sheriff? Well, somebody ran off that way. Where's the rail, Titan? Let's go.
We spotted him swinging up the side of a flat car as the train hit the main line and started to roll. We grabbed onto one of the last cars and scrambled to the top and started to work our way forward.
There he is. About 5 cars ahead. I can't see him. Kerosene scorched my eyes. He's up, all right, and shoot. Drop flat. We'll crawl up on him. He can't go any farther than the length of the train. There it goes. He's jumping. I see him. I'm going after him. Well, I'm coming with you. He's ready to
Nobody's close. About 10 yards in, not moving. Keep low. Their silhouette is good against this trail. What you doing, kid? Taking him off Jack. See if you can find a stick about 5 feet long. Here's a dead branch. This dude? Let's give it him. I'll put this branch in my coat sleeve. That's it. Here. And I tell you, hold it up. And give it. Come shoot him. Right. I'll fire this gun first.
All right, Casey. Come on with your hands up. It's your last chance, Casey.
Get the coat.
You got it. Come on.
Don't shoot me! Don't kill me! Don't, please! Please, give me a chance!
Like you gave no comment? It was a short train ride, Casey, but I got a hunch you'd get a longer one soon. Come on.
Then Casey confessed to the murder of Milt Thomas. On August 2nd, 1948, he entered Huntsville Penitentiary. His sentence, life imprisonment.
Joe McRae, that was a great show tonight. Reedy and I are proud of it. Thank you, Frank. Like a pretty production. Well, now, so do I. Take Reedy, for instance. Frank, are you going to say that Reedy's takes good? Well, yes, I was going to touch on that. And are you going to say that Reedy's are good for people? Yes, I was going to say just that. Anything else? Well, no, I guess I just about covers it, Joel. Except telling people to get. That's it. How'd you know? Well, that's easy, Frank. I'm a Reedy beater myself. You hear that, folks? You too can be a Reedy beater. As early as tomorrow morning. Breakfast of champions, you know. Get some.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by David Bruce and was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. Al Gibney speaking.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Monday night to Frank Lovejoy and Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. Tomorrow there's good listening with the Summer Symphony on NBC.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties Big Parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case, Fool's Gold.
Shortly after 9 a.m. on the Tuesday after Labor Day, 1946, two men in a late-model black sedan cruised slowly along the main street of the town of Live Oak in West Texas.
All right. Let's go over it once more.
We've been over it 20 times, boy. Let's get it done.
I ain't taking a chance on you making any mistakes.
I ain't making mistakes. Think I want to go back to Huntsville again? Haven't done anything but chase this bank since I got out of the pen a month ago.
You sure there's no guard?
No, I told you. Sound like this. Ain't got but 2 tellers in the case. Got an alarm system, though.
One of them moves for an alarm, start blasting.
How are we going to hide out afterwards?
You leave that to me. To beat our way back to where I've been working. Roundup will be starting tomorrow. And I'll get the old man to take you on until things cool off.
That's good.
Yeah. Ain't nobody gonna suspect a poor working scout, so here we are. You keep me covered while I catch the check.
Yeah. Good thing you never cashed a check like that before.
Shut up.
Howdy, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Cash this.
Sure thing. What? That's over $5,000.
Come on, don't move funny or I'll blast you.
Robbers! They're robbers, you crazy old... Let's get out of here. We'll drop anybody who gets in the way. Come on, commissary. Get in. And they're pouring out of that place back there.
They'll have to roll fast to get up.
Look out. Car coming out that side street. Let them look out. You're gonna hit.
Look at that poor child. There's blood all over him. Look at that.
Leave him. Gotta get on. Gotta get away.
He's alive.
Look at that fallen boy.
Your head's son bad, Nick. You better get away from him. Quick, get away from him. Look out, he's got a gun.
Partner, it's National Wheaties Week. It's celebrating time, and I'll tell you why. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. Think what that means. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. Now, doesn't that say vitamins and minerals and energy? Energy we're talking about? Sure, first thing in the morning, Wheaties and milk and fruit. Join me tomorrow. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Texas Highway Patrol drew a guard around the wrecked cars and notified the Texas Rangers of the attempted bank hold-up in the fatal crash. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
Howdy, Jake. Glad to see you.
Howdy, Rod. Pretty bad. You got here first.
I did. Patrolling near Landmine when the call came through.
Which one was the bandit car?
The black sedan.
Who was in the coupe?
Man and his kid, they took away. You didn't miss anything by not seeing it, Jake.
Where the body?
The doctor had him taken to the hospital basement.
How about the bank killer?
He's alive, but he's unconscious. Deputy sheriff's with him. One of the cigarette men got killed in the crash tonight.
Yeah. Been able to find the driver?
No, not yet. Cut down that street and into the hills, according to witnesses. Sheriff has the dogs and posse, I think.
Who owns the sedan?
Don't know yet, Chase. They're checking on it.
Let's have a look at it.
Okay?
Blood on both sides here, too. Means the driver must have been cut on his head or his hand.
Had a gash in his scalp.
Yeah. Just the windshield on this side. And a couple of hairs stuck to the jagged edge. Dark brown.
Druggist got a good look at him. Saw the whole thing from his store. Came out to help and almost got shot.
Is he around?
The guy, he's right over there. Mr. Reber. Yeah? A ranger wants to talk to you. Let him through, will you, boys?
Yes, sir. You see the man who was driving the sedan?
Yeah, saw him up close.
Call coming in on our car radio, sir. Can you excuse me?
Sure, Road. What do he look like?
6 feet, maybe. Built solid. Boots, jeans, and work shirt. Of course, that could fit 1,000 men, but this one had a couple of gold teeth right in the middle of his mouth.
Gold teeth, huh? Anything else?
Nope, except for a bad cut on his head.
Bad enough to need stitching?
Sure was.
I'm flashing the sedan, Jason. It was stolen during the night or early this morning over in Rankin.
I think so. You better get over to the hospital. I'll call headquarters and have a lab man sent down to go over the car for fingerprints.
Not easy to lift them from their car. They're pretty smeared with all the blood around.
Yeah. And even if you do get them, you still gotta find the man that goes with him.
There's the body, gentlemen. Lift the sheet if you want.
Anything on him, Doctor?
Nothing at all. Not even a mark might identify him. Don't want to see the father and the child, do you?
No, that wouldn't be. Rhodes, we can fingerprint this one. And have to find his pal outside. You do me a favor, Doc.
Sure.
Killer who got away cut himself on this glass. Before I send it to Austin, I'd like to get his blood test from him. Can you do it now?
Sure. Run upstairs to the lab in 15 minutes. Have it ready.
Thanks.
That blood type will give you something to go on, Jake.
I don't know if we can need it. I'm sure it's some word from the sheriff's office.
I'll say that, and I'm afraid we'd have heard them now.
You might as well walk over to the sheriff's office while we're waiting for the doc.
We can go through the next few minutes if that's fair.
Okay.
That's the stuff here.
You come to see my boy in the hospital. Did you know?
I didn't.
Maybe you ought to go home.
Why should I go home? There's nobody there now. He wanted his daddy to be the one to take him to school. He was just being registered. First day. He was so proud of him. All last night he slept with his little red pencil box in his head. I just thought it was Saturday. Never learned to write his name.
Not here. No. Could be my wife, my kid. Yours. Any more on the bank teller?
Deputy reported he's still unconscious. We can look in the room when we get back to the hospital. Hey, look. It's part of the sheriff's posse.
Hey, you find him?
No. Followed a truck trail across country, but it made the river. We lost him. No chance of getting him now.
Fingerprint crew from the lab flew in and went to work on a car and ran to a dead bandit. Highway Patrolman Rhodes waited for the report while I went back to see the doctor at the hospital. You got it yet, Doc?
Just finished. Blood type AB.
AB, huh? Come across that very often.
No, very rare. About 1 in... Oh, excuse me, Andy.
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, I'll be right in. What? Yeah, he's here now. I'll tell him. Goodbye. That was the deputy, the bank teller's room.
Color is this guy. Unconscious all the way? Nope, came through for just a second before he passed on. Did he say anything? Nothing you don't already know, Ranger. The man who shot him had gold teeth. It was night before the fingerprint crew found anything. I loaded my horse Charcoal from the car trailer and was watering and feeding the delivery stable when the highway patrolman Rhodes brought over the report. Come on.
Well, Chief, I know who the dead one is.
Let's see. Still 4 years since still unraveling. No signing, no associates, and leaving the penitentiary.
That's no help for finding the other one.
No, should have known before he went to prison or after. Anything on the car?
Yeah, sure.
Seems to no killing. Except the full tongue section and simple address.
Haven't got anything on that print yet, though. Whoever it is, he has no record in Texas.
He will have. FBI may have something. I'm not going to wait around here.
I don't like it either. But which way can we go?
Both ways. Car was stolen in Rankin, that's west. I'll head back that way. You take the highway east.
Got a plan?
Something will keep us busy while we're waiting for a report on that thumbprint. Check every doctor along the way and see if any of them have fixed the headline for a man with gold teeth. For a good part of the night and half the next day, I covered the town and the backwoods between towns. Country doctors, emergency hospitals. None of the machine men I was after. Then finally, KTXI in San Angelo came through.
KTXI calling Unit 10. KTXI calling Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXI. Go ahead, KTXI.
Report to Unit 10 on thumbprint found on gas tank stolen car. Subject known as Robert Cromer. Believed to be in or near Santa Rita. May be working there. Occupation automobile mechanic.
Unit 10 presently located Regan County, 40 miles from Santa Rita. We'll continue investigation. Unit 10, 10-4. Almost sundown when I reached Santa Rita. Robert Cromer wasn't hard to locate. The local constable told me where I could find him. A service station about a mile out on the highway. I drove out there.
Howdy, Ranger.
Howdy. Your name, Cromer?
Yeah?
You turn off that water and dry off your hands. Where were you yesterday morning at 9 o'clock?
I was right here working. What?
Are you sure you weren't in the Grover's Bank at Live Oak?
Of course I was.
Wasn't it, huh? Move over here under the light. All right, now smile.
What?
I said smile. Say you weren't at Live Oak yesterday morning, huh?
You heard me.
Those gold teeth say you were.
Oh, it's Ranger,
The bank teller's dead, Cromer. So is a 5-year-old kid and his father. And your pal, Cummins.
I don't know what you're talking about, Ranger.
Try remembering, Cromer. You got a cut on your head. Take your hat off and let's have a look at that.
Sure, I'll take my hat off. Well, you're looking, Ranger. You see any cuts?
No. I don't see it.
So if the guy you're looking for has a cut on his head, Ranger, it ain't me.
Happy National Wheaties Week, everybody. From the Wheaties people, from me, and right now from the man stepping up to our microphone from backstage, the hard-working director of Tales of the Texas Rangers, Mr. Stacy Keith. Well, how's it seem, Stacy?
Gosh, Frank, this doesn't seem like work. Now imagine getting paid for this. It seems like fun to be able to get up here and talk about Wheaties.
Well, it is fun, you know, and particularly on National Wheaties Week.
It certainly is. And folks, backstage, we're celebrating just like we hope you are. Nothing dramatic, you know, just Wheaties with milk and fruit first thing in the morning. An all-star cast if I ever saw one. Try Wheaties yourself, so we'll know you're listening. They're great.
Sure are, Stacy. Thanks for talking for us on National Wheaties Week. I took Cromer with me and drove back to Live Oak. The
no cut on his head, but he fitted everything else. His print stood on the gas tank. I stopped at the hospital and someone consented to have his blood type taken.
When the doc gets through testing that, he'll only tell you what I told you before. My blood type is O.
Come in.
You sent for me, Ranger?
Yeah, Mr. Raver. You ever see this man before?
He looks like the fella.
Why?
Hold it. Now sit down. Well, Mr. Raver, is he or isn't he?
I've seen him before.
Where? Was he the man who climbed out of that wreck?
Look, mister, maybe you did see me before. I run a gas station 30 miles down the highway. You might have seen me there. But you didn't see me here yesterday.
How about it, Mr. Raver?
Ranger, I'm not sure. After all, fellow that got out of the car had a gun in his hand and blood all over his face. All I remember is them gold teeth.
I ain't the only man in the world with gold teeth.
Maybe telling the truth, Ranger. You're after a blood type AB. This man's blood is pretty common. Type O, like you said. The case against Soma was falling apart in my hands. I only had one thing left, a fingerprint, tying him with the stolen civilian. I took him over to the local garage. Recognize this car, Soma? The thumbprint is right on this tank cap.
So I guess the car up to the station, maybe. That's how my son.
Hey, let me see that cap. Well,
I stole a tank cap like this yesterday morning. Had to pry his old cap off with a chisel. Look. Here, you can see the mark. The car wasn't hit on this guy.
keep talking.
Oh, this guy came in for gas early, 6 a.m. I was just opening up. His tank cap is the kind that locked, and he didn't have the key. He said he'd lost his key. He even had to jump the switch to get the car started. Here. Three wires are jumped on it.
I know that. The car was stolen. Didn't you think of that when you didn't have the keys?
Oh, Ranger, it happens all the time. People are always losing keys. I've done it myself. Oh, I should have known there was something fishy about that guy.
Why?
Well, because he didn't have any money to pay for the gas. Didn't tell me till I filled it up, either.
Why'd you let him leave?
He took 10 gallons in a gas cap. Bill came to, $2.93. Left me a hunting knife and a key for security. Worth maybe $8 or $9.
Did he come back first?
No, I got it locked in my tool chest back in the station.
Did you know the man if you saw him again?
Think so. Just getting daylight. One touch in his face looked like another. But I'd remember him.
He had gold teeth like you.
Something I can't tell you. He's chewing the cut at the back and talking to it.
Come on, I'll drive you back to your station and have a look at that map.
Hey, saw your car outside.
Hi there, Ode.
I take a lot of doctors on the East Highway. One of them did the kind of trick job we're looking for.
I may have a lead. Get in your car and tag up.
Here's the knife, just like you left it.
That's all, and clean as a whistle.
No prints on that?
Ode, take a look at the sheet. Designed burned in the leather.
Well, there's some pretty fancy things.
This is an electric engraving job. It's not good enough. One of burned it in himself. Probably used a hot wire.
That drawing looks like a buffalo head, too. But it isn't.
Smaller drawings around it look like trees, like some scenery that's burning out.
I think it's just something like that you see way up from the highway. Big 22, that's the Ranger.
That's it. Buffalo Mesa. Let's get up that way and see if we can find a doc who fits the head. It was mid-morning when we reached the area. There were 3 doctors and a fundamental agent. The first one had nothing for us, but the second one...
Yeah, that's just a head wound like that before you.
Scalpel. Joe Ford.
Fell off his horse.
Matter of fact, he was in here this morning.
About 3 hours ago to have the dressing thing.
If you put on a fresh dress, one you changed was in that trash container, isn't that?
Wow, yeah?
Any blood on it?
Boy, got his feet. I can see him, yeah.
Can you get that dressing out and check it for blood type? I'll give it a couple of days for this, Doc. You can wait a few more minutes.
do. That's it.
Yeah. You know where this Joe Foy works, Doc?
Why, Ben Kinney's place. Left crossroads and 6 miles out. Right near Buffalo Mills.
Thanks, Doc. Come on, Rhodes. Oh, Doc. Yeah. Foy has a couple of gold teeth, doesn't he?
Gold teeth? Why, no, Ranger. He doesn't have gold teeth.
I found one man with gold teeth, and he wasn't the right one. Now I had another one to go after, but he didn't have gold teeth. Rhodes and I drove out to the team, and we went around with an old woman.
Old man used to cook here. Mr. Kinney and the men who worked for him are out on the Honda.
Where did Foy bunk?
Over there in the bar, with a small room.
Show us.
Come with me.
This is bunk?
Yeah.
It's good. Look. Sounds like the rest of the bunk.
Buffalo Mason. It looks just like the one in the street. Better have a look through this footlocker.
Likely he'd have his gun with him, isn't it, Chase?
Just making sure.
Hey, what is it? Oh, cutting the screw in the bunker. Hey, that's it. Fellow at the service station said our man was screwing when he stopped for it.
Yeah, and I've seen this brand of shoe before. My memory isn't lying. There's something else that's true.
You couldn't tear open Mr. Foy's shoes.
I just want to see one of these plugs. There's the answer, Rhodes.
Oh, the plugs are wrapped in gold foil.
Yeah. If I tear off a square of the foil and put it over my front teeth like this, I look like I have gold teeth.
Every witness who saw Foy was throwing us off the trail instead of helping us. I wonder how he thought of it.
Probably got the idea on his way to Ligo when he saw Connor at the gas station. I'm going to take charcoal out of the trailer and ride out to the range.
And I'll get a horse from the corral and...
Oh, thanks, Joe. You better stick here. If Foy spots me coming, he might make a run for the ranch and grab a car or pickup truck. You stay here and see that he doesn't get to him.
Looking for something?
You Joe Foy?
No, I'm Kinney, Ranger. Boy in some kind of trouble?
I'd call murder plenty of trouble.
Murder.
Yeah. Where is he?
Down the road, rounded up trees. There to show you.
All right, let's go. You know where Foy was Monday?
Took the day off to take some steer up and get ready for the roundup.
You see him during the day?
Nope. Went over to his bunk that night, though, to see why he didn't show supper. Had a cut on his head. Said he fell. Doc had him patched up.
I know about that.
Hey, there he comes now, around the mesa.
Yeah, he spotted him. He's turning back to cover.
Get up, stop! Get up! There's behind, here.
Oh, boy.
Wait! You're hit.
Got to get him.
You hit him, but he's up. He's running for the river.
I've got to get him. Come here, son. Come here.
Left shoulder looks mighty bad, but he said you can't keep him like that.
I'll get him. Come here, boy. You keep the knees with a bullet in him. Close enough. Get up. Oh. Oh, boy. There's the river here. Follow on foot. Watch the bank for tracks and keep it
River winds and bends. Can't see far ahead with the river coming over.
I'll see him when I get to him.
I'm gonna bring you in, boy. Buckle finger, Ranger. You better kill me, boy, or you'll never leave another dead kid in the street.
He's far ahead.
Not as far as he'd like to be.
Here's Hoop. Now, listen. He's waiting on you.
He's stepped out of the stream. He's waiting in the ambush. You better stay behind me.
Look out, Ranger! Come on!
Well, looks like he's one of these electric heads.
You can get this done.
Yeah. I guess you're right. You sort of forgot I was sick. That's what he did to a few other people.
The body of Joseph Boy was definitely identified as that of the killer and hit-and-run driver. A ballistic test showed that his gun was the weapon used in the murder of the bank clerk. Ranger Jace Pearson was taken to the nearest hospital where, after a blood transfusion, he was pronounced out of danger.
Are you with us out there? Are you celebrating? Well, it's National Wheaties Week, you know. And here's our star, Mrs. Joel McRae, following up another great performance tonight with a few words meant for you personally. Joel?
I'm enjoying being a Texas Ranger, and I hope you're enjoying it too. As a matter of fact, I sincerely hope you've enjoyed it enough to go out and buy a box of Wheaties one night. If you do, that's the way we'll know. Your purchase of one box of Wheaties. Will you do that? I think you'll like them. Good night.
Thank you, Joel McRae. And how was that for a sporting proposition, folks? If you like our show, there's a way to let us know. Just see your grocer about those Wheaties tomorrow. Remember, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. And goodness knows how many flakes there are in a box. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. You know the value of whole wheat, necessary vitamins, minerals too, and whole wheat energy worth talking about. Go ahead. Have Wheaties to start breakfast tomorrow. Wheaties with milk and a fruit you like. Breakfast for champions? Well, I should say so. Try 'em and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Come on, it's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of these pepper you see it. Dance to it, this is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of these pepper you see it. Wheaties, the breakfast of champions.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Trend. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Hy Averback, Paul Frees, Herb Butterfield, Dave Ellis, and Lillian Byatt. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murkoff, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. Hal Gibney speaking.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen on Wednesday night to Brian Donlevy and Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
This is Joel McRae. A small boy is hungry in Italy tonight. You can feed him, comfort him, make him believe again, with a package from CARE. No profit to CARE, just food for hungry kids. $5.50 Dental to CARE, New York. CARE, New York, $5.50. Do you do it? Listen for Dentist Day and Judy Canova, returning October 7th on NBC.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties Big Parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case, the open range.
August 4th, 1948. Maury Buckler and his son Dave are driving across their ranch in a Jeep, dropping off salt cakes for their cattle.
That was the last stop, boss.
Yeah. Well, drop this one here.
What's the matter, boss?
The last salt cake we dropped here is hardly cut. Look at it.
Huh? Why, yeah. No point in leaving another one.
Usually quite a few head around here. Wonder why they're not touching it. Suppose somebody could be running them off.
Rustlers, boss. That's kind of out of date, I'd say. Maybe there's a break in the fence down by the old road.
Yeah. Well, let's drive around the cottonwoods and have a look. There's a break. We can fix her right now.
I have to go back and get horses, though, if we're going to pick up the stray.
Yeah. We'll be able to see the fence now as soon as we get over this rise.
Hey, Pa, a big truck down there and a bunch of men with some of our stock.
So that's what's been happening to them. Speed it up. I'll get my rifle back there.
Look, they see us coming.
You fellas better stay right where you are.
Me. I'll get through for this.
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
It's National Wheaties Week, all right, and it couldn't happen to a nicer place. Because look, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. And you know whole wheat. Of course, the naturally sweet whole wheat flavor of Wheaties is important too. And good? My. Come on, help celebrate National Wheaties Week. Just buy 'em, that's all. Buy 'em and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Dave Buckler managed to drag his father to the Jeep and drive to the nearest hospital, but the father was dead on the ride. Sheriff Clyde Johnson immediately called the Texas Rangers, and Ranger Jay Sportsman was assigned to the case. What are you looking for, Ranger? I thought we'd find some truck tire markings here, Sheriff. Ground's plenty hard, except for the dust settle on top. That would hold us back. Hey, look. It's a big, wide mount. Probably some brush coming from the tailgate of the truck. Wipe the tread right out behind them. Let's go through the fence. Must have been an operation right about here. Plenty of cattle tracks, but no boot prints. Wiped out their tracks like they did with the truck. Probably dragged branches behind them. You can see where they were here, though. Tobacco comes and paper where they ground out their cigarettes. It's like 15 or 20 head they run off from the mark. All right, let's go back to the car for a second. How do the Bucklers brand their herd? Just a simple letter L. Buckler's wife's name was Lou. You know if their brand has been registered? I don't believe it ever was, Ranger. Why?
Gotta make a radio call to KTXA in Austin. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead.
Unit 10 requests headquarters to ask all commission houses to be on lookout for marketing of any cattle carrying letter L brand or any altered brand that might have been made to cover letter L.
Will do, Unit 10.
May be part of stock stolen from Buckler Ranch on 8-4. Notify Unit 10 if any lead turns up. Unit 10, 10-4.
We'll keep Unit 10 informed. KTXA Austin.
Good idea, that Paul. Might get a lead.
Yeah? When we get through here, I want to go into the hospital and see Dave Buckler. He might just be able to describe the... Hey, wait, see? What do you got? A whole cigarette lying right here near this bush. Of course. Somebody started to light it but didn't finish. Ooh. That's a matchbook lying in the bush. Whatever happened, it made a fella forget about his cigarette. Must have been when the Bucklers came over the hill. Fella saw him, threw the cigarette and matches down just as he was getting ready to light up.
Yeah, that could be all right.
Half the matches are still in the book. Ones that are missing are all torn off from the left side of the book.
Oh?
So the man who had this book of matches is left-handed. Let's get into the hospital.
No, Ranger. I'm right-handed, so with clock. What's the good been on?
Just making sure. Can you describe any of the stock they made off with, Buckler?
Yeah. Most of them in white face. But there was one of the calves that had a model face.
Model, huh? Good. That helps.
My far wish I could die, Ranger. I wish I could climb out of here and help you find those dirty men.
Can you give me any kind of a description of the men?
No. I never got a good look at them.
A couple of days went by, then a week. There was no sign of the Buckler cattle with the L brand. I went back to headquarters to see Captain Stinson.
No sign of those cattle, huh?
Not ahead, Captain.
Well, they might be afraid to unload them so soon after a killing.
That means they'd have to bend or alter the brands and put them out to graze. I think they'd want to be too close to them for fear of being spotted.
Neither do I, Jace. That's why I've got an idea. Ever think of trying Camp Hood?
No, but I should have. It's the perfect spot for 35 square miles of free grazing.
Yeah. Ever since the Army deactivated the camp, a lot of ranchers have been using it. Our last check showed 15,000 head there, all kinds of brands. Fattening up until the owners cut them out for marketing.
Sure. Buckler's cattle with altered brands covering that L could be waiting there for the thief to come back and get them whenever he wants.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a lot of territory and a lot of cattle for one man to cover. I'm going to have Bud Kurtz come in and go with you.
Kurtz? Fine.
The commission houses are still on the alert. We got them stopped on the selling end. Now it's up to you to find those cattle. They're the only key to the killer.
Loaded our horses and started to check the open range. In 3 days, we ran across more than 50 brands, all legitimate. But on the fourth day... Our folks are pretty busy, Kurt.
Yeah, cutting out a few calves over there.
There's a branding fire and 2 men.
You see us coming.
Keep your eyes peeled. They may be all right, but if they aren't, one of them may throw a gun.
Oh, boy.
Howdy.
Let that one go, Pete.
No, hold him for a minute.
What's the matter, Ranger?
Let me frisk him.
I'll get this fella. Why? That's wrong, Ranger. I ain't got no gun.
Just check him out. What's your brand?
Nothing on this fella.
Well, there's the iron right there.
J in the center of a box, huh?
Yeah. My name's Jack Stern. Got a ranch up in Box Canyon. The brand's supposed to be Jack in the Box.
What are you doing with this guy?
Well, changing over to my brand.
From what? An L brand?
No, square U. Like that one over there. He added my brand on him yet. Take a look at it. See?
Yeah, I see. It's a square U now, but it was an L. The brand's been altered. Okay, let him go.
Find something, Jake?
Yeah. Where'd you get this guy?
I bought them last night. Anything wrong?
They were stolen a week ago.
I got a bill of sale for them, Ranger. Fellow who had them was cutting them out yesterday. Said he was taking some steers to market, but he wanted to sell the calves for $60 a head, so he wouldn't have to keep coming all the way back from Rollo to get them.
Came from Rollo, huh?
That's what he said. Here's the bill of sale. Name was Dick Moran. Ranger, you must be making a mistake.
Maybe. How many calves did he sell you?
8 of them. Boys brought these 2 in here, and they're getting the others now.
Good. Is there a model face in the bunch, Stern?
Yeah, there is.
If that settles it, Jake, this is Buckler's stock.
Yeah. You better drive him out and have a van pick him up. Labs can examine the brand.
Now, what about my money?
Your claim's against the man who sold them to you, Vic Moraz from Rollo. If that was his right man.
If he moves steers out too, Jake, they should be turning up at the commission house in a day or so.
Yeah. In the meantime, Stern, I'll have to hold you and your boys in custody for possession of stolen property.
Ain't it enough that I lost $480?
Maybe it'll teach you not to pay cash for cattle until you've checked on them.
I didn't pay cash. I gave Morath a check.
A check? You mean he took a check from you?
Yeah. Hey, maybe I can stop paying.
You won't have to. We'll do it for you. Where's your bank?
Ranchers and Merchants Trust in Abilene. President knows me. His name's Jones.
All right, Stern. First you bring him and his boys into town with the stock. I'll meet you there. I gotta get to a phone and call that bank. I rode charcoal hard into town, found the phone and put a call through to Mr. Chalmers, president of the bank in Abilene. But I was too late.
I'm sorry, Ranger. Moran cashed that check shortly after we opened this morning.
Did you ask Moraz for identification?
Have me on it.
You cashed the check anyhow?
Well, he asked us to call his bank in Rollo to a reference to save him time. He even paid for the call.
You mean he actually comes from Rollo and they've heard of him there?
The Rollo State Bank said he had an account there.
You don't actually know whether the man was Moraz.
Well, after all, Ranger, when the man paid for the call, we go back to Rollo.
Did Moraz endorse the check?
Yes, George Franklin.
Will you rush that endorsed check to my headquarters? I want to look at that signature. 15-2, Chris and I left for Rollo, Texas. Rollo, we went directly to Moraz's bank.
Rick Moran? Why, yeah, I know him.
This his signature?
I'll have to compare it with the signature, so I guess you know. N-A-U. Ah, yeah, here we are. Now we take both signatures and see.
They're not the same, Jake.
No. Thank you.
Anytime.
Come on.
What now, Jake?
Moraz Ranch is only about a mile out. We better drive out there and see him.
Oh, you won't have a drink, Ranger?
No, thanks.
Somebody's been using my name, huh?
Looks that way. Know who it might be?
No, but if they think it wouldn't be a friend. Forgery's a mighty low trick.
I figure it may have happened 100 times before, Mr. Moraz, but this is the first time we caught it.
I'm mighty glad you did. I don't like my name being mixed up with thieving and killing.
Of course, you'd never see the checks. They'd go right back to the man who made them out after they were cashed. Anybody ever forged your name to a check that went through your own bank?
No. If anybody had and I knew it, I'd have taken a bullwhip to him.
No help here, Jake. No. Well, thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Moraz. We can find our way out.
So long, Miss Morat.
You sure you won't take one of these before you go? I'm having another.
No, thanks.
That certainly led us into a blind path.
Huh?
I said Morat was no help. What's the matter with you, Jake?
I'm just thinking of that slip of matches I found on the range out at Buckler.
The ones that were dropped by somebody left-handed?
Yeah. I watched Moraz pouring that drink for himself. He's left-handed, Kurt.
Well, that's mighty thinly circumstantial, Jake.
Sure, I know it is. Just a passing thought. I better call KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 back in service.
KTXA to Unit 10. Have a message for you.
Go ahead, KTXA.
Cattle with L brand offered for sale this afternoon at Tully Commission House, Fort Worth. Cattle inspector reports brand might have been L brand from Butler Ranch.
Did Commissioner get name and address of seller?
Seller refused to have check mailed. Said he would pick it up tomorrow after stock was weighed and priced. Gave his name is Vic Morath, Rollo, Texas.
Just left Morath at home in Rollo. Unit 10 and Unit 6 proceeding to Fort Worth. Or be there when Commission House opens in the morning. Unit 10, 10-4.
Got a long drive ahead of us, Jace.
Yeah? This is the break we waited for.
Not so important now, is it, that Morath happened to be left-handed?
No. Not now, it isn't.
In just a moment, we continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
It's National Wheaties Week everywhere. Even backstage in our studio here tonight. Sure it is. We're all buying and eating Wheaties this week. And here's living proof. The man who dramatizes Tales of the Texas Rangers, Mr. Joel Murtaugh. All right, Joel, are you getting your Wheaties?
I sure am, Frank. And not only that, I've got Wheaties written into the breakfast script for Mrs. Murtaugh and our 4 kids, too. Seems like eating Wheaties is little enough to do for them when they do so much for us. Folks, I hope you feel that way, but even if you don't, try Wheaties once. Just to show us you like our show. What do you say? After all, National Wheaties Week only comes once a year.
Thank you, Joel Murtaugh. We reached Fort Worth during the night and examined the cattle in the Commission House stock pen. It was part of the Butler L. Brand, all right. All next day, Bud Fitz and I were staked out in the Commission House office. The man impersonating Morath never showed to pick up his check.
Well, have to wait again tomorrow, Jace.
I don't think so. He won't be coming.
What do you mean?
Our man didn't show because somebody tipped him not to show.
Think somebody in the Commission House slipped up?
Maybe not, Bert. Maybe we slipped up.
Maybe we did. What do you mean, Jace?
I'll tell you as soon as we find a photograph of Vic Morath, the real one from Rollo. It took almost 2 days to find the picture. We went through newspaper files, feeders, publications, cattlemen and ranchers' journals, county fair souvenir books. Captain Stimson found what I was after.
Hey, look. Is Morath one of these?
Yeah, that's it, Captain. That's Morath in the center. Group picture. Who are the others?
Picture comes from a breeder's journal.
Captain says it's the Morath Ranch Rodeo team. Had the highest group score at the Rollo Rodeo in 1946. 2 years ago. I want to see if Stern or Chalmers, the banker, can identify Morath as the man who sold those calves.
But we know it wasn't Morath, Jace. The signatures didn't match.
Have to. Morath is left-handed. He might have endorsed the check with his right hand just to cover up.
Jace may have something there. Worth trying.
Stern has been released. I'll call him at his ranch and have him meet us at his bank in Abilene. How about it, Stern? Is this the man, the bare-headed one in the center?
No. No, Ranger. I never saw him before.
How about you, Chalmers? Is this the man who presented the check?
No, it didn't. Another washout, Jace. And let me see that picture again.
Sure, yeah.
I'm not sure, but this fellow on the end, right here. You look at it, John.
Yes. Yes, I believe that is the man.
On the cowpoke, huh? Come on, Fritz. We're going to visit the sheriff at Rollo.
Yeah, I know that fella. He's working for Morath about a year ago. Bought himself a little ranch not far from Morath, over near Comanche Gulch.
Cowpoke has to be pretty thrifty to buy a ranch. What's his name?
Buzz Black. Better get over to Comanche Gulch, Jay.
Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff.
Sure, glad to be of service. Well, they're going to be able to tell Morath who's been using his name.
We don't have to tell him. I got a hunch he already knows.
What makes you say that?
Black didn't go back to pick up that check. Somebody warned him those cattle were getting hot. That means morass.
But if he's in on it, why would he let Black use his name?
Because he's smart. False signature makes him look like an innocent victim. His reputation is good.
And as soon as we went to him, he knew we were on the trail, and he told Black and the others to lay low.
Right. Let's get Black for a start. It's about an old man who was shot to death while you were running off some of his cattle with a nail gun.
Me? You're afraid, Johnny? We got three people who can identify it. Man who bought the calves, banker who cashed the check, and the commissioner who bought the steers in Fort Worth.
All right. So what? I found this cattle out of Camp Hood.
Don't find cattle with a brand on them. They weren't mavericks. You better talk, Black.
I'll talk when I feel lost.
You wait that long and the laugh will run out, and you'll be facing it alone. That old rancher was murdered.
I didn't shoot him. I swear.
No jury's going to believe you. Unless you tell us he did it. We find the gun he used.
All right. It was Morass. He started the whole thing with his idea.
Who rode with you?
One coach from here, 6 from Morass.
What's that?
Why they're taking off in a brush, Chief?
Too late. You need cover.
Isn't the Morass Ranch over that way, Black?
Yeah, that was my rider. It must have sneaked up and hurt him.
I'm going to handcuff you to this wagon.
Now, wait a minute.
We'll be back for you later. Come on, Fred.
They'll know we're coming down. They'll scatter, Chief.
Better call headquarters for more units. Took through the call and headed for Morass Ranch in a car, hoping to beat the ride. I must have stopped on the way and phoned that because the ranch was clear when we got there.
They cleared out, Chief. Better get the horses out of the trailer and start tracking.
Wait a minute, Fred. Look at this wagon.
Funny mark.
Yeah. Brush trailing behind a truck to wipe out the tracks. I've seen that before. And this is Fred. A branch caught in the edge of that mesquite when they turned into the road. Snapped it. The break is new.
That means they're heading for the highway.
Probably all riding together in the truck. There'll be an arsenal on wheels. Come on. Units we called for can set up roadblocks and converge. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead.
Subject wanted for killing of Maury Buckler, making getaway in cattle trucks from Morass Ranch at Rollo. Check license numbers of vehicles registered to Morass.
We'll do, Unit 10.
Subject headed for main highway will probably turn south toward closest border point. Unit 10 and Unit 6 headed that way. Have other units converge on area and set up roadblocks with highway patrol.
Units 3 and 8 nearby. We'll notify them.
Make direct contact with units as we close in. Unit 10, 10-4. First, you commandeer the sheriff's radio car in town. Give it a chance to spread out.
It's gonna be like tackling a tank, Chief.
Yeah. Break out a Tommy gun and put it on the... We moved in from all points. There were no side roads that weren't covered by our units. Morass and his men were locked in our ring. I kept my foot heavy on the gas pedal, and far ahead when I approached the intersection of State 12, saw the truck skip over a rise. Unit 10 to Unit 3. Unit 10 to Unit 3.
Unit 3, go ahead, Unit 10.
Subject truck less than a mile ahead of Unit 10, nearing intersection point your area.
Ready for them, Unit 10. Unit 6 to Unit 10.
Go ahead, Unit 6.
Unit 6 now on main highway, south of intersection.
Block highway at that point, Unit 6. Subject to between Unit 6 and Unit 10 now, unless they turn off.
Unit 3, intersection point of State 12. Block off intersection.
Good, Unit 3. Unit 8 has block still further south if subject breaks through. I drew closer to the speeding truck at the top of the rise and headed down toward the intersection of the state highway. See the sheriff's car search about, blocking the road, the Unit 3's car in the center of the turnoff. The truck skidded and started to make a turn and come back toward it. I swung my car across the road, grabbed the Tommy gun, and jumped out.
out! All of you still alive, come out with your hands up. You all right, Jake? Yeah. How about you, Clint? I'm okay. All right, you men. Get over there and keep your hands up. I got them covered, Jake.
One dead in the back there and a couple wounded. Hey, where's Barat?
On the other side of the cab, dead. He came out shooting and I nailed him.
Ah, there he is. Better break that rifle out of his grip. Ballistics can tell if it's the one that killed Butler.
It'll be the one, all right. They wouldn't have tried so hard to keep us from getting him.
Vic Morath's rifle was positively identified as the one used in the slaying of Rancher Morley's Butler. Buzz Black and the other men who had assisted Morath were given penitentiary sentences ranging from 20 to 99 years.
Now, here's the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Another triumph for the Rangers, and another grand performance by our distinguished star, Mr. Joe McRae. And here he is with a few words for you personally about National Wheaties Week.
I hope you're enjoying Tales of the Texas Rangers. It would give me a whole lot of pleasure, partner, if I thought you'd go out and get a box of Wheaties tomorrow because of our program. Since it's National Wheaties Week, it's a pretty good time to get those Wheaties. Will you do that? Good night.
Good night, Joel. No, Wheaties and I were going to send you a free case of Wheaties. But then we thought, oh, that's silly. Joel McRae eats Wheaties, so chances are his kitchen shelf is loaded. And what National Wheaties Week is really for is to get other people to eat Wheaties. Frankly, folks, it's to get you to know and appreciate the fact that there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. That's right, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties plate. National Wheaties Week is for you to buy Wheaties and try them and see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. So, no free Wheaties for you, Joel. You can buy them just like all the rest of them. Right, folks? Don't forget, breakfast of Ambience.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties at the best we do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties at the champions do. Wheaties, the breakfast of champions.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Friends. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Tom Sully, Bert Holland, Joe Duval, Byron Kane, Paul Dubuff, and Bob Cole. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Teach. Hal Gibney speaking.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen on Wednesday night to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Tomorrow, Sam Spade cuts a caper and Robert Merrill sings on NBC. The Dennis Day Show returns to the air at this hour the first week in October. Remember, the Dennis Day Show beginning here October 7th.
Presenting Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in NBC's parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case plays for keeps.
At 5 minutes past midnight on December 12th, several years ago, Sheriff Bob Smithers of Bradshaw County, Texas, staged a raid on a gambling establishment located on Cedar Road. But there were no patrons in the house, and the sheriff's face grew dark red as he and the local constable failed to find the evidence.
You're sure of that, huh, Jim?
Not even a deck of cards.
Hey, Sheriff, like I told you, I quit the racket. If this is the 4th time this year you routed me out of bed.
I know you're operating, Walton, and I'm going to get you for it. You're not going to milk the citizens of this county, not while I'm sheriff.
Look, Sheriff, this happens to be my house.
What and no warrant, you finish your business here. How about getting out?
Guess we might as well go, Sheriff.
No, Jim. We're going to stay a minute. I want to talk to Walton. And you.
About what?
I was sure of this raid tonight, Jim. Dead sure. Just like I've been sure the last 3 times, because only you and me ever knew about them. I didn't tell nobody but you, Jim. You, the constable.
Sounds like he's accusing you of tipping me off, John.
I know he tipped you, Walton.
Better watch what you're saying, Bob.
All that talk about law and order and wanting to pull them. Let me see your wallet, Jim. Take it out and let me see it.
Now, wait a minute, Sheriff.
You shut up. Come on, Jim. I want to see if you're carrying the kind of money an honest man gets for being a peace officer.
What I carry on me is my own business.
Why, you cheap, too big street.
Nothing cheap about a few hundred once in a while. Be smart, Sheriff. Just you to yourself.
Why don't you listen to him, Sheriff? He's talking sense.
Come on, both of you. I'm picking you.
You can't make anything stick.
Maybe not. But I'm going to make this county too hot for both of you. I'm going to run you out of it. Keep your hands off me, Sheriff. You're under arrest.
You killed him. No, you killed him. You grabbed his gun and killed him. He was after you, Walter. I got a gun of my own, and I'm the constable.
You set me up for a frame?
Not necessarily, Walton. It's up to you. His body could be moved out of here.
What's your play? What do you want?
No more chicken mash. 50% of your take. You can go right on operating.
With him dead, you crazy fool?
You're forgetting something, Walton. I'm top dog now. And investigating this murder will be my job until the new sheriff is appointed. But I don't think I'm going to be able to solve it.
The body of Sheriff Smithers was found the next morning, dumped in a ditch by the side of an old wagon road. During the next few days, Constable Tim Dunn conducted a seemingly honest but fruitless investigation, even following the efficient police officer's routine of making use of the state lab facilities at Austin. But citizens of Bradshaw were not satisfied, nor was the editor of the Bradshaw Times. Clippings of his editorials were on file with Captain Simpson of the Texas Rangers, and the captain sent for Ranger Jace Pearson.
Want to see me, Captain? Yeah, please. Sit down. There's no acting sheriff appointed by the court of Bradshaw County with you. I think you better take over.
About the killing of Sheriff Smithers?
I'd like to. I knew Smithers. Hey, that's right. You worked with him about 5 years ago.
When he first took office, cleaned that county up in 3 months and turned it good.
It doesn't look like it's stayed clean, Jake. Not according to this editorial clipping from the Bradshaw Times.
Not really.
It's going to be a tough one, Jake. No clue to the killing, and the trail has had a couple days to cool off.
And I better get going before it gets any cooler. You'll hear from him.
Jake,
Yeah, Captain.
I just want to remind you, whoever did it doesn't hesitate to kill a man wearing a badge.
Bradshaw in the early morning. The town was waking up, and Bradshaw Times was turning out its bi-weekly edition. I went in to see the editor, Frank Carlin.
So you read my editorial, huh? I'm glad to know somebody's reading.
You got readers, all right. People been clipping them out and mailing them into our headquarters.
Yeah, I guess there's always a handful of people that hold on. Wonder what the world would do without it. Everybody was so burned the day of the killing. And then in 48 hours, they won't forget it.
So is that. How about the constable, Jim Dunn?
Oh, he's all right, I guess. He's only been constable for a year. He just doesn't have the experience. It'll take the court a couple more days to decide on the new sheriff. I better knock out a story on the Rangers coming in. Might wake the people up again.
I'd rather you didn't, Mr. Carlin. I'll be around, and they'll know soon enough.
See what you mean. Want me to lay off the editorial for a while?
If you don't mind.
You know, Sheriff and I are on different sides of the fence politically, but he was an honest man, and I like him. I got a headline back there, all set and gathering dust. It says, Sheriff Killer caught. Ranger, give me a chance to use it.
I found a place to park on the horse trailer and put charcoal in the pass. Then I headed to the constable's office and met Constable Jim Dunn.
Here are all the reports of my investigations, Ranger. You think I haven't done a good job, maybe those who change their mind. I even checked ballistics with the Austin lab.
My being here isn't a criticism of you, Mr. Dunn. I'm here because I was sent until a new sheriff was appointed and to give you help.
I've done everything possible. I've questioned almost 100 people. I've checked alibis of more than a dozen possible suspects. It's all there.
Yes. Everything's here. Everything except the murderer. And that's the only thing I'm interested in seeing, Mr. Dunn. A little cooperation between us might clean it up.
I'm sorry I do, Ranger. It's been getting under my skin. This murder could have been committed by anybody. Some bum from a hobo jungle, some drunk anybody.
You can't arrest anybody. You've got to arrest somebody. Somebody definite. And exactly where was the body found?
Old wagon road, right past the town, about 2 miles north.
Good for a car?
Yeah, but you got to go roundabout to get to it. Almost 11 miles. You won't find nothing there, though.
I'd like to take a look anyhow. Can't we cut cross country on horses?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
I want to. The horses in the pasture. I'll meet you at the edge of town in 5 minutes.
The body was found just a little further on. You can see the road now.
Not much of a road left.
No use for it anymore.
Sheriff must have had some reason for using it if he came way out here.
Yeah, here we are.
Charcoal.
The sheriff's car was found right over here by the side of the road.
Where was he?
Lying right beside it. Been dead about 7-8 hours when he was found.
Who found him?
Cowpoke looking for some strays.
Lucky. Otherwise, the body might have been here for a few days or even weeks before somebody came across it.
Yeah.
You get pictures of the position of the car and the body?
Of course I did. Anything else?
Yeah, any exhibits, cast of footprints, anything like that?
No. When I got the call, I brought a bunch of men out with me. I was excited, and I didn't think to stop them from tramping around.
I see why you'd be upset. Well, if there was anything to find, it's a cinch it isn't here now. Or they would have wiped it out if your men hadn't.
You want to go back to town?
Yeah. I want to look at the car.
Get up. Get up. Get up.
How about the exhibits from the sheriff's body?
I sent the bullets from the gun in. Your lab checked it. Verified it was the sheriff's own gun.
I'm talking about the clothes he was wearing. You got those, haven't you?
Sure I got it. I got all the evidence there was.
You should have sent it all in. I want to look at that stuff, too. Well, let's step it up. Come on, son. Get up.
There's everything, all tagged. Everything the sheriff was wearing when he was killed.
I see.
This the shirt he was wearing?
See the blood and bullet holes, don't you?
Yeah.
How come your lab didn't find any prints on the gun when I found it in?
Didn't even have the sheriff's own print. It was white stain. Now this is kind of odd.
What?
Well, the sheriff was shot twice, and he dug one slug out of him. The other one passed clean through.
Yes, according to the coroner's report, one slug hit his collarbone. That stopped it.
That's what I mean. The course of the bullet. Both shots fired into the left side, just above the kidney. But the one that came through came out the right side of his shirt collar here, right through his neck.
What about it?
It's a funny course for a bullet to take, unless the man who fired the gun was lying down and fired up the sheriff.
Yeah, that's what I figured, too. They must have had a fight for the gun. He got it, but the sheriff knocked him down and...
No, that isn't the way it happened.
How do you know?
Because the sheriff wouldn't have turned his back on a man who'd just taken his gun. Besides, the powder burn showed the gun was being held right against the shirt when it was fired.
What do you think happened there?
Well, the sheriff must have been in some position where he was bent over forward, which he wouldn't be unless somebody was holding him in that position. Here, stand in front of me for a minute. Now, your back toward me.
What are you going to do?
Slip one hand under your arms and then up behind your head in a half Nelson and twist your other arm behind you in an arm lock. And bend you over forward like this. The sheriff was held like I'm holding you now. The bullets were pumped into him. See what I mean?
That's just a guess.
It's a guess. I'm going to back up. If the sheriff was held in a half Nelson in an arm lock, it tells us something else. But they were keying in on the murder. Unless the killer had three hands and used the third one to fire the gun.
That's pretty smart figuring, Ranger.
Only because it's the kind of figuring I've been doing for a long time. These the photos were taken at the scene?
Yes, the sheriff's body and the car.
And the car, the body moved any before these were taken?
Nope. The car was right there, with the sheriff flat on his face beside it.
Less than 2 feet away from him. His right side toward the car.
Yeah.
The bullet that passed through the sheriff came out on his right side. That means it should have hit the car. But there's no mark.
I don't see it. That helps the thing.
It helps plenty, Gun. It tells us the sheriff wasn't killed out there. He was killed someplace else and brought up there.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger J. Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, Play for Keeps, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I knew the sheriff had been killed by 2 men, and his body had been moved after the killing. It wasn't nearly enough. It was evening before I figured out my next move, a move I didn't like to make. Evening, man. Remember me?
Oh, it's you, son.
Yes, ma'am. Been a long time, Mrs. Smithers.
Oh, come in, please. Come in. I suppose you know about Bob.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I'm down here. Came by to pay my respects.
Anything. First time Bob brought you through that door. I never reckoned him as the best, Senator. Looking for a man who killed him.
I wish it could have been for another reason, ma'am. If Bob kept things working so well here, there seldom was any reason for a ranger to come visiting Bradshaw.
I know how you fellas keep working along. Can I offer you a bite to eat? Please, Dave.
That'd be real fine, Smithers. I knew it might help her and me, if she could keep a little busy with her hands doing woman things in the kitchen. And I tried to eat. Kept remembering the man who sat across this same table from me 5 years before. Big, honest, stubborn, and unafraid.
It's mighty nice of you to stop by, Jake. Bob would have been happy to see you sitting here again. He always said a man with a good appetite was right with the world.
Ma'am, I guess Jim Dunn's already asked you, but
Do you have any ideas about who might have killed Bob?
Oh, no. Everything went so well for a few years. All I know is that last year or so, Bob was upset about gambling.
Yes, or anybody in particular?
A man named Walton, Lou Walton, has a big house on the South Road out of town. Bob always says it was a gambling house, but he could never catch Walton.
You mean you raided the place?
A couple of times. Last time, tonight it was sick.
John didn't tell me about that.
Bob was through after he left her. Walton didn't. Some said they didn't find anything, so Bob started back to town. But he never got home.
Mrs. Smithers, I have to ask a favor. A favor I don't like to ask.
I want to help Jake every way I can.
I want your permission to have Bob's body exhumed for further examination.
Is it necessary?
I'm not satisfied with the examination that was made here.
All right.
I'd like to have a more thorough examination made for headquarters. I'm sending the clothes Bob was wearing for lab testing. I don't want anybody to know about it for now.
All right. You're going to get him, aren't you, Jake?
I'm going to try all what now.
Waiting for you. Thought maybe you might have turned in for the night.
I'm going to in a few minutes. I just came back to pick up the clothing exhibit.
Well, lock them away again.
Dig them out. I want to send them on to Camp Mabry for lab tests.
Well, all right.
I'll give you a receipt for them.
Okay.
Don,
Yeah?
in those reports of yours, I didn't see any mention of a man named Lou Walton.
What's with it?
I understand that Walton's a gambler and that you helped Smithers raid his place the night Smithers was killed.
Now, here is with it. They're thinking way out of line on Walton. His alibi's airtight.
According to who?
According to me. I was with him all night after Smithers left the place.
You didn't come back to town with the sheriff?
No, I stayed at Walton.
Why?
Because the sheriff asked me to stay there. We didn't find anything, but the sheriff figured if I hung around, somebody might show up or call up looking for a game. And I'd be able to get him some evidence. Anything else you want to know?
No. I guess I've left Walton now. I'll take these from you.
You? Go ahead.
See you tomorrow, Don.
Oak Hill, 243.
Hello?
Walton, done. Now get those people out and shut down.
Why? What's wrong?
That ranger's too smart. I tried to make things look good for myself, and well, I guess I made him look too good.
How much does he know?
All he's gonna know. And he just goes down and stand pat until he wears himself out.
The sheriff's body was dug up in the examiner's report sent on to Austin. Headquarters also had the exhibits I'd gotten from the guns. By late afternoon of the next day, Captain Stinson telephoned me long distance.
Got a complete report from the lab, Chief.
Go ahead, Captain.
We're right about the position of the body when the shots were fired. Autopsy report shows the organs were pierced in a manner that'd be possible only if the sheriff were bent over forward.
Good. Anything else?
Yeah, that shirt was set up. Lab thinks Smithers was killed indoors.
Why?
The men stuck to the blood and the tail was dried. Analysis indicates it comes from a fabric used in expensive carpeting, violet color.
Thanks, Captain. That may be enough to wind us up. Then you're convinced that Walton was running a gambling joint, Mr. Collins.
Was and is. I swear to it. Nobody's been able to prove it. You know how suckers are. They lose their shirts and keep their mouths shut. Think they're in on a smart thing and they help the racket feel to cover up.
And Walton must have been tipped off that he was being raided.
Part of the racket. They pay off and get tipped off.
You ever been in Walton's house?
No.
You know anybody who has been there?
Well,
no secret the newspaper man Gamble moans good for him. My underside man plays horses, I know.
Okay, be there in a minute. Howdy, Ranger.
Howdy. Pete, you ever been to Lou Walton's place? Come on, I don't start telling him. It's important.
Oh, yeah, I've been there once or twice.
I only want to know one thing. You notice any carpet in the house?
Carpet? Oh, sure, the house is like a palace. Wall-to-wall carpet all over the place.
What color?
Well, it's a kind of a purple, I'd say.
How about saying violet?
Yeah, I guess that's what it's called.
You got something? Yeah. I'm going to wake up the nearest judge and get a search warrant for Walton. You better brush the dust off that headline you told me about. I think you're going to get a chance to use it.
I was wondering when you get around to me, Ranger. Seems like everybody who wears a badge just loves to poke his nose into my life.
I wouldn't worry about your nose, Walton. If you want to be smart, watch out for your mouth.
I didn't mean anything, Ranger. Just that a man ought to have a little fight.
You love the death bells at Huntsville. They're real fine.
Well, I always cooperated. The constable, Jim Dunn, he'll tell you that.
I bet he would. Nice stopping you got here. I like the color.
Yeah, hey, let me get you a drink or something, Ranger. All good stuff. I don't have anything but the best. You know the old saying, the best is nothing too good.
Walton, there's been a strong feeling fluid used on a piece of this rug. One spot spurted just a little.
I spilled some wine. I had a party one night.
The night the Sheriff Smithers was here last?
No, before that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Nobody was here the night Smithers came.
No, nobody. The constable, he stayed most of the night after the sheriff left.
Yeah, so he told me.
Let me show you the rest of the house. Upstairs.
No, thanks. I just want to look at the walls in this room. Real pretty. You know, at Huntsville, they don't have pretty walls like these. Just old-time seats and steel bars.
What do you keep talking about, Huntsville?
I'll tell you since I stand up on the chair. Rip off this new piece of wallpaper.
No, you have no right to.
Just looking for this small bullet hole. Papered over. Of course, you know that one bullet went right through the sheriff.
The hole, we paid it because the heavy picture fell. The nail made the hole.
38 caliber nail. Gonna have this rubbery substance into my lab, Walton. No cleaning fluid made will wipe out all of a blood trace. Even a drop is enough to harm me.
I didn't do it, I tell you. Son's got him. It was son. Son's got him.
Hold your wrist.
You'll never get those on me.
Step wrong this time, gambler. Now get up. I'm taking you in. I took him through town with the county police. I walked over to the constable's office, but Dunn wasn't there. I had to find him a picture, so I knew I had walked. I headed back to the jail until I turned into the street and saw something move in the shadow. There was another car, not far from mine, the constable's car, and Dunn was getting into it.
John, wait a minute! Move! Get out of the way, people! Step back, please!
Punctured my tires. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 convinced Constable Jim Dunn is subject sought in killing of Sheriff Smithers, Bradshaw County. Attempting getaway headed north on State Highway 19 from Bradshaw. Alert Highway Patrol and all units for complete roadblock of area. Order no further radio communication. Subject in Constable's marked car, equipped with shortwave receiver.
Will do, Unit 10.
Unit 10's car out of commission. Will attempt to commandeer another car for pursuit. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA on.
Please, step back. Come on, Charcoal. Let's hope Dunn heard that call. Come on.
part of my call had been a plant I wanted down the hill. He'd know he couldn't get more than 15 or 20 miles before he was blocked unless he took some back road. And I'd seen him to the north turn out of town toward the wagon road he dumped the sheriff's body on. It was 11 miles for him by car, 2 miles cross-country for me. I rode charcoal all the way, reached the road, and rope dragged a couple of dead logs across it. He finished just in time. I heard the whine of a car coming over the rise in a rough road as the first gleam of the headlights stabbed the darkness. I piled charcoal back in the trees and dropped on the brush to the earth.
It's the end of the road, John. Don't try backing up. Now you haven't got me tired. I'm giving you a chance to surrender, John. You keep your chances, Ray. You live, John. Now I'm coming around the car to get you. You want to shoot it out? Let's go. Wait a minute. No, Ranger. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Look, I'll drop my gun. You see? Bring it on.
Come here.
Bring it on.
Neither was Smithers when you lifted his gun and killed him with it. Good thing for Texas all constables sound like you. Come on. Walton's waiting for you at the jail. Looks like you'll be partners again.
The following week, the headlines of the Bradshaw Times read, Sheriff Killer's caught. Though Jim Dunn protested his innocence, Lou Walton's confession and evidence submitted by the Rangers convinced the court of Dunn's guilt. Both were sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville.
This is Joel McCrae. In 125 years since their organization was founded, the Texas Rangers have written many new pages into the history of law enforcement. With only a handful of men and a vast territory, they have never failed to live up to their slogan, first to advance, never retreat. That is the creed a Ranger follows. And they have a belief that was impressed on me by one of their officers, a belief that often brings them victory over tremendous odds. In the words of the Texas Rangers, a man who is wrong can't stand up to a man who is right and keep on coming. Next week, we'll bring you another exciting case taken from the files of the Texas Rangers. Hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three times mean good times on NBC. In just 5 weeks, Dennis Day and Judy Canova bring back their two delightful programs in an hour of fun for all on Saturday night. This weekend, 400 Americans have a holiday date with death. Stay off the list. Be careful. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Joel McCrae as Jake Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, dead or alive.
At exactly 9:13 a.m. on Wednesday, April 16th, 1947, the French freighter Grand Champ, carrying a highly explosive cargo of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, blew up in the harbor of Texas City, Texas. It was the first in a chain of explosions as chemical plants, tin smelters, and oil refineries disappeared in blasts and flames. Shortly after 1 a.m. the next morning, the major chain reaction was set off. The explosions rocking the city of Galveston 10 miles across the bay, where excited crowds gathered in the streets watching the raging flame-filled sky.
Ecstasy! Texas City death toll, 300, hundreds more missing, scores of bodies unidentified.
Yeah, give me one. Here.
Read about it, unidentified dead toll, still out of
Where are the names, Vance? Where's the list of the dead?
They only got a few of them identified.
Well, is Ralph's name there?
Wait a minute. No, he's probably all right. A working square like him would be.
But he worked at one of the refineries that burning.
Stop blubbering. Want to attract attention to me?
No. He is my brother. I gotta worry about him too, don't I?
Yeah. Come on, over here into the doorway. Look at that blaze over there across the bay. That spot between money, jewelry must be laying around the street. Just wait.
Don't be crazy that the police there, Rangers. You're in enough trouble now.
Yeah, Lou, you're right. But I'm getting out of it now, for good. And that place over there is going to do it. Maybe your brother Ralph is one of the dead they haven't identified. You gotta go there, baby. If he is, you'll have to identify him. If he is there, in with the ones they don't know. There's nothing you can do to help him. But you can help me.
That's what you mean.
Look behind him there, baby. You can identify the body and say it's mine. You want me in the clear, don't you, baby? You won't be waiting after me. Look, I'm dead, don't you see?
But my own brother. What are you asking me to do?
That's what you do, you told me. You want to walk out on me, go ahead. But if you don't want me to keep on running for the rest of my life? Or let them get me and send me to Huntsville for 10 or 20?
Oh, I don't want anything to happen to you, Vance. You know that.
Well, then show me, baby, show me. You can't help Ralph. He's over there. You can't help me, don't you see? I'll get out of here tonight. And I'll let you know when to meet me. Maybe at that resort place we passed near Lake Blue Water. We'll be free, baby. You and me, free from there on.
But how? What do we do for money?
And that'll be taken care of, too. There's a safe in Lansing. Been fixing to get it for a long time. One last spot, baby, and enough to see us through. Now go ahead, right now. And remember, if you find your brother, he ain't Ralph Brenner, he's me, Vance Young. And come back, pack up, and stay put till you hear from me. And then on its grid. Nobody ever arrested a dead man. By Friday morning, April 18th, more than 200 bodies, many still unidentified, were laid out in the Texas City High School gymnasium. Texas Rangers, including Ranger Jace Pearson, were on hand to help short relatives make identification. You're sure your husband isn't in any of the other places where bodies are being found?
No, Ranger.
He may be all right. Lots of men have been so busy helping others, and he may be one of those.
Oh, it only isn't here.
Let's hope he isn't. Farmers are still working on more bodies over at McGuire's garage. It's the only place handy. Keep your hopes up, but don't hope too much, President.
I'll be sorry.
We'll start looking through this next door now. Pretty bad case. Recognize anyone missing?
No.
This?
No.
I'm very sorry. Are you sure?
That ring on his finger. I gave it to him a long time ago.
It isn't easy, but try and get it here.
I'm all right, Ranger. Dad. My husband. Vance Young.
Vance Young. The name burned in my mind like a brand medal. There was no time to ask her, and yet I had to ask. It was part of my job. I waited until we got out into the street. There's some information I have to get from you, Mrs. Young, about your husband.
All right.
Do you have a criminal record?
Yes.
Did you know we were looking for him? For a string of safe
How
traps?
does that matter now? He's dead, isn't he?
Yes. I'm sorry. We'll find some men at the desk in that building across the way. They'll help you with funeral arrangements.
All right. Thank you, David.
Vance Young.
Jake! Hey, Jake!
Huh? Oh, hello, Kurt.
That's the chief you wanted.
Where is he?
The mobile unit?
Let's go.
I'll be glad when this assignment is over. I hope we never see another one like it.
Yeah, help with 5 identifications today. Stand there with somebody and see their life fall apart because of a freak accident.
Woman who just rescued, she find somebody.
Yeah, her husband. Kurt, it was Vance Young.
Vance Young, the knob knocker?
Yeah, it's like the explosion ended his big crossfire.
Don't you think we better check the body for prints and marks?
We got it too bad. She identified him by a ring.
Unidentified bodies give a knob knocker like Young a big chance to disappear.
I thought of that too. Except for one thing. That woman's grief is real. She wasn't faking it. A week of horror and nightmares. The fires in Texas City were controlled and stopped. And men with tight lips and green courage started to rebuild the ruins. Most of us rangers went back to regular duty on our regular areas. Then one day, when Bud Chris and I just finished the routine job and were driving back to headquarters, a call came through by a short wave.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Unit 10 proceed immediately to Landstone, Texas, Outlet County. Safe mercantile store burglarized there at 4 a.m. today. Crime reported by owner when store opened at 9:30 a.m. this date.
Any lead on responsible subject?
Subject unidentified, but known to be one man working alone, according to information given by Watson. Watson was overpowered and being treated at Landstone Emergency Hospital.
Unit 10 and 6 proceeding to Limestone. Keep KTXA informed. Unit 10, 10-4.
Assignment authority, Captain Smith. KTXA officer.
Limestone, about 40 miles, kid.
Yeah.
Knob knocking job, huh?
Yeah. At least so, there's one safe specialist we can eliminate right from the start. Chief Vance Young.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about him. Dead men don't rob safes, do they?
We reached the Limestone Mercantile Store at 11:15, and Sheriff Joe Pastrone showed us through.
These back rooms are used for storage. We came in through the back, went to that door over there. There's a brown lock.
How'd you get into the building?
Oh, for Watson, to let him. Watson closed the whole area of store. Asked you to get into all the stores if he's using anything to look through.
You must have missed the safe tracker outside.
And just there. Watson was pretty dazed this morning. The doctor passed him up to the hospital. Yep, he'll driving back here near the test pit. As you can see, went over everything to fingerprints.
Find any?
Sure, hundreds. They probably all belong to employees of the store.
Best bet is to check the prints on the safe first.
Already did that. Only 2 stores. One of the store and the book.
Well, that won't tell us anything, Jake, unless one of them robbed the store.
Isn't likely. I'll have a look at the safe now, Sheriff.
Sure thing, I won't talk.
What makes it a safe, Sheriff?
It's, where's that?
A box, Jake. Steel and wrought iron plates, and more alarm wires and marionette show.
And a good safe tracker could divert the alarm circuit without tripping. And the box is a cinch because it's got the wire hook. It's not working.
We figured it, Jake. Back plate's blown clean out.
Even after drilled. Small nitro charges in the wire holes are as good as having a combination.
That's where he jumped to the alarm circuit. Neat hookup, all right.
You take the pictures of all this, Sheriff?
Yeah, I can pick up a set of my office.
Thanks.
Oh, wait. Howdy, Sheriff.
Waiting for it. This is Watson. How'd you hit it?
Well, Ashton ain't gonna help it any, I'll tell you that. You gonna get the car?
I'll be able to answer that better when the fingerprints are checked.
Fingerprints? You ain't gonna find any he left. He's wearing gloves.
Figures, Sheriff. Tell me, Wimpy, would you recognize the man if you saw him again? Could you pick out his picture?
Yeah? If that is picture took with a sack over his head, I could. That ain't like this.
His face is covered?
And a sack over his head, like I told you. Holes for the eyes. You ain't gonna catch him by no fingerprints or pictures. If you ain't gonna catch him at all.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Wimpy. Sheriff, would you mind going down to your office for prints of the pictures we're seeing here? I'd like them sent on to my headquarters for an MO check.
Oh, sure. Take care of a lot of work.
What kind of checking is MO checking?
It means modus operandi, Wimpy. All criminals have definite methods and habits. They're repeated on each job they do. Sounds a pattern.
Well, there's sure a pattern here, all right, Jay. Method of entry, where that circuit was jumped, back mask, nitro charge, and wire hole.
And just 3 men. 3 safe crackers we've followed before.
Yeah, that's Kurt Larson. He's still doing time enforcement for a job he put on the post.
Yeah. And the other 2 are Frank Fontaine and Vance Young.
Yeah, but Young is dead. That leaves us Fontaine.
You mean you know who did it? Well, without nothing to tell you?
There's plenty to tell us. Modus operandi can be almost as good as a fingerprint or a signature.
You think maybe that fellow's gonna pay off for slugging me after all? He hurt me. Grabbing me in the alley.
How'd he grab you? Show me. Go ahead, show me.
You? Let's see. You put my arm up behind me like this. Then he jabbed his thumb up behind my ear like this. Sure hurts, don't it?
Sure does. Now you can let go now.
True, though. Still fits Fontaine, Jay.
Yeah. Or Vance Young. He used to sue him out of town. When did he slug you?
After he opened up the back door and let him in.
Sneaked up on you before you could draw your gun?
Sneaked nothing. That's why I didn't get onto him at first. I let him come walking through the alley toward me like he's taking a shortcut.
You heard him?
Yeah, it was dark. I didn't see the mask until I lit a match. Flash for a light. He grabbed me. Inside there, he beat on me.
Jay, that doesn't sound like Fontaine.
It wasn't Fontaine. He always seems to watch me from behind and I never heard him. He always wore sneakers. Who? Vance Young. That match trick is Vance Young. But Young is dead. Maybe yes, maybe not. But I know one thing. I'm gonna find out.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jay Pearson. Now, we continue with tonight's case, Dead or Alive, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I headed for Texas City in Galveston. Fritz and I had no way to move until we knew for certain whether Vance Young was dead or alive. As we drove, I put through a request for headquarters to dig up some information. We were still on the road when KPXA came up with the answers.
KPXA Unit 10. KPXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KPXA. Go ahead, KPXA.
Have information you requested. Woman who identified body of Vance Young in Texas City gave name as Lillian Young, residing in 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
Deceased was wearing ring used in identification. As subject, Lillian Young claimed the ring.
No claim has been filed yet. Ring still being held in property claim in Texas City.
Unit 10 also requested check on place where body identified as Vance Young was originally found.
Body was among those recovered from debris of Amalgamated Refinery Plant 7.
Unit 10 believes identification may have been falsified. Possibility Vance Young still alive. Unit 10 and 6 continuing investigation. Maybe tied in with robbery in Landstone, Texas.
Proceed. Keep KPXA informed. Authority, Captain Smith.
Unit 10, 10-4.
Get that address, Kurt?
Yeah, 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
You were right. We ain't cleared out by now. We've got to try.
What do you want me to do?
I'll drop you a Texas City. Get that ring and check every living person who works at Amalgamated. See if any of them remember that ring and the man who wore it. Right. Better call KPXA again and have that marriage record traced. Find out when and where that woman married him. What her maiden name was, everything we can get.
Be in Texas City in a couple of minutes. I can start the check from there and bring the information to you where we meet.
A Harbor Lane address in Galveston. I found the rooming house Lily and Advance Young had lived in, but I was too late. Lily and Young had checked out the day before. The landlord showed me the room.
They lived here 5-6 months or so.
You get to know the husband very well?
I tell you the truth, Ranger, I hardly ever saw him. Only time he ever left the place was at night. The wife said his eyes got hurt in the war or something. The sunlight bothered him.
When did you see him last? When he moved out?
Oh, no, he wasn't with her then. Last I saw him was, he went out about a week ago. Night of the big blast over at Texas City. Packed the wall plaster here.
Are you sure you didn't see him after that?
Well, I'm positive. I don't think he ever did come back. Didn't even hear no talking from the room, just her. Crying an awful lot.
I see. She decided to leave kind of sudden?
Oh, like a jackrabbit hearing a hound dog. Left for work yesterday morning, came steaming back about an hour later. Give me the keys, packed up, and left.
Came back from work. You know where she was?
Yeah, I think she was a waitress. The Bayshore Diner.
Bayshore Diner. Thanks.
So she up and quit on me just like that yesterday morning, right smack in the middle of a breakfast rush, too, because the postman come in and give her a special delivered letter.
Who was it from?
Who was it from? With 20 orders of ham man in the fire, I got time to read a mail? All I know is she leaves me the serving, the dishes, and the cleaning, and everything.
Stop beating, because that little old gal had trouble.
Yeah, you should talk. All you got to do is drive one cab. You don't have the serving and the dishes and the
Why
cleaning and
don't
everything.
you find yourself a little old chaplain to heal your troubles and give me some coffee?
Come on, kid. Maybe you can tell a ranger more about Lil than I can. Hanging around her and making eyes at her all day. You took her out when she left her.
That right, driver? Did she leave here with you?
Well, she hired my cab, if that's what you mean.
Where'd you take her?
Well, I took her home. Waited while she packed some things and rushed her to the bus depot. She said somebody in her family was sick and she had to go help them right away. I guess that's what the letter was about. I was sitting there having my breakfast like I always do, and I
understand. What about the bus route? You know what bus you caught?
The northbound toward San Antonio. Cut it mighty fine, too. Got there just about a minute before the bus pulled out. Would have made it a lot easier if she didn't make me come dashing back about a mile after we left here.
Back here to the diner?
No, back to the laundry down the street. Guess she had some stuff in there. Although, didn't bring a bundle out with her. And then on top of that, she says she can't paint. Not that I'd mind, except for the 10 extra blocks back to the laundry. I could have put the flag back up if she told me beforehand.
You say the laundry is right down the street.
Yeah, about half a block.
Thanks. I'll walk now.
Hey, Jake! Hi, Kurt. Fellow at the rooming house told me you came down here.
Find out anything on that ring?
Plenty. A couple of men who worked at Amalgamated recognized it. Belonged to a plant man named Ralph Brenner.
It wasn't Young.
No. I got that rundown on Young's wife. Her maiden name was Lillian Brenner. The guy she identified was her brother, not her husband.
And that's why she was broken up. I knew that part, my man. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going into the laundry business.
Yeah, she was real upset because the things wasn't ready, but you know how it was, Ranger. We was almost 10 days behind because of Texas City. They was even using our delivery truck for emergency over there. Some of our men left the job to help out.
Yeah, sure, but what did she leave here? Waitress uniform?
Oh, land, no. Diner up there has a regular uniform service. All she ever left here was men's shirts.
Probably fancy shirts, Jake.
Yeah.
Real good shirts, too, Ranger. The kind you don't have to starch it on. And real fancy colors, too. dude wouldn't want to be found dead in some of them.
Did she say she'd be back to pick him up?
Oh, no, she asked me to send him to her, COD. Said she needed the money she had on her for traveling. It's like that, you think her and a man was living off the top of the hog, but...
Sure, but did she give you an address?
Oh, yeah, I got it right here in this book. Right here. She wrote it down herself.
General delivery, Lake Blue Water.
The shirts are ready now. I'm going to mail them out tonight when I leave.
We'll save you the trouble. Wrap them up, and we'll deliver them for you. Fritz and I headed for Lake Blue Water, towing our horses in the trailer, ready to follow Vance Young no matter which way he moved. It was dark as we drove into the town. The clock in the courthouse was just striking 9.
Not many people on the streets, Jake. Looks like everything's closed up over there except for moving the drugstore. Better find a place to turn in.
I think we ought to drive out of town and camp someplace off the lake shore. Walk the horses out for a while.
I thought we were going to plant that laundry bundle at the post office in the morning to watch for the pickup.
We are.
Well, why not pass through the horses at the edge of town and find accommodations right here?
We stay in town overnight and may start some talk. Talk drift. We don't want to tip our hands and let this go out. Well, let's get out to the lake and find a camp.
Funny thing about Young's wife remembering his shirt. There's an important habit for women.
Strong family habit. His safe-tracking habit told us he was still alive. And now maybe her habits are going to make him wish he was dead again. We took the road to the lake, past the summer cottages skirting the shore on one side. Then as we rounded a curve and passed the house and group of resort chestnuts,
Hey, Jake, what's the matter?
I saw something. Wait till I back up. Headlights picked it up as we came around this curve. There.
Look at those. All I see is the back of a few cabins and wash on the line.
Look at those T-shirts on the end of them.
Look like a couple of rainbows even in this light.
Hey, that's the kind of color scheme Vance Young goes in for. Shirts he had in the laundry bundle are just like those.
Lights on in a few of the cabins.
I'm going to leave the car here while we have a look at those shirts. Horse there will make too much of a racket if we drive in.
Well, no chance of being taken for storage with that on the back. Better take them over and douse the headlights.
Yeah. What's the laundry mark on those shirts he's got?
410 mark. That was the number of that house in Galveston.
Come on. Let's see if we can find it on that line. Close the car door easy, right? Take one of them down so we can get a better look at it.
And what's that?
Close and shut. There, I got it now.
Hold on over there.
Yeah. There it is. 420. He's belonging to our boy, all right. Got to keep heading still. He's in one of them. That's all we have to know. Come on. Stop at this main cabin and go right on down the line.
We better be ready for anything.
That's the first stop. Start here. That's the feel your way around.
Doesn't seem to be anybody living in it.
This one's empty. No, that's me.
All right, you work.
Put that flash down before I fire. That's better. Who are you?
My name is Ed Bryce. I own these cabins. Just walking back from the boat dock with a couple of guests. So he's thinking him dark. You looking for a place to stay?
We're looking for a couple named Young.
Oh, that's funny. It was Mr. Young, part of your shadow. Hey, Mr. Young.
Was that Young just with you?
Yeah. Okay. Him and his wife was right behind me when I flashed light in his here.
They spotted us, Jake.
Yeah. Come on. Hey, instead of my boat. Somebody started my boat.
Is that the only boat you got down there?
Only one with a motor. There's a canoe.
We're not going to reach them, Jake. They'll head across the lake. How far is it, fellas?
A mile and a half.
First, grab your horse from the trailer. You can beat them around to the far side if you ride hard. When you get there, flash your light. That'll keep them from trying the shore over there.
Right, what about you?
I'm taking the canoe. And hurry!
Ranger, I better go up back to the orbit. My wife.
You can think later, Mr. Bullock. Right now, I need to. I'm going out in the canoe. Flash your light from this shore. They'll think I'm here and they won't dare land on either side. So But make sure you don't turn the light on me in this canoe. All right, Bullock. Turn your light on as soon as I get out in the open water.
Toward the center of the lake. The first speaking out when I was the shore, and I was still there that moment when I saw the beam's first light. The young saw it too. The beam wasn't strong enough to reach the boat. I heard the boat in the turn, and the motor came back toward my canoe. And he was dead in the dark water.
What's the motor for, huh?
Shut up. They're waiting for us to reach shore. Their lights are weaker.
Thanks, we gotta get out of here.
Shut up and let me finish. They were before they looked at the town of the lake.
It's so slow.
Well, what do you want me to do? I can't swim like you can.
Why can't you eat the oil?
Because the oarlock's squid, stupid. But Joe. We can cover the whole shore.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God. Come on. Here, here.
What?
Something in the water.
You're crazy. Did you see the light on the shore?
What? Frank, I do hear something. I see it. It's a canoe.
What? Don't move, young. I'm coming into your boat. What, you? I'll bring you with the sword. Help! Help! Let go! Let go! Oh!
Have you got me? He can't swim.
Where he's going, it won't matter. Grab onto the canoe and stick for shore. I got a nice dry shirt waiting for him. Convicted of robbing a safe in the mercantile store, Vance Young, on the basis of his previous record, was sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville.
This is Joel McCrae. Many of our listeners, particularly in Texas, recall these cases we've been dramatizing, and some listeners have sent in questions about the Rangers. Yes, it's true. There are only 50 Texas Rangers. And to show you how busy these Rangers are, from 1946 to 1948, the Rangers handled nearly 17,000 cases. With Texas as big as it is, that means they cover about 4 times greater area per man than any other police officer in the world. Next week, we'll have another authentic story I believe you'll enjoy very much. Like the others, it's based on their official files, adding further glory to the Rangers. Hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 times mean good times on NBC. Your Saturday hour of fun begins in 4 weeks. You'll hear Judy Canova and this young man.
Hello, everybody. This is Dennis Day. On October 7th, I'll be starting a new season on the air. It'll be fun for all, lots of music and laughter. So join us for our opening show, October 7th, over your favorite NBC station.
Yes, beginning October 7th, hear Dennis Day, then Judy Canova in an hour of fun on NBC. 3 times mean good times on NBC. The Dennis Day Show returns to the air at this time in just 3 weeks. Remember, the Dennis Day Show returning over most of these stations in just 3 weeks.
Presenting Joel McCrae as Jay Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. become these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Candyman.
It is 4 p.m., April 14th, 1947. A prisoner at the jail in Pentland County, Texas, is being returned to his cell as the visiting hour comes to an end. His name is Paul Abbott, serving out a 6-month sentence for petty larceny. His cellmate, John Saygood, has not had a bail. But Saygood is being held without bail, awaiting trial for murder.
All right, Abbott. In.
Your wife bring what I told you to get for her?
Yeah, I got some candy and the razor blades. You know you're not supposed to have razor blades.
Yeah. If they find them on me, they might put me in jail. What are you so nervous about with your lousy 6-month flat bed? I'm facing the chair. My nerves are still better than yours.
Hey, kid, I only got a month and a half to go. I don't want to get in trouble. Lay off.
Will you tell me what I should do, you cheap?
I'm telling you, for my arm. You're hurting me.
No, kid. Gee, kid, I'm sorry. Maybe I played too rough, but you're my pal. Model prisoners like you with only a few weeks to go never get searched like me, huh? But you're so good to me. Have a piece of candy, pal.
I don't want it.
Okay. You know, while you've been out visiting, I've been thinking. I'm going to let you and your wife do me a little favor. Big favor.
I gotta be careful what I ask her. I can't upset her now. You know that?
Oh, that's right. Babies do some in it, Papa. Wouldn't want the kid to start out without an old man, would you?
I mean,
I wanted to see if your wife could get these razor blades here. Next time she comes, tell her to bring me a hacksaw and a gun.
no, Johnny.
You don't want to see me go to the chair, do you? Well, if you do, I could take one of these blades to your throat.
No, Johnny.
Keep your voice down.
All right.
You do it. Now, don't kid me. I can hear the wheels turning in that square head of yours. Next time the school takes you out of here, you'll spill your guts.
I won't, Johnny, I swear.
I know you will. And I'll tell you why. Because if you rat on me, somebody will slip a shit into you. In jail or out. Now, remember that. Remember it if you ever want to see that kid. I ain't asking him, tell him. You decide to get brave with your own neck. Remember, I can have your wife taken care of, too.
What? Wouldn't do that.
We'll get him to school.
What's the yelping about? What's going on in you?
We was just arguing, that's all.
About what?
Baseball. How many games Gehrig played for the Yanks?
Is that right, Abbott?
Ain't that right, Abbott?
Yeah, that's right. Late.
Frantic with fear, Paul Abbott yielded to Saygood, and through his wife obtained the gun and hacksaw. The blow-off came a week later when the Pentland County jailer was killed, and Saygood and Abbott escaped. While roadblocks were being quickly set up by Ranger and Highway Patrol units, Ranger Jace Pearson contacted Sheriff Leonard Ginn, county jail.
Well, they were in this cell, Ranger.
Yeah. Some of the lock has been hacksawed, Sheriff.
Yeah, I must have waited in the passage until the jailer turned the corner here. And shot him through the stomach and took the keys.
Any idea where they got the gun?
No, but Abbott's wife is allowed to visit. She could have slipped it in to him.
You got a pickup out for him?
Mm-hmm. Deputy's out after now. Abbott made a big jump when they gunned the jailer. Petty larceny to jailbreak and murder.
Murderer like Saygood. He had a reason to crash out. But a first-timer like Abbott with only 4 weeks to go, he doesn't figure to make a break.
Just the same, Abbott's gone with Saygood.
We may find out why when we bring in his wife. Sometimes a man goes places he doesn't want to go with a gun in his back.
What did I
did I do? That man would have killed him.
Did you arrange anything else for them, Mrs. Abbott? Get clothing or an automobile?
No, how could I? I even had to lie to my mother to get money. To buy the gun. Paul was in jail. I wasn't working. I was always borrowing money to bring him things.
I understand. The one behind the bars doesn't do all the stuff.
I'd have done anything. I had to take the food out of my mouth to buy things for that other man. And living alone. And having my baby. Why did Paul go with him? Why?
I don't think he went willingly, but I'm afraid he went at the point of that gun you brought.
I begin to agree with that, Ranger.
You told us you brought Saygood a lot of candy.
More than $1 worth every week.
There's a real sweet too, Jay. Always sitting up a yam at the sugar at mealtime.
Yeah. Mrs. Abbott, will you excuse us for a moment? Sheriff, I want to see you for a second.
Oh, sure.
You got anybody watching our house in case Abbott and Saygood show up there?
Yeah, it's covered.
Good. Your office hasn't any report of a stolen car, huh?
No, nothing yet.
And they're probably on foot. Could be out of the county by now, though. We have other ranger units in the area. I'm going to call my headquarters and have one of them come with me so we can beat the countryside.
Okay, anything else you want me to handle?
Yeah, they'll have to eat wherever they are. Even if they have money, they won't take a chance on being spotted buying anything for a while.
That figures.
I want you to make a careful check on any robbery report you get from food stores. Like an itemized account of everything that's taken. I got a hunch Saygood will make a special effort to get his hands on some candy. All that day, nothing turned up in the roadblock. While Ranger Jim Leeds and I rode through the countryside without finding a trace of the man we were after. But on the following morning...
Maybe we've been heading the wrong way, Jay.
I don't think so, Leeds. Coming this way would have been the fastest trail out of the county. Otherwise, all wilderness for more than 80 miles. Too much of them on foot without supplies.
Still figuring they cut through toward US 280, yeah?
They must have. They'll have to get to a car someplace unless they got a spot to hole up in real close. I don't think they're going to take that chance. He'll want distance.
Yeah. Farmhouse head.
A rider coming, too. He's really pounding leather.
He sees us. Coming right this way.
Let's meet him.
Howdy, stranger.
Who, Johnson?
Hey, I didn't expect anybody so soon.
What do you mean?
Well, I just called the sheriff less than half an hour ago. Ain't that why you're here?
We didn't know about your call. What happened?
My dog flushed a couple of prowlers during the night. I went out all night hunting them, or I'd have put in a call before.
Maybe you're bored. Know what they look like?
No, all I saw was two shadows. Dogs woke me up like I told you. Men was prowling around.
You better have a look at his place, Lee. We'll ride back with you.
Yeah.
How long ago did it happen?
Oh, reckon it was 2 a.m., about 6 hours ago.
You say you chased him?
Yeah, but I couldn't spot him in the dark. Just fooled around all night. I'd have had the expense. I'd have called right away, but they threw a couple of shots at me when I saw him, and I got hot and went for my gun and laid out.
I see. They get anything?
When I went back to the house this morning, my missus had a couple of shirts and jeans.
See, Saygood and Abbott all right. Getting rid of their jail clothes. They have horses?
No, I didn't hear any.
Maybe they were going to take a couple of yours and didn't have time to get them. How come your dogs didn't stay after?
The dogs pinned up. I should have turned them loose, but like I said, I was too hot to do any thinking after they shot at me.
If you had done any thinking, you'd have stayed home. One of the men you were chasing is a killer, and about as cold as they come. We picked up their trail near the farmhouse. And about 4 miles out, we found the ashes of a fire and chicken bones and feathers. And in the brush near the same spot, a bundle of prison clothes. From there, the trail led straight to the U.S. highway.
See the road through the brush now, Jay?
Yeah, it's Hope we spot a highway patrol car before we...
Now, what's the matter?
Something off the road in that patch of Douglas fir.
Looks like the front of a truck. Pulled pretty far back.
Come on. Get up, Chuck. Get up, boy. Get up.
Whoa, boy.
Back with new cars.
Uh-huh.
That's what they are.
Well, seen from the road, all right.
Yeah. Driver doesn't seem to be around.
Unloading ramp's down, Jake.
Tire tracks on the ground. They've got a car now, all right.
Wonder what happened to the driver of the truck.
Blood on the cab seat. And more on the running board in the ground.
Goes this way.
There he is.
Dead. Probably tried to go for help. Couldn't make it.
Yeah. Wound looked like Saygood's trademark. Shot through the stomach.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jake Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, Candyman, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I left the horses with leads at the nearest town. He did some checking while I got a lift back to Kent to pick up the car and horse there. Then I drove back to these leads where I'd left them. Come on, boy. Get me there. Oh, boy.
Ready to roll, Jake.
We'll roll as soon as we can figure out which way. You check on those gas stations?
Highway patrol went all the way down the line. No station service the car we're looking for. No pump locks were broken during the night.
They must have driven as far as they wanted to go and ditched the car. Somewhere within about 100 miles from me. How do you figure that? The new car's coming off the assembly line only get a few gallons of gas put in. They didn't take on more gas. They got as far as they could on local. We'll head west. Biggest have trouble in Oklahoma and Louisiana, according to his record, so he's gold in New Mexico, where he's clean. He left the state.
Yeah? Guess it's our best shot.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have report for Unit 10 on subject John Saygood. Only known associate of Saygood was woman known as Marcella Roberts. Present whereabouts unknown. Last location was place of business, beauty salon in Abilene, Texas. Left there 2 months ago.
Unit 10 requests check of cosmetic distributors and supply houses. Check recent orders as possible source of new address on subject Marcella Roberts.
Will do, Unit 10. Moment, Unit 10. Another message coming in for Unit 10. Stand by.
Unit 10 standing by.
Maybe they found the car, Chief.
Big help if they have.
Here it is, Unit 10. General store, Pike Hill entered during early morning. Situated 30 miles west of your present location. Check of stolen merchandise includes candy.
This subject sacred. Proceeding to Pike Hill immediately. Unit 10, 10-4.
KDXA out there.
Sleep in the room right back to the store here, Ranger, when I hear this noise. I got up and lit the light, and it was just before daybreak.
See anybody?
No, but I opened the door into the store, and then the dang cat popped into my room and started purring and rubbing against my leg. So I just figured she knocked something over, so I went on back to bed.
See.
Didn't know anybody broke me until I got up this morning and found the door glass busted. Must have slept through that, though. I sleep real sound. Just I woke up when they knocked this stack of canned goods over. Got them out and got them all stacked again now.
Call the sheriff right away?
Yep. Seems I found a few dollars from cash drawer missing. Didn't think about the candy counter. Don't keep much, you know. There's a couple of kids coming later on wanting some peppermint lifesavers. And
saw a whole box and was gone and she talked to fire.
That's when the sheriff got in touch with us then. We'll rope off this showcase and have somebody from our lab come in to check it for fingerprints so we can be sure it was the man we're after.
Not much doubt about it, Jake.
Nothing like being sure. We drove further west from Pikeville past Burger while we waited for the fingerprints. Combed the brush along the highway looking for the car Sig would never have stolen, but there was no sign of it. If it was abandoned, it might stay hidden for weeks.
Something in here, Jake.
No, would have been a good spot to ditch a car, though. Couldn't have driven much further than this.
We may find it further on.
Maybe. Maybe we've already passed it.
Calling the car radio, Jake.
I heard it.
KTXA, come in, Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Report on subject Marcella Roberts. Cosmetic distributor check shows nail enamel ordered in subject's name 2 weeks ago. Delivery made to Adorable Beauty Salon, Virgo, Texas.
Unit 10 and 7 continuing investigation. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA officer.
Highland lead.
There goes about 15 miles back, Jake. Figure the woman helped him hide out?
Jacob didn't head in this direction without a reason. If he isn't hiding, we know where he's headed. Marcella Roberts wasn't at work, nor was she at her home when we got there. But she came home about an hour later. She left her car out of sight. She didn't see it. She came up the steps to the private entrance on the porch. Miss Roberts?
Yes. Oh. Oh, Ranger. Intrigue.
She might be able to help us. You know a man named John Stager?
I used to know him. Long time ago.
Have you seen him lately?
Well, how could I? I heard that he was in jail.
Paper boy must have been neglecting you lately. He's out. We're looking for him.
All right. I'll tell you what I know. He probably headed for Oklahoma City. Told me once that he could always hide out there if he got in any trouble.
He should have carried a compass because he headed the wrong way. He broke into a store at Pike Hill before sunup this morning, and he was still moving in this direction when he left there.
Well, I haven't seen him.
Good. You won't mind if we take a look through your apartment.
See if you've got any objection. One of us can wait here while the other gets the warrant.
All right, continue. I only hesitated because the place is a mess.
Sure. But we won't tell them.
Well, here you are. Couldn't hide a mouse in here.
Please check the bathroom and closet. I'll look at it.
Nobody here, Jake. That's for sure.
No. But there was somebody here.
What do you mean?
It means you were a better housekeeper. You want to make a better liar. Could have swept up these candy wrappers on the floor.
Is there a law against eating candy? I read it all the time.
So does Satan. You happen to have a 30-day diet packed up on your kitchen wall. Your figure says you've been following it pretty close.
You can't prove anything with that.
Maybe not. There's something else. 2 different brands of cigarettes in your bag. One brand doesn't have any lipstick on it.
I had a boyfriend visit me.
You check every store in the town and find out if you bought a load of groceries today. And if you did, you better be able to show them or prove where they went. You're concealing and aiding a murderer. You can serve a lot of time for that, Marcella. Enough to rub off those good looks before you get out.
I don't want to go to jail. But you don't know Johnny. He killed me.
Where is he?
I took him and the other fellow up the back road to the Sierra Buffalo bushes. They didn't hide out there and come back in a week. After I raised some money for him to get out of town.
Leave us out the way you left him. And don't bother about raising that money. He isn't going to be needing it. He followed her to a place where Stager and Abbott had been dropped. The base of the wild Sierra Diablo country, something the last days of the town. Reed and I took our horses out of the trailer and started after them. Getting pretty dark, Jay. Yeah. Have to leave the horses and go on foot soon or we'll lose this trail. I can hardly see anything now. Hold up a minute. Ooh, shot. Oh, what? Moist tank here. And slipped and fell. The one making the heaviest tracks. Probably Figure. No, Abbott. Figure's bigger, but he's using Abbott for a passenger to carry supplies. Look how the tracks straddle out. Yeah. They must be carrying weight, all right. And we're right for that rocky ground ahead. And we won't find any more prints as clear as these. Want to turn our horses off here? No. I think we better lead them. We can walk this ground, and we may need them coming out. Now, let's keep going. Lost in the Jay. Keep flashing the light on. Keep it cut. All right. No, spread out. No, wait a minute. Come back. Where's the heart? The earth is soft at the base of this rock. Yeah, but no twin things, see? No, but look at those now. Rattlesnake stuff. He's moving away from here, though. Going probably in under the rock. He's weaving back and forth. Rapper only does that when it's disturbed. Even me scared of passing by, and something scared it. And these rocks fell around here not long ago either. And see where it shifted it fell. It's the first. I don't know whether it is. And they must have knocked it loose climbing up around the rock. Let's find out. If they did come this way, they have to move along this ledge. These are out again. Right. Look at this. It's a broken shield. And the follow us coming. Sat there inside of it. These are exactly up dirt up the rock behind us. Yeah. Straight for that plateau. It's so good a clear view of anything coming up by there. Going to leave the horses here and go on? Yeah. Climb down and get them. We'll circle the rocks and take the long way up. Give so good a chance to fall asleep. We may be able to take them alive. We reached the plateau on broad, flat tracks just under the final fence of the high peak of the range and picked up the trail again. Led straight toward a clump of trees and brush, and through the trees we saw the glow of the sun. The land was quiet. The moon was pretty bright. We're out here. They're in trouble. If there's move between us and that farm. If they get to keep a fire going at night, we didn't base a cooking the giveaway on the drive. Probably figures he's safe in. We've got to keep an eye on Abbott. Unless we're wrong and Abbott's along because he wants to. And we'll find that out when we spread out. Don't find any movement there yet. Yeah. Better leave the horses now. And take them out here and split. Circle in on foot and... Drop now, please! Now I know what we're going to find. The decoy figure to set up. He was someplace in the rim of the brush behind us. I twisted around looking for a flash of his gun if he fired again.
Hang on, Ranger. Let me get a good shot. I'll put one right for your belly.
You didn't expect to get away, did you, Stay Good?
You ain't got me yet.
We can wait. You'll never get out of here unless we kick you out.
We got 4 guns through one, Figures. Don't forget the instant joker I got myself. Talk up, man. I still got it. Little Papa. And if one of you got a bullet mark for me, remember if I go through him first.
Talking to you. Maybe I can call around. No, you figure. You heard a sound, you put a bullet in Abbott's back.
What do you say, Rangers? The line be there sometime. But remember, I got nothing to lose by gunning.
What do you want, Stagger?
I'll make you a deal.
We don't make deals.
You'll make this one, I'll have it dead. He's not going, Rangers. He'll kill him. I got a wife and a kid down. Ain't that touching, Rangers? Now you gotta play ball with me.
What's your deal?
Back off. Way off so I can see you go. And even the horses. Remember, that will be in front of me when we come out together.
We can let him come out and then we can do it.
All right, Stay Good. You got a deal.
I loosened the fence on the side and I backed away, ready in case they find us. And they moved out into the mainland. Jacob kept Abbott between us and got him up on Lee's horse. Then he started to mount the costume.
Hold on, Ranger.
Take them, boy. Come on, Lee. You won't be able to hit anything but the ground. There goes Jacob. Watch him.
You all right, Abbott?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Get up, Jacob.
My arm.
Never borrow a ranger's horse when a ranger's around unless he wants you to have it. I'm glad I didn't have to kill you, Jacob. I want the rest of the prisoners at Pentland to see you back in that cell. I'll help them make up their minds never to come back again.
You can start that lecture with me, Ranger. Once I get out, you won't see me there again.
Good, Abbott. No place for a wife and a kid to go to. All right, stay good. Get going. John Saygood was brought to trial and found guilty on 3 counts of murder. His sentence, death in the electric chair. This is Joel McCrae. Many tales about the Texas Rangers have been repeated until they're legend. And here's one of my favorites. Many years ago, rioting broke out in a Texas town, and the mayor appealed for aid from the Rangers. He was at the railroad depot to meet the expected help when a stranger got off the train and approached him. "Are you the mayor?" the stranger asked. The mayor, looking anxiously for the ranger force, said, "Yeah, but I have no time to talk to you now. I'm waiting for the Texas Rangers to stop this rioting." The stranger said, "I'm the ranger. I was sent down to help you." The mayor's mouth dropped open in dismay. "They only send one ranger?" Puzzled by the question, the ranger said, "Yeah, you only got one riot, haven't you?" Don't forget our date, same time next week, folks. See you then.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Trent. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Frank Martin, Reed Hadley, Wilm Turbot, Dick Ryan, and Lorraine Tuttle. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three signs mean good times on NBC. The secret of Dennis Day's comedy is that he always appears perplexed and bewildered. Dennis will be back on the network of the Time Saturday, October 7th. That's 3 weeks from tonight, with more delightful mix-ups and popular music from the thrilling Day Mass. And that same Saturday, October 7th, also marks the return of Judy Canova, with more of her mountain-style music and mayhem. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. From Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jake Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. The Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, open and shut.
It is 1:37 a.m., December 9, 1945. John Meston, a wealthy rancher, is awakened by the sound of a speeding car screeching to a stop on the driveway outside his house. Seconds later, he jumps out of bed and reaches for a robe as the downstairs door opens. His daughter, Connie, comes up the stairs screaming hysterically.
Connie, baby. What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, Daddy, Bob. Daddy.
Mom, yes, hold it yourself. What happened?
I'm frightened, Daddy. I'm frightened. There was a man with a bandana over his head.
Where's Connie? Where?
The old cattle road east of the ranch. We were quite certain.
Here, sit down. Sit down while I call the sheriff. You better have a doctor. You're coming for your nerves.
Tried to roll it down. Father had his gun in the car. It's all over.
Operator, get me sheriff's sight. I want to report a murder.
Connie Meston was in no condition to be questioned, and Sheriff Sight had only an incoherent story to follow. He called the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case. He arrived at the Meston Ranch shortly before dawn.
Might as well wait here in the library, Ranger. The doctor's still in with the girl. She's had a mighty bad shot. She tell you where it happened, Sheriff? Yeah, the old cattle road east of the ranch. I got some men riding out there now. They'll call us as soon as they find the body. That girl isn't going to be able to talk to us tonight. We better get out with your men. Here's the girl's father.
I'll keep you waiting, Sheriff.
All right, Mr. Meston.
You got here, Ranger.
Can we talk to your daughter now, Mr. Meston?
I'm afraid not. Doctors put her to sleep. She must have absolute rest for a few hours.
No point in our waiting then, Sheriff. We can come back later.
I'm sorry, but that'd be best. I'll walk out with you.
What's the best way to get to that cattle road? Drive into town, then around the highway. Be shorter to cut across the range on horses. You got yours in your trailer. Maybe Mr. Meston will lend me one.
Take your pick of the stable, Sheriff.
Couldn't we drive across the range?
No, you've got a ravine to cross and a stream to ford.
What time did your daughter get home, Mr. Meston?
Just a minute before I called the sheriff. Little after 1:30. I'd only been in bed about an hour. Got up about 12:30 and turned in.
This the car she came home in?
Yeah, Bob Brady's car. I heard her drive out, then I heard her crying. Came in and tore up the stairs to my bedroom. I'm afraid it's going to take a long time to get over there.
Don't let anybody touch this car until I can get a fingerprint man to go over it. Killer may have left his mark someplace.
I'll see it ain't touched.
Well, I'll go get me a horse in the stable, Ranger. How well did your daughter know Brady?
Well, they went around together for a spell, but this date last night was the first they'd had in a long time. Brady worked for me.
Doing what?
Accountant. Handled all the ranch business. Got an office in one wing of the house.
I see. I'll radio for a fingerprint man to come down from our lab while the sheriff's getting his horse.
Want me to ride with you for any reason?
No. Better do whatever you can to bring your daughter around so we can talk to her. We'll be back later. I made my radio call, and then Sheriff Sykes and I cut across the ranch to the old road. The riders had just found Bob Brady's body. Nothing's been touched. The riders waited while the sheriff and I went over the ground. Standing right beside the car when he was killed. Car tracks are heaviest here where it was parked.
Yeah.
Brady and the girl's been walking around, though. Prince go over that way and then turn around and come back here to the body. And the third set of prints mixed in with theirs.
Yeah, must be the killer.
Yeah. Came up the road here and stopped beside the car and walked on again. There's powder burns on Brady's coat. He shot from close up.
I only saw the girl for a minute. Couldn't make much out of what she was saying, but I think Brady was killed with his own gun.
How come?
Carried an automatic in the glove compartment of his car. He toted quite a bit of the ranch's cash on it sometimes.
Funny the killer didn't use his own gun, unless he didn't have one.
Well, the girl said Brady tried to get his gun from the car. The fellow took the gun away from Brady and killed him. So I guess he couldn't have had a gun of his own.
Doesn't make sense. He was taking a mighty big chance. It saves him a hold-up if he wasn't armed. Although I guess it was robbery, all right. Brady doesn't seem to have a cent on him. No wallet, no wristwatch, nothing.
Yeah, no doubt about the motive. Well, I guess I better have the body moved into town. Deputy can notify Brady's mother.
Yeah. Better order an autopsy report. Isn't going to tell us anything we don't know, though. Keep a couple of your riders here.
Sure thing, but what do you want them to do?
Beat the brush and look for Brady's gun. While they're looking, we can follow this extra set of tracks and see where they lead. I expected to follow the marks of a man who didn't want to be followed. The usual erratic trail a killer leads when he's trying to throw off pursuit. But this trail led straight as an arrow.
Hey, whoever he is, he sure didn't cover his tracks very well.
No, unless he's headed for some spot where he knows his trail will be lost. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, boy.
What is it?
Trouble may start here.
Yeah, turned off the road into the field.
Ground's going that way, though. The path that's been used before. Come on. The grass has been trampled from regular use. Anybody live out here you know of?
Nope. Yeah, an old shack about a mile and a half across. Used to be a lime house. Owner rented to a Mexican.
We better have a talk with him. We can move a little faster, but keep your eye out for those tracks as we go.
Get up.
We reached the shack, and the earth around us were the boot prints of a man. They matched the ones we'd been following. Still have that gun with him. He was up late. Could feel my feet. Come on, we'll see. There he is. Feeling buried. Quiet. Take a look at these boots. Right beside his thumb, bent nail in the heel of one of them.
Here's the mark we've been following, all right. He's our boy.
All right, you. Wake up.
Hey, who's that?
Come on, get up.
What have I done? Why'd you come here?
What's your name?
Jose Morales.
Where were you last night?
What? I walked into town.
Anybody see you there?
Yes, the man in the pocket. I stopped there to buy a bottle of wine. There's the bottle on the table.
What time did you leave town, Morales?
It was almost midnight, I think.
And you walked home, too?
Yes. Why do you ask me all these questions? I don't know.
How long does it take you to walk back here?
Hours, maybe more. I don't have a watch.
Are you sure you don't have a watch now?
Yes, I never own one.
How about a gun?
I don't have a gun.
How did you come when you came here?
Well, no, I don't remember, senor. I just walked.
Well, you better remember. You came up the cattle road. You followed your boot track. Were you alone all the time?
Yes, I know.
You didn't see a car parked on the cattle road?
Yes. There's man and dog there. They will remember that they see me there.
What's that? Hold it, Sheriff. Go ahead, Morales. When did they see you?
On the way home, I passed by the car. I think maybe the car is broke down. So I took a look inside, but there's nobody there. But then I walked a little further.
meet a man and girl. I asked them if something wrong with the car.
Go ahead.
Well, they told me no. So I just come away. Senor, if you can find them, they will remember. They can tell you I was there.
And welcome yourself right into the electric staircase. Yeah, too easy. You better get dressed, Morales. You're coming with us.
But why, senor? What have I done?
You'll find out later. Just get dressed. Let's phone this shack, Sheriff. See if we can find that gun. We didn't find the gun or anything else that might have been taken from Brady. And the sheriff's riders drew a blank, too. But we had enough to hold Morales at the jail. We locked him up and went back to the rest of the ranch.
Before you speak to my daughter, gentlemen, I want to ask you to kind of take it easy. In here. Connie, it's Sheriff Sykes and the Ranger.
Howdy, Miss Coon.
Hello.
Miss Neston, would you mind telling us just what happened last night?
Well, Bob called me, Bob Brady. He wanted to see me. We hadn't seen each other for some time.
I thought he worked here at the ranch.
Well, he did. I know we hadn't been out together for a long time.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, he picked me up here. And we drove. When we parked up there in the cattle ranch,
Lots of young folks parked here on and off and just sort of a lover's lane.
we've been there quite a while talking. See, Bob is going to be married next month to a girl named Hilda Peterson.
She's a Susie boy. I see. Go ahead, Miss Nelson.
And he asked me if I wouldn't change my mind and make up with him. And before he got married, and it was too late.
Mm-hmm.
I told him we weren't right for each other. He'd be happier with somebody else. And then all of a sudden, a man came up to the car. It was dark, and he had a bandana over his face.
Go on.
He yelled up and made us get out of the car.
Do you have a gun?
Well, I'm not sure. I was frightened. He had something in his hand. He took Bob's wallet in his watch, and then he told us where we were.
Didn't he take anything from you?
Well, yes. Yes, he took my purse.
And then what happened?
And all of a sudden, Bob made a dash for the car. He got his gun from the glove compartment, but the man was right after him. They fought. The man got the gun away from Bob, and he shot Bob and ran off.
He's dead. It's over. Another second. What were you wearing?
Just a plain blue cap with a dress right there on the chin.
After that, you took Brady's car and drove back here. And your father called the sheriff, is that right?
Yes.
Driving back from there, you had to come through town. Why didn't you stop and get to a phone?
I was frightened. I couldn't think. I wanted to get home.
You should be able to understand that, Ranger, after all the
Sure, Mr. Just a second. You said you were in bed and heard your daughter drive up, is that right?
Yeah, I told you before. I locked up and turned in about 12:30. Finally come home about an hour later.
Came in and right up to your bedroom, is that right?
Yes, why?
Just getting the picture. All right, Sheriff. We can go now.
Oh, we can find our own way out, Mr. Neston. Miss Connie can come into town and dictate her statement in a day or so.
All right.
Well, Ranger, that looks like a quick one to me. Case against the Mexican Morales is open and shut.
I don't know, Sheriff. Somebody's lying. Nesson said he locked up and went to bed. His daughter came in and went tearing up to his bedroom.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
How'd she get into the house if Morales took her purse? Her keys would be in it.
Well, she might have had her key in the pocket of her dress.
Might have. Except for one thing. That dress has no pocket.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McClay as Ranger Jake Pearson.
This month, the National Broadcasting Company celebrates 25 years of bringing you the best radio programs. 7 days a week, you can depend upon NBC for music, drama, comedy, entertainment of every kind, as well as the latest up-to-the-minute news from every corner of the world. When you tune where you hear the familiar NBC chime, you know you're tuned for the finest in radio listening.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers, and tonight's case, Open and Shut, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I checked on Morales' story as best I could. He had been in town, and he had bought a bottle of wine to take home with him the night of the murder. But when I got back to the jail, the sheriff had evidence piling up against the Mexican.
Your fingerprints proved that plus copies of prints were found on Brady's car. These prints were found only on the door of the car. Now, compare them with these.
Same man, all right.
Matching set of the prints I rolled off Morales when we brought him in. He must have done it.
Maybe, but I'm not convinced. I'll see you later.
Here, where you going, Ranger?
To see Brady's mother, the girl he was going to marry.
When the boy said yes, his brothers were killed in the war. Please, Mother Brady, we've got to talk to Ranger. Oh, I'm sorry, Ranger.
It's all right, man. How long had it been since your son had been out with Connie Meston before last night?
6 months. I thought he was with me. I thought to leave him alone and only him and Linda for 6 months.
Did he read about her much during the time he wasn't here?
No. Linda was dead. He was born, never did it once. That when I found out, I couldn't tell him.
Miss Peterson, you and Brady ever quarrel about Connie Meston?
Oh, no. He was over it. He knew what she was. He was true. Heartless little thief. He made his life miserable.
Have you got any idea why he called her and asked her to see him that night?
The Ranger didn't call her. He called him.
You sure of that?
They didn't answer the phone. He didn't want to go, but he must have been insisting. After a while, I said, all right, if you would just wait. But the bad crap.
Thanks.
Ranger, is it true what we said? You got the killer in jail?
I wouldn't count on that. Yes. I went back to the jail and questioned Morales again. He was frightened, but his story never moved an inch from what he told us the first time. Then I saw the sheriff.
I spoke to District Attorney, Jay. He thinks we got enough to take to grand jury for an indictment.
Give me one of the mug shots you took of Morales when you brought him in.
Sure. Here's the picture.
Thanks. I want Connie Meston to look at it and see if she can identify Morales.
But he said the man who stuck him up had a bandana over his face.
He said a lot of things, Sheriff. Brady struggled with the man who killed him. Morales carried a bottle of wine from town to his shack. He checked that. If he had a struggle with anyone, how come he didn't drop the bottle and break it?
It seems like it would have broke, don't it?
You got a bandana here?
Yeah, the one we took from Morales. Why?
No, not that one. I want one with a different color and pattern.
Maybe one of my deputies lost it.
Get it. I want to see how many lies Connie Meston can tell. I won't be satisfied with the case against Morales until we find Brady's gun and the things that were supposed to be stolen. I went back to the Meston ranch the next morning. Connie Meston was taking Brady's death hard. As hard as a rock. He wasn't at the ranch house. He was near the corral, training a jumper to take a fence.
All right, come on, boy, now, let's go. Come on. Oh, yeah. Daddy, come on. Come on. Come on, I said. Well, I'll teach you to ball. When I want you to jump, you'll jump. Come on. I teach you without horse. Oh. The Ranger. How did he see you coming?
Glad to see you recovered from your shock.
Well, I tried to find something to occupy my mind. Thought I'd work my horses. Got them headed in the store to a pasture next Sunday.
It'd be nice if the horse lived that long, or you use that whip.
It happens to be my horse. Now, what do you want, anyway?
A little information. We may have the man who killed Brady.
Oh, yeah, I heard. The Mexican Morales?
And he's just around. Here's a picture of him. Is he the man?
Well, it could be. It looks like the one.
What do you recognize? A scar on his skin?
Yeah. But no. I mean, no. His face is covered.
Yeah. I almost forgot about that. Is this the bandana you saw?
Well, it was dark, but it was just like that one.
Well, thanks.
Is that all you want to know, Ranger?
Yeah, that's all. For now. I saw Connie Nelson's father as I was leaving the ranch. He seemed pale and shaky feeling there. I was certain that Connie Nelson was lying all the way. The sheriff dropped a bombshell in my lap when I got back to the jail. He was running for his car when I drove up.
Hey, Sheriff! Sheriff, where you going? Oh, I'm glad you got here. I was just heading for Morales' place. Do you want to come along, I reckon?
Why? What's out there?
I think we're going to find the gun and the stuff he stole. Look, here. Just got this in there. It was posted last night in the Mexican section.
The note was printed in Spanish on yellow paper. It said, look in cattle tanks near Morales' house. That was all.
You reckon Morales tested a friend who decided to double cross him?
We better get out there.
Well, there's no doubt about this case now, Ranger. We find that gun and Morales is headed for the electric chair for sure. Hey, here. Here's something else.
What'd you find?
The what? Raising this what?
Good.
And this is all of it. Come on, let's get out of this water.
Sure.
Nice haul. The gun, the girl's purse, Brady's wallet, and wristwatch are right on Morales' doorstep. That's the end of this case.
No, it isn't.
Oh, now, Jay.
Look at these things, Sheriff. Look at the muzzle of this gun. It's clogged solid with dirt, packed tight.
Well, always some mud in the bottom of a cattle tank.
But this is mud. It's packed earth. And it's packed so tight it didn't dissolve in the water.
Yeah. Say, that is funny.
Sheriff, this gun was buried someplace after it was fired. Buried and then dug up again and thrown into this cattle tank.
Say, you're right. Traces of dirt packed into the holes of the wash pan, too. And in the water.
Sure. But look at this purse. The purse wasn't buried. Or the same dirt had be jammed in the metal frame. Connie Nelson's keys. She had them when she ran home after Brady was shot. She brought the purse with her to plant with the stuff she dug up after she knew Morales was under suspicion.
She killed Brady. There's evidence before she went home to make it look like robbery.
Yeah, because the real motive was jealousy. You hold Morales another 24 hours. That'll be long enough to get what you need. Then Connie Nelson can take his place.
But you got no proof on her.
I'll send that anonymous note through to a handwriting division at our lab. They can get a sample of Connie Nelson's writing from the horse show registration blanks at El Paso for comparison.
Yes, but will that help, Ranger? After all, the note is printed, and it's in Spanish.
There'll still be similarity in letter formation. Besides, registration blanks usually ask for printable information on breeding and identification. If Connie Nelson wrote that note, lab or no it, it's checked. Connie Nelson's printing on registration blanks for the horse show matched the printing on the anonymous note. It was almost enough, but I wanted one more thing. A trace of dirt on something she owned. A trace that would match the dirt that had been packed in the muzzle of Brady's gun when it was buried. I drove out to the Nelson ranch and found Connie in the stable. Mind if I come in?
Oh, you here again? What do you want this time?
But you might like to know we found Brady's gun. Anonymous note told us where it was. Cattle tank out of Morales' place.
You got a good case then.
No, Morales didn't put the gun in the tank.
How do you know?
Because the gun and the other things had been buried. They were dug up again and thrown in the tank.
Well, maybe you decided to change the Hardy's.
While we were holding him in jail? No, not like it. Morales didn't kill Brady.
Do you know who did?
Not for sure, but we'll find out. Whoever dug those things up must have carried them in something while they were taking them to the cattle tank. Some dirt was jammed in the muzzle of a gun. We find out what it was carried in, clothing maybe, somebody's pocket. We can match the dirt in our lab.
I see. That's very interesting.
If you think so. Well, guess I better be getting back to town. I drove away from the ranch and parked behind some trees, which gave me a view of the stable. A minute after I left her, Connie Messon came out, riding like the wind. I unloaded charcoal from the trailer and followed her, always keeping cover between us. She didn't seem to be carrying anything to dispose of, but all of a sudden she came to a stop by a stream. She took the saddlebags and started to shake them out over the water. Oh, boy. All right, charcoal, let's go. Get out. Now. Stay right where you are, Miss Messon. I'll take those saddlebags.
Sure. Any logs and empty them into a stream?
None that I know of.
Well, take them then, Ranger, because they're empty.
Not as empty as you wish they were. A few grains of dirt stuck in the seam. That's all we're going to need.
You can't make anything out of that.
Oh, I got a few other things. An anonymous note in Spanish, and that's the registration blanks you sent into El Paso. I don't think you'd be showing your horses Sunday.
Why, you...
Give me that quick. Won't be using this again either. Now get on your horse and ride for the house. Taking her in, Mr. Messon. Got an idea you started to suspect she was lying the same time I did.
She's not lying, Ranger. She didn't know nothing about it. I shot Brady.
Sorry, but that won't work either. I got her pinned down all the way.
Daddy, oh, give me some money. What kind of a father are you if you can't help brother? You hit me.
Yes. I should have started 20 years ago, before I let you get to be what you are. Maybe I'm not legally guilty, Ranger, but I'm guilty of raising the way I did.
Too bad you didn't think of it sooner. All right, Connie. Let's get into town.
Connie Messon's trial was spotted with hysterics that failed to convince the court, although she maintained she was innocent in the face of overwhelming evidence against her. Then, as the trial neared a close, she changed her plea to guilty, and in an effort to avoid a death sentence, she confessed. She was sentenced to the women's prison at Huntsville for 50 years.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Cattle Drive. The cast included Tony Barrett, Joan Banks, Francis X. Bushman, Farley Bear, and Debbie Janet. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. Hal Gibney speaking.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Next, it's The Big Show, with stars including Sophie Tucker, Gene Valley, Jerry Lester, Ann Sheridan, Morton Downey, and your crowning hostess, Paulina Bankhead. Then enjoy mirth and music with Phil Harris and Alice Faye. Later, Theater Guild on the Air presents Age of Innocence, co-starring Claudette Colbert and McDonald Cherry. And for pictures of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current NBC Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah too on NBC.
Transcribed.
Presenting Joel McCrae as Jay Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, clean up.
Several years ago, the town of Tillman, Texas, boasted a population of slightly under 3,000 inhabitants. Until a wildcat gusher started a fabulous new oil boom. In a matter of months, the population rose to 12,000 as drillers, roughnecks, and other field personnel poured in. And behind them, like vultures, came the horde of racketeers, gamblers, and grifters. But even organized vice was not profitable enough for the boss of the crime syndicate, Frankie Gennaro. Gennaro started to move in on the oil business itself.
Sure Paul has launched that?
Yeah, Frankie. In the shack with a light.
What have we been getting from him?
Herb's got the figure.
Yeah, he's got 4 wells in production. We've been getting 200 barrels a day.
What you say? Still getting plenty?
Choked the wells down. Says he won't pay off anymore.
No, we'll see about that. You better come in too, Herb.
Yeah, okay, Sonny.
Don't knock over. Hey, what's the idea of in here? No idea, Paul. I hear you've had some kind of a misunderstanding with my boy.
There's no misunderstanding, Gennaro. You're just not getting any more oil from my wells. I'm not taking any more threats from you or your tin-horn friends.
What would you saying, Paul?
I'll say what I want. I'll not only say it to you, I'll say it to the law.
The mouth's got a loose trigger, Paul. Shoot softly.
Get out. Get out of here before I spin this pipe wrench over your head.
Hey, son.
Let go of me. Grab him, Frankie. Let me go. He's got a knife.
Let him have it, Herb.
He slipped me with that wrench.
Well, they won't do it again, son. This'll teach the other operators not to get smart. Come on, Herb. Let's get out of here.
The death of Joe Powell sealed the lips of other frightened oil operators, and they said nothing as Frankie Gennaro continued to exact tribute from the smaller private companies. But Powell's murder aroused special interest of the Texas Rangers. Captain Simpson sent for Ranger Jase Sturgeon.
You know what's been happening in Tillman since the oil boom started, Jake?
I've heard.
I've got rangers in the town, of course. Good men. But they're too well known. We're being blocked all the way by people who won't talk or who are afraid to talk.
I never worked the Tillman district. I'm not known there.
That's why I think so. I want Tillman cleaned up, starting with Joe Powell's murder. But a man wearing a badge won't stand a chance.
You want me to work without one?
That's right, Jake. But not alone. We got a new man just transferred into the company, Steve Clark. You can work together.
Good. You better brief me on the Powell murder.
And all we've got is in the next room. You can have a look. Here's some photographs taken at the murder scene.
Stabbed in the back. Belt and shirt twisted, though. Powell must have put up a fight before he went down.
He fought all right. Look at this wrench.
Yeah. Blood stains and a few matted hairs on it. Is this the same wrench that was next to the body in the photo?
The same one.
Powell must have hit somebody with it before he was killed then.
It looks that way.
That means 2 or more men ganged up on him. He dropped one with a wrench, and the other one stabbed him.
That's the way I see it.
Blood on the wrench been typed?
Yeah. And here's a report from the lab at Austin.
Type O, huh?
Micrometer measurements are there, too. And that's all we've got, Jake.
How about a list of undesirables hanging out in Tillman?
Oh, yeah, I got that, too. Here, mostly petty crooks, gamblers, and muscle men. Our boys run a few out and new ones come in.
Must be one man at the top, though.
Usually is, but which one?
A few possibilities on your list here. This one, Gus Tracy?
No, he's not big enough to be given the orders. Does he know you by sight?
No, I just know a few of these names by reputation and photos.
And here's another bad one. Herb Enfield.
Yeah. Heard about him, too. Plenty. Supposed to be a real vinegarone.
And it's tougher than the back end of a shooting gallery.
Yeah, and he's not smart enough to cover up himself.
The only other possible boss I can see is this one, Frankie Gennaro.
Got lots of arrests and a couple of indictments. No convictions. On the surface, his record's clean.
He always has an alibi, and it always stands up.
Well, I guess I better get started.
Right. We'll go over to the barracks, and I'll introduce you to Steve Clark. You'll want to change your clothes anyhow.
Yeah. And the first job's to locate Keen in. If we find out he's making the wheels turn, we can put our badges on again and move in with a force.
Now, the whole company will be standing by.
Better warn the rangers in town not to let on they know.
Well, they've been warned. You'll be treated just like a stranger. If you have anything to report, contact me directly. But be careful. And you better leave your car outside the town and just meander in on horses.
Cowfolk?
Yeah, just a couple of wandering cowfolk.
I met Steve Clark. We dressed like a couple of cowfolks and parked our car outside of Stillman. It was almost midnight when we rode in. Town was sprawled all over the map, dotted with trailers and huge shacks thrown together from tin and old packing crates. Despite the hour, everything was going full blast.
Leave me alone,
It sure is booming, Jay.
Yeah. Hotel down a ways looks especially lively. Bet that isn't legal liquor they're taking on around here.
Yeah, I bet there isn't much of anything here that is legal.
A bunch of oil trucks coming through. Better get out of the way. Get over, Jocko. Come on, boy.
Over, boy, over.
Seems to me that it's kind of late for them to be hauling oil. Ought to be a daytime operation.
There might be a shortage of trucks, Jay. Everything has to be hauled. No pipelines to the refineries yet. You think it might be hot oil?
Maybe. We don't know why Joe Powell was killed, but if somebody'd been stealing his oil and Powell found out about it, we'd have a pretty good motive.
Yeah. But if those trucks are hauling stolen oil, they're being pretty open about it.
Oh boy. Listen to that racket. Yeah. Being pretty open about everything around here. Come on, Clark. Let's get us a room. And I want to call the captain and find out about these night riding trucks. Any plan we had about staying at the hotel was cut short for the best part. There wasn't a room available in the town. We hung around for about an hour before we found a rancher who told us we could bunk down in the loft of his barn outside of the town.
Cleaning that mess up isn't going to be easy, Jason.
It's going to be even tougher than it looks, Clark. Notice what happened when the sheriff and one of the rangers they know walked in?
Yeah. All the gambling stopped 5 minutes before they got there, and all the liquor disappeared. Whoever's running that place knew they were coming.
No wonder our men haven't been able to get any place.
We could have stopped that place from operating, Jay. We saw what was going on.
It wouldn't do any good to show a badge and shut down one spot. We got to shut them all. But first, we got to hook them all together.
Yeah, get you right. Hey, look over there. Roadside phone booth by that gas station. You still gonna call Captain Simpson?
Yeah, good spot. Station's closed.
I'll take the horses back off the road and wait.
I got through to Captain Simpson at his home. What he had to say about the trucks wasn't encouraging.
Yes, Chief, we've had reports on the trucks. They run every night.
Have our men ever stopped any of them?
Yes, but they seem to be all right, Chief. They have receipts for everything they're carrying. And the trucks are properly licensed.
Still can't see why they're running at night.
Neither can I, but there's no law against it.
Has the commission set a limit on the number of barrels each well can pump in a day?
Yes, each well is allowed 300 barrels a day, as long as the pressure holds.
Have the operators been accounting for that much oil each day?
Yes, the commission keeps a careful check. Operators report production of 300 a day. The trucking company receipts show haulage of 300 a day. And the figures at the refineries tally, too. It's a three-way check, Chief. Then we'll see how they can beat it.
I'm still convinced that Powell's death has something to do with hot oil.
And I can't help you there, Chief. It's all in your lap.
I'm hoping to match the hair the lab found on that wrench Powell used. But I need a motive to narrow down the field. 12,000 people in town make a lot of suspects.
Do the best you can.
I will. I'm sending you a list of names. Men we spotted running gambling games and selling liquor at the hotel. We'll have to let them run for a while, till we move in with a big broom.
We'll Plans done whenever you're ready.
3 days I left Steve Park wandering around town, spotting a racket, while I rode through the oil field at night, striking up casual conversations with the pumpers where I saw the night riding trucks load up and leave. Howdy.
Well, howdy. A little bit on your trail, ain't you, cowpoke?
Just riding around, wishing some of this land was mine.
Yeah, we all wish the same thing. I just gonna have a donut, a little coffee. Like that.
If your friends on the truck didn't drink it all.
No, they're always in too much of a hurry. Yeah, you can tie a horse at a derrick there, but you'll be all right.
Thanks.
There you are.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a funny hour for making oil pickups. What makes them haul so late?
I don't know.
They always take a full load?
100 barrels of quick. That's a full tank, brother.
These storage tanks hold 1,000 barrels each, don't they?
You want a donut?
No, thanks. I checked with a few more pumpers, then rode out to the barn where Stark and I were bunking. I woke him up.
Oh, boy, the case what time is it?
Almost 6. What'd you find out?
Oh, stretch here.
Yeah, got another flock of names you can send out to the captain. Here you are.
Yeah. We got just about every small-time hood staked out. Everything but the headman.
Gate? I'm not so sure there is a headman.
Gotta be. All the racketeers stick to their own game in their own part of town. They're all protected by the same muscle men.
Yeah. So?
So they belong to an organization. Otherwise, they'd be fighting among themselves, trying to move in on each other.
Yeah. Didn't think of that.
I'm dipping a finger in the oil business here, too. I swear to it. And that's big. We find the man on top of that, we'll have the kingpin of the entire operation.
Well, I'll keep looking around, Case.
No, let the time go for a while. From now on, we'll concentrate on the wells. When we get the men responsible for killing Powell, the whole thing will tumble like a house of cards.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jay Pearson. Beginning 1 week from tomorrow, that's Sunday, October 8th, Tales of the Texas Rangers will be heard at a new time. Remember, our next show is Sunday, October 8th, 1 week from tomorrow. Now we continue with tonight's case, Cleanup, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Staked ourselves out at Powell's well. For 2 days, we kept check around the clock on every load of oil that was hauled away, watching from a distance. It was a dead-end watch.
That checks out, Case. 4 wells, 300 barrels each per day, 1,200 barrels total. And that's what they've hauled away.
Yeah, but since we've been here, nothing's been hauled from Powell's wells at night.
We're going to keep watching it?
Just for the night, so we can measure the flow from the wells. You can keep the pumper busy for a while at 9 o'clock while I run a tape gauge into the storage tank.
We'll have to check it again later.
And I'll wander up and keep the pumper busy around 3 a.m. Then you can make the second check. Figures we'll know if those wells are really choked for 300 barrels each or if they're pumping more than the legal quota.
Okay, Jake. Let's hope it works.
You made the check. You didn't have to do much figuring. The wells were on the nose. 300 barrels a day each. Not a drop more.
Well, that's it, Jake. And the refinery reports show that it's all going through. There's no hot oil to be accounted for.
Well, it was a thought. Let's get the horses and turn in.
Yeah. Guess Powell just happened to brush somebody the wrong way.
Yeah.
That oil angle would have helped plenty. Too bad.
Wait a minute. The fire.
Oh, yeah. Just turn up the road, throw that rigging over there.
Rigging isn't lit. Nobody's working there. It was a dry hole. Get over. It's like to keep this working.
Oh, it's got to be dry hole, all right.
Powell Papa's walking across the field of music.
Well, they're going up to the knowledge house on the ridge.
The only place to be holding music this time of night. The sense they don't want to be seen. And the pumper knows more than he told. Come on.
What's the plan, Jay?
If we can slip under the platform they're rigging out from the field. If we can get under the knowledge house, we may learn a few things through the corridor.
Why not? You're going to take. Or is that fit him? Yeah. How can I give you any orders? Well, it's only a couple of regular orders. Have the stroke changed again. With a pump a little like this. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said change the stroke. Oh, I'm afraid of don't look at me like that, kid. Oh, I'm on the spot. Listen, you got the operators in the field lined up. You don't intend to have any trouble with a wise guy. Wait a minute. Just to make you think. That's only a sample. Maybe you'd like what Paul's got. Don't talk like that. I'll do what you say. Just tell me what you want me to do. I've already told you. The truck will roll tomorrow night. Don't disappoint. Don't forget. Tomorrow.
He knows what happened to Paul, Jason. Grab it. No, they don't. I wonder why we haven't been seen around.
Wish I could have gotten a look at his face. This boy sounded familiar.
You've seen mugshots of him in the photos we've done.
The fellow with the broken nose.
Have you seen him around?
Yeah, I think I have.
All right. How about it? You seen him, son?
Yeah, only this afternoon at the hotel. He was talking to Frankie Gennaro.
It's the first time either of us have seen him since we've been here.
I heard him talk to the Gennaro. He said he'd been up to Big D.
And down? Or was he up there for?
Well, that wasn't mentioned. They didn't talk much. All I know is that stuff just got back. He's been gone 2 weeks.
Come on. We can get out of here now. Gone 2 weeks, huh? In other words, since Powell got killed.
Yeah, what do you make out of that, Dave?
He doesn't know just something about Powell's murder. I got a hunch he was in on it. Powell tipped one of his attackers with that pipe wrench, remember? Must have left a mark.
And if Chuck had that mark, he wouldn't hang around to give people a chance to notice it. Did Daddy?
2 weeks would get to be about long enough for a scar to heal over. We've got to get a sample of Chuck's hair and make sure the hair samples lab got off that wrench.
Well, how do we get that?
We get our hands on a comb and brush. Anything he's used on his head. First, we've got to find him.
Well, he may have headed back to the hotel. That's the favorite hangout.
Now we'll try. On the way into town, I want to call the captain.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on, boy. What are you going to call the captain for?
Find out who owns the trucks hauling the oil and what refinery they're going to. See if we can hook the ownership up with any of the people we've been watching.
Why?
Well, because records have been falsified to cover that hot oil. We find out who's changing them, and we'll know who Stubbs is working for and who killed Powell.
Case hot oil won't prove murder.
No, once we link Stubbs as an accomplice in the murder, I got a feeling he'll squeal like a pig caught under a gate. I made my call to Captain Stinson. He arranged to have the truck followed and the ownership checked. Then Clark and I headed for the hotel where business was going on as usual.
There he is, Jake, at the counter. Using it as a bar.
Herb Enfield and Frankie Gennaro. There's a trio the warden at Huntsville would love to have.
Well, maybe he'll get him later on. Well, what do we do? Just wait around until Scott combs his hair?
No. Look, on the stool beside him.
What? Oh, his hat.
Is it his?
That's the one he was wearing when I saw him this afternoon.
Good. There'll be enough hair strands in it or little clippings in the band to tell us what we want to know.
Jake, how do we get it?
I'll call for a drink and crowd him. You just grab it and fade.
Want me to take it back to the barn?
No. Well, there's a small airfield near the next town. Get it over there and call the Austin lab and have it picked up. They can report to Captain Stinson. When I call him in the morning, he should have enough for us to start dropping the net.
I've got the land report, Chief. Gus Tracy is the man following to that ridge.
Good. You get a line on the trucking company and the refinery?
Yes, you like it. The trucking company is owned under an alias by Herb Enfield and his wife.
Good.
And the refinery is owned by a woman. We checked on her, Gene. She's Frankie De Niro's girlfriend.
That does it. When are you coming in?
The whole company's standing by right now, ready to roll.
Then come ahead. Throw up roadblocks on the way. An awful lot of people are going to want to leave here in a hurry.
We're ready to comb the town, Dave.
Got a section for Clark and me?
Take your choice.
You know who I am.
Good. Go ahead. The rest of the men have their assignments. Names you supplied. Listen, you people! All of you! Now, most of you are decent folks. Go home and stay home. The streets may not be safe for the next couple of hours. But by tonight, you'll have your town back. We use the hotel for a jail. All right, let's go. You men in there, you're surrounded. Come out with your hands up. All right, come on. Get moving. All right, all of you, up against the wall. And don't anybody reach for a gun. Anybody else want to try that? All right,
Cuts on your feet.
What do you cowpokes want?
We're not cowpokes. We're Texas Rangers.
Rangers, but
Get up. Get up. You're coming over to the hotel lobby. We'll tell you all about it.
well, that's quite a haul, Dave.
Yeah. I can't locate Herb Enfield and Frankie Gennaro. Clark told me stuff Tracy in that side room, though. You might know where the others are. You got the photos of the hair samples lab match?
Yeah. Here.
Good. I'll show these to Scott. They should convince him. Say anything yet, Clark? He's not afraid.
I'm not gonna say anything either.
Scott, I got something to show you. Ever seen anything like this before? Take a look at this photograph.
What is it?
Just a couple of hairs. One on the left came from your hat. We borrowed it last night.
What's the idea?
The hair on the right is just like it. Exactly like it. That came from a bloody wrench we found beside the body of Joe Powell. Powell hit you with that wrench, Scott, and then you killed him.
I was never even near him.
That hair and the scar on your head proves you were.
Never. But I didn't kill him.
You were there. You know who did.
I was knocked out. I didn't see who.
Come on, Scott.
Who was with you? Herb Enfield
and Frankie Gennaro.
Yeah. Oh, he'll kill me. He's gonna kill me.
Gennaro's the boss, then.
Yeah.
He's got a hideout. Where is it?
No, he'll kill me.
I said, where is it?
You gotta protect me. There's a cabin. Up past the Red Cedars, other side of the oil field. That's where he's been living.
You'll have a clear view of the road up there, Jace. We won't use the road. We'll ride up from town. Is Enfield there, too?
Yeah. Yeah, they're always together.
Jace, they may not even know we moved in on the town. They'll know soon.
Yeah, there's the cabin, Jake. Pretty fancy.
It ought to be. They've milked plenty out of this town.
Yeah. The cow's running dry for them now, though. Hey, somebody around the side of the cabin there in Hemlock.
Now, nice silk robe. He's in for a change of wardrobe he isn't gonna like.
He's getting up to people.
Yeah. You're wanted in town. Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. Enfield, too.
Anything wrong in town?
I don't think so. You see anything wrong, Clark?
No. No, I thought everything was fine.
Hey, hey! Yes, lady? That swamp is in town. Sent these fellas out to tell us. Oh? I've seen you around before, haven't I?
Hey, what's that on your shirt, Alpo?
Oh, that's just the Texas Ranger badge. Come on, both of you. You're going into...
You shaggy!
Fellas might tell me what you think you've got on?
Well, let's start with the killing of Joe Powell.
I can prove I was someplace else in Powell. Sure. There have been such and I was playing cards with you in the all night long.
Not this time, Jim. What do you mean? We've already proven where Stutz was. He's made a full confession. There'll be no alibis this time. Don't move, Gennaro.
Look out, Redfield! We don't want to fight.
See you around with a gun, Herb. The knife in the back is your specialty.
Glad to see you know that I didn't get killed, Powell.
Sure, Gennaro. You're the boy with the brains. You don't do the work. You order it.
It's something you can't prove.
No? You don't think Herb is going to take all the blame, do you?
You're not going to set me up, you know.
I understand that. He never saw a fellow who needed one more. All right, get moving.
Frankie Gennaro and Herb Enfield were sentenced to life terms at Huntsville. Stutz Tracy was given 50 years, and lesser offenders in the Kilman cleanup were given sentences of from 1 to 5 years. Those who were released without being charged left the town of Kilman quickly and quietly. The cleanup was complete.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joe McCrea.
Folks, here's a special announcement I think you'll be interested in. You'll next hear Tales of the Texas Rangers beginning Sunday, 1 week from tomorrow. Yes, we're moving to a brand new time on Sundays. Beginning Sunday, October 8th. I hope you'll make it a point to hear us at our new time, beginning in just 8 days. Good night, folks. See you next Sunday.
A week from Sunday, Joe McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joe McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lou Krugman, Paul Frees, Tom McKee, Herb Ellis, and Byron Kane. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking, and reminding you to be with us again at our new time, 1 week from tomorrow, Sunday, October 8th.
Three Chimes mean good times on NBC. Next Saturday at this time, Dennis Day returns to the air. Dennis Day's comedy is always refreshing because he appears so timid and bewildered. But one thing that doesn't bewilder Dennis is how to sing a popular ballad or rhythmical melody. So for comedy and songs, it's Dennis Day at this time next Saturday. That day also marks the return of the Judy Canova Show. And tomorrow, Phil Harris and Alice Faye return to NBC. Transcribed.
Presenting Joe McCrea as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Living Death.
It is 2 a.m. on the morning of October 3rd, 1948. A man stands in the brush on the American side of the Rio Grande, watching another man wading rapidly across the river from New Mexico.
Senor Green? Senor Green, where are you?
Over here.
Shut up.
I almost fallen.
Never mind. You crazy wearing a white sombrero with that moon?
What is the harm? Ain't nobody see the egg over you.
Don't be too sure of that. Nobody followed me down there. I don't know whether I shook him or not.
The border patrol?
No. Hijacking, maybe. You got the package?
See, right here. 20 ounces.
Okay, here's your money. 200 an ounce. $4,000.
Oh, bless you. There'll be another shipment next week.
Yeah, I know. I'll meet you here again on the 12th, same time. Be a little more.
You're right, Nico. Someone does follow you?
Right. Something over there. Moving this way. Let's crawl through that clearing first, and the moon's right on it.
You gonna use a gun?
What do you think I got it for? Be quiet.
There he is, coming into the moonlight.
Yeah. He doesn't see it.
Just like
Yeah.
You hit him, senor?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It looks like I didn't hit him good enough. Yeah. That's better. Grab his leg.
Senor,
Grab his leg and get him out of this clearing into the brush. The longer it takes to find him, the better.
Senor Green, we shouldn't have missed this place again. We will not be safe.
All right, drop him here. No, if you do this place again, it'll be too high.
Much better across the river. Where do we meet next time?
Next time, use our old crossing. Near the heaters. I'll get lost. There. The body of the slain man was discovered, but for 2 months there was no clue to point to his killer. And then suddenly another man was shot to death on the streets of a small town in West Texas, and Captain Stinson of the Texas Rangers radioed Ranger Jace Pearson to meet him at the county morgue. Body's on this slab, Jace. Right through the highway, Captain. Yeah. And here's our ballistics report. 45 caliber slug. Look at the markings on this photo of it. Mm-hmm. All right. Now look at this ballistics photo. This is a report on the slug they took out of the man who was killed near the border 2 months ago. Yeah, I see what you mean. Both slugs came from the same gun. Mm-hmm. Autopsy report on this man completed yet? Being typed up. We'll have it in a minute. Clyde Mooney is waiting for us. Mooney? He here? Yeah, I sent for both of you. Mooney worked on the border killing. Since it's tied up with his second killing, I thought you'd better tackle it together. Be fine. You got some special reason for wanting to see the autopsy report, Dick? Yeah. Look at the body. Marks on the left forearm. Look like the kind we usually find on drug addicts. Well, we'll know in a second. Here's Clyde now.
Howdy, Captain. Hi, Jace.
Howdy, Clyde. Good to see you, boy.
Heard you talking as I come in, Jace. You hit it all right. Here's the autopsy report. Man was a drug addict.
He's probably just as well off dead then. Bullet ties this one right up with your border case, Clyde. Guess we're both after the same killer.
Yeah. I've been hunting wetbacks for 2 months trying to find the man who was toting the gun those slugs came from.
Anything else you boys want to see here? No, sir. No. Well, let's get out of here then. Any identification on this man we just saw, Captain? Not a thing. He's dressed like a hobo. Doesn't fit any of the descriptions on missing persons reports either. Might help a lot if we knew who he was. I can't see this killing as a job done by a wetback.
Why not, Jace? It was somebody sneaking across the border. Facts weren't clear by the time the body was found down there, but there were tracks.
Both your cars in back near mine?
Yeah.
All right, Dave, go ahead with your theory.
Well, a wetback sneaking into the country to earn a few dollars working is usually too poor to own a gun, unless he's carrying something trustworthy.
You thinking of those hypo marks, Dave?
It adds up to me. Narcotic something. Might be.
man who was killed in my territory could have been shot because he spotted somebody crossing with the truck.
Well, that's possible. But how about the dead man we just left? He wasn't shot near the border.
He looked like he was down and out. Had the habit, but not the price. Might have tried to get some narcotics by threatening to expose the peddler.
I'll buy that, Jace. How about you, Clyde?
Best bet I've had so far.
All right, Jace. Where are you planning on starting?
Back along the border.
What, my area?
No, soon as made that spot too hot for him. They'll go back to some old crossing that's cooled off. I know a few, and you probably know a few.
Well, yeah. Place west of Laredo. Then there's Devil's River. That's been quiet lately.
Yeah, and the Castellon area and the Big Bend, up through Lajitas and Redford. It's a big border.
Yeah, so the sooner we get started, the more of it we can cover.
You're dragging a double trailer, Jay. Suppose I load my horse in with charcoal. We'll use one car.
Good. Let's go. Mooney and I covered the old smuggler crossings one by one. The weeks passed, and we hadn't found anything by the time we reached the Big Bend. We were riding the river near Lajitas.
Getting kind of late, Jay. We ought to make camp, turn in.
Yeah, might as well quit this spot tomorrow. We're going towards Redford. There's a good campsite ahead, clearing near that clump of honey mesquite.
He's got eyes like a cat.
We'll make radio contact when we get back to the car tomorrow. The captain may have something for us.
Yeah. What was it he said he'd check on?
Narcotic possession cases. Trying to pin down areas where the drug traffic seems to be the heaviest. Man who's smuggling narcotics must be picking up for a central distributor.
It could be just a small operation.
Small operators' business wouldn't warrant the risk of crossing the border. Whoever makes the pickup is working for a boss.
Well, why couldn't he be the distributor making his own pickup?
Big boys play it safe. Pick somebody else's neck out, not his own. Here we are.
Ooh, boy. You want to get the bedrolls off, Jace? I'll strike a fire, get some chuck cooking.
No. Now let's skip the fire and eat cold.
Well, why? We're moving out of here tomorrow.
I'd like to watch one more night. Too quiet here. Haven't been reports of any trouble in this section in almost 3 years. We haven't even spotted a wetback trail.
Okay, no fire.
Might as well let the horses drink before we hobble them. Come on, sir.
Come on, boy.
I want to rub Charcoal's legs down tonight. Lacey Gee has been cutting them up.
Yeah, I got a few nasty scratches myself.
Attaboy.
Drink up. You looking for something over there, Jace?
Yeah. Let the horses go for a second. Come here. Bring a flashlight.
What is it?
Light the freshness in this mudbank. Just barely strong. Flash the light.
Yeah. They were tracks, all right. Not much left, though.
Something else here. Piece of paper half buried. Must have been stepped on.
Brown. Looks like that brown stickum paper they use to seal packets.
No. This is the kind of paper a bank uses to wrap money. Look. There's traces of blue on here from the ink stain.
Yeah, can you read it?
No. Maybe the lab at Austin. Anybody who tore a band from a packet of money in this spot must have been counting.
Yeah. This isn't exactly a business neighborhood.
Let's stake out, boy. We found some kind of a crossing, and it may be the one we're looking for. We didn't dare move out of the area. We took turns sneaking and keeping our eyes out of sight as much as possible. At night, we crept out along the river, moving slowly under cover.
5 nights now, Steve. Maybe they won't cross again in the same spot.
I know. A mile above or below us, and we've never even seen them.
Found tracks in a couple of places along here. They might... What? Oh. One of our horses. Thought we had something for a minute.
Fine. That isn't it. It's coming from the wrong direction. Put your ear to the ground.
I don't have to. I can hear him coming now.
Can't see them horses. They're hobbled, and one we hear is moving free. Come on. Don't show yourself on the riverside. That's where his contact will come from.
Coming now. There's something moving in the water out there.
Even if lies down, our horses would have to be up the other way. We'll have to try it on foot. I haven't time to go back and get on.
If we make a fast pass, we'll never get there in time anyhow.
Have to risk a little noise. That moving horse will cover our approach until we stop. Step it up, step.
contact is across to this side by now. I can't see him out there anymore. Wait. The horse is stopping.
Diego, go ahead, senor. Come on, get in, sir.
We're not wasting any time, Dick. Let's go.
There we are! Keep going, Diego. Run. Yes, boy. I'll get the one at the river, Jake. Stop that horse! Run out of that water!
You get him, Clyde? Shot at close range, Dick. I have to kill him. Got to leave and get after that rider. Let's get to the horse to the right. Only within 50 yards closer to him back there, Chief. He went over the ridge up ahead. We can pick up his trail up there. I could swear I hit him when I fired. I hope you did. Narcotic traps is the filthiest thing on earth. Oh, here's the ridge, Chief. Whoa, boy.
Oh, Charco. Yeah, that's where we have to track. Deep and greasy. Ground as hard as rock.
Won't be much of a trail here, Jake. It'll take us hours to cut back and forth looking for soft spots.
Time for that. Get off.
Yeah.
It'd be too bad if I didn't hit him. A blood trail's our only chance.
Yeah. They'll find another contact for narcotics across the border.
Sure they will. Unless we get to the man we're after. He's the only one who can lead us to the ring on this side of the border. And we've got to get to him before he gets rid of that package.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Today marks our first Sunday broadcast, and we sincerely hope that all our old friends who listen to us on Saturday night will be with us at this new Sunday time. Also, we extend a cordial welcome to our new listeners and hope that you'll be with us every Sunday at this time. Now we continue with tonight's case, Living Death, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We combed the ground for a blood trail, and we found it. Not much, but not so far. It led to mesquite and beeches. The rider knew the country. He'd been weaving through the roughest spots.
He's a smart one, Dave.
Slowing us down all the way.
A good hour on us by now.
And then an hour is too long. He's probably just using that horse to get to a car someplace.
We can't waste any more time trail cutting, man.
No. He must have headed for cover someplace to take care of that wound. General direction seems to be northeast. We'll have to gamble on it.
Okay,
That's right. Get up. Soon as we reached the road and picked up the trail again. We had horse tracks to follow now, and they led to a dilapidated barn near a rundown ranch house. He was here, all right, Clyde. Blood in the hay and a torn cross with the piece off his shirt to make a bandage. He knew this spot and headed right for it. He's been here before.
Yeah, but we're still way behind him. Main road's only a mile or so from here. He's gotten to his car by now.
Sounds too dark. Wake him up. He might have seen something or heard something. Leave the horses here.
Okay. This place sure has gone to seed, Dick.
A big house, falling apart.
Fences sagging, no stuff. Must have been a nice ranch once, though.
Well, it isn't anymore. Man gets his living from the earth. You think he'd take better care of it.
There's a house.
Open up. Hey, wake up in there.
Who is it?
Texas Rangers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Just a minute.
Electric power line to the house. When she opened the door, she was carrying a candle. The inside of the house was almost down.
What do you want?
We're looking for a rider. Came through here tonight.
Stopped in your barn. You see or hear anything?
No, I didn't.
You rent out a horse to anybody?
Horse?
Ranger, if I had a horse, I'd have sold him for food from the pit.
Sorry we have to bother you, man.
All right. You can...
You know anybody around who... Man, would you mind holding your candle over the mantle of this fireplace?
Why?
Hey.
The picture.
Photograph of the man. The face was younger, full and healthier than when we seen it last. There was no doubt about who it had been.
Dave, that's the picture of the man we saw with the cap. The body in the morgue.
What?
Take it easy, man.
Mama, I'm sorry.
When did this happen? It can't be, Daddy. It can't be.
I'm afraid he is, man. You'd help us a lot if you'd tell us who he was.
Jack Prentice. My husband. Oh, my poor Kevin.
Why didn't you report him missing?
Because he left me 2 years ago. He sold and lost everything he owned. Picked up, crazy, acting like a madman. I don't know why I didn't do anything. I've never been like that before.
You got any idea at all of what started it?
A friend of his. Jack was all right. He was a good husband and father till he took up with Virgil Green. And he spent more time with him than did with us. He must have been gambling or something. We had a good place here. Then it was all gone.
This isn't going to be easy to take, man. Your husband wasn't a gambler. He was a drug addict.
What he felt. I begged him to go to a doctor, but he wouldn't.
When did you see him last?
I see it 2 years ago. And Virgil Green left his Jack last right after.
You seen this Virgil Green since then? Do you know where Green went after he left here?
No, but it must have been Chino. I got a couple of letters from Jack came from there. And then it stopped right. I didn't know where to.
Man, I hate to leave you like this, but we'll see if we can get you some help later on.
Nothing can help anymore. Not to me. But I begged him to speak.
You won't have to. You'll hear from us. Come on, Clyde.
We gotta get the boy who gunned her husband, Jake.
You gotta get more than one. You gotta get them all. The whole ring. There'll be 100 more like her husband, dying slower and worse than he did.
You think this Virgil Green is linked?
There must be. Fits the cards we've been playing. Jack Prentice couldn't raise money to buy some Green, threatened to expose him, and Green killed him.
And he killed a man near the border, too.
Never try to pick up Green's Chino. He knew this place. Fair bet he's the man we've been chasing. Get up.
Okay. Taking him is going to be a pleasure.
We can't take him. Not until we find out if he still has that package. We better knock on these ponies until we get to our car.
Get up. Oh, yeah.
Get to the car. Before we headed to Chino, I put in a phone call to Captain Stimson.
All right, Dave. I'll have a ranger plane pick up that bank wrapper and send it to the lab.
Maybe a bank in Chino.
Well, that fits with a few other things. My checkup shows a heavy drug traffic in and around the Chino area. At the time where Prentice was killed, it's only 60 miles from Chino.
Good. That narrows it down. See if you can dig up a Chino address on Virgil Green while we're driving up there. He's only 2 hours ahead of us. If we can burn up road, we may reach there almost as soon as he does.
Let you know by radio, Dave. I'll head for Chino myself.
Thanks, Captain. We'll see you there. We were less than an hour out of Chino when our short wave came through with Green's address.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Address of subject Virgil Green is Greendale Ranch, State Highway 39, 14 miles west of Chino.
Got it. Any report from lab on bank money wrapper?
Stamp on money wrapper restored by Austin Labs. Money and package came from Chino State Bank, corner Main and Crockett in Chino.
10-4. Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
That's all we need, Jake.
Yeah, we can get Green in sight before he unloads that package. It was dark when we reached the Greendale Ranch outside of Chino. We made up time on Green's head start because we saw a car and horse trailer pull into the ranch just ahead of us. A man got out of the car and limped up to the house, and he was carrying a package.
Walks like a man's been shot in the leg, Jake.
Don't turn in there, Jim. Go on past the ranch.
Okay. Where do you want to stop?
Where we can watch the house and keep the car shielded.
Well, there was some heavy brush on the other side of the road just across from Green's place.
All right. Turn around and go back. Keep an eye on him from there. Kept a watch on Green's house all night, but nobody showed to pick up the package. The next morning, Green came out and got into his car. We followed him into Chino.
He's pulling into a parking space up near the next corner, Jake.
Yeah, slow down.
Getting out. Got the package, all right, sticking out of his pocket.
Park here, quick. He's going into that building on the corner. Come on, before we lose him. Hey, street sign, Main and Crockett.
He went in there, Jake. Chino State Bank. That's where the money racket came from.
Don't go in. Just walk around the corner. We can look through the bank windows.
There he is, Jake. Last counter at the rear of the bank.
Safe deposit boxes. Going through the rail into the vault.
Several boxes in a plastic vessel. You gonna grab him?
No, wait till he comes out.
But he won't have it on him then.
We've got enough on him. We can pick him up anytime. We've got to stay with that package until we know who gets it next.
Hey, he wasn't in there long. He's coming out.
The package isn't in the pocket now. All right, get out.
He's in there just long enough to open up the box and drop it.
Yeah, we've seen the package now. Just round to the front of the bank. See that nobody leaves that vault with it unless you follow him.
Okay, where are you going?
To meet the captain and get a court order to open that vault. We got the order. Then we wait until the bank closed and the employees were out. We got the president of the bank at his home and took him back to open the vault.
Narcotics, most distressing, gentlemen. Oh, come in, please. All right. Which box is green? 421, right here.
Want to open it for us?
Oh. What?
It's empty.
Now, couldn't you have made a mistake, Ring?
No. Clyde, are you sure that package wasn't taken out?
Positive, Jake. I watched every single person went in or out till the bank closed.
Our order covers the rest of these boxes, doesn't it, Captain?
Yes.
All right. Let's open them all. We found what we were after. Not the way we expected to find it. The stuff was there, all right, but it had been split up into smaller quantities. Owners of these boxes must be names you have on your list of dope peddlers, then, Captain.
I'll check that on the bank record.
Yeah, but how'd this stuff get split up? Green wasn't in here long enough to do it.
Well, he couldn't have done it. You see, it only give him access to his own box.
It has to be done by somebody with a set of duplicate keys. Somebody working here.
That's impossible. Only the head cashier and I have duplicate keys.
Were you in the vault after the bank closed?
No, sir, I haven't been in here all day.
That's the truth, Jake. I could see him through the window.
The head cashier's our boy. He's the distributor.
And a pretty clever distribution scheme, too. No direct contact, and he has access to the vault after the guard has left.
He's handled those packets. There'll be fingerprints on them. What's his name and where does he live?
His name is August Weber. He's got a big ranch over near Estrella on Highway 39. And I know how he got it now. He said he was making money on investment.
Investment? The black market in human souls. Come on, Clyde. Let's get him and Virgil Green. We found the house, an elaborate building on a fine ranch. There was another car in the driveway when we pulled up.
Hey, Jake, that car in front of the place.
We're in luck. The car Virgil Green is driving.
The light around the side of the house by that French door. Maybe they didn't hear us drive in.
Good. slip up on that side of the porch and find out.
Might be able to take him easy.
No, don't count on him. Cold-blooded killer like Green. He'd keep on killing as long as he has a gun. He slipped up to the French door. It was locked and he couldn't see through it. But the voices drifted out.
Tell me, brother, my legs is infected. I've got to see a doctor. Have him before a bullet wound. You want me to die? I can put a bullet in you, too. Let me know when you want to try. I'm going to kill myself, man. You haven't thought about it. Nobody's caught me yet.
All right, guys. Let's kick a hole in the door.
All right. Don't move. Hey, shit. Don't breathe.
Clyde, you hurt bad?
My side. You're hit too, Jade. Blood on your head.
Just a minute. Come on. I'll get you to a hospital.
How about them?
Leave them for the coroner. They're both dead.
The gun found beside the body of Virgil Green proved to be the murder weapon the Rangers had been seeking. Narcotics peddlers having safe deposit boxes at the Chino State Bank were rounded up, and they admitted they had been supplied by August Weber. They were tried and sentenced. The traffic in living death was voted.
And here again is the star of our show, Joe McCrae.
A friend of mine returned recently from a visit to Texas. While he was there, he'd seen a Texas Ranger, and he asked his host, a rancher, what the requirements were for a man who wanted to be a ranger. The host looked thoughtful for a moment and said, well, I'd say if a man could ride like a Mexican, trail like an Indian, shoot like a Tennessean, fight like the devil, he might have a chance to get in. Now, I hope you'll be with us again next week. Same time, same station. Good night.
Next week, Joe McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joe McCrae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Larry Dodson, Byron Kane, Ken Harvey, and Lillian Byam. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joe McCrae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Rangers, starring Joe McCrae as Ranger Jay Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Dead Giveaway.
11:30 a.m., December 4th, 1945. A single light glows in the living room of the farmhouse 4 miles from the town of Ashland, West End. Inside the house, a frantic young woman tries to place a telephone call.
Operator? Operator? Oh, please! Operator, get me this phone, quickly. Yes, hurry!
Well, this is Mary Newman, Mrs. Dean. I work the night now. Yes, I'm
Mary, stop talking and get me the sheriff.
Sheriff Ross speaking.
Yes, this is Mrs. Dean. You've got to come out to my house. Run away. Run away!
Take it easy. See what seems to be wrong.
Somebody's prowling around outside, trying to get into the house.
You wasn't there?
No, they went to Evelyn on business. Something woke me up. I thought at first it was the bait, and then I heard a noise outside.
Mr. Lee, what is it?
Came in.
I'll be right there.
Took Sheriff Ross less than 15 minutes to get to the Deneen farm. But Mrs. Deneen and a 4-month-old baby were dead when he arrived. The sheriff called for the assistance of the Texas Ranger, Ranger Jace Pearson at the time.
Yeah, Sheriff. You got here right quick. Yeah, it's over the next county from the Boston. Well, I hope you got a little sleep, because you won't get much now. Better come in out of this cold.
How long ago did it happen?
About a half hour ago, 1:30. Miss Deneen called me, woke me up at home, said somebody was trying to bust in. Right in here, Jay.
Got right through the chest.
Yeah.
You leave the phone hanging off the hook like that?
I reckon so. Whoever broke in, they broke in just before I hung up. Nothing's been touched, Jay.
No, I had a time getting past your deputies down the main road.
Phone operator's been buzzing everybody. We don't want half the county bars in here messing things up, so I blocked them all.
Good. Where's the baby?
In there, the front bedroom. You can look if you want to, Jake. A little more than I can take twice.
How old?
Only 4 months, Jake. Little girl.
Where'd he break in?
Side door, I'll show you.
Where's the husband?
Abilene, on business. I called the chief of police there. He's going to check the hotel to notify him. Now, here's the door. It was wide open, that's how I got in to open the front door.
Locked it. Going to be broken. Didn't take. Deneen keep much money around the house?
As little or as much as most folks, I guess. But I don't think any's missing. There's Miss Deneen's purse on the kitchen table.
Killer couldn't have missed that. You check it?
Yeah, about $40 there. It hasn't been touched.
Well, it wasn't robbery then, Sheriff.
No. There's no sign of any other motive. But there's got to be one, Jake.
Yeah. The toughest motive of all. Because it's the easiest hidden. Hate. The kind of hate the devil wouldn't hold. We went through the rest of the house, but we didn't find anything that would help us until we got outside.
Cold tonight, Jake. Ground's frozen hard.
Yeah, if we find a trace, it won't be much. Keep your flash close to the ground.
All right. Why are you working back of the house here, away from the driveway?
Because I think the killer came in from this direction, probably on foot.
Why?
Well, you said Mrs. Deneen told you she woke up when she heard somebody prowling around outside.
Yeah.
Horse or a car coming up the gravel road around front would have made even more noise. Woke her up sooner.
Say, that's right. I heard your car coming from quite a ways off. That's why I was standing out in front to meet you when you drove up.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Jake?
He's surveilling you. Stands in the shape of a key.
Well, that must well be what he used to get in.
Maybe. Or maybe that's what somebody wants us to. Let's take another look at that door.
What makes you think the wire was planted there, Jake?
I'll tell you better when we try it in the lock.
It beats me why killers leave something deliberately.
That's what makes me think something's wrong. This wouldn't have been dropped so close to the house. Now, grab the door and hold it up high. Don't mess up any prints around the lock.
Got it.
Now, let's see how this wire's fit here.
Goes in perfect, Jake.
Watch when I turn.
See, the wire's just twisting.
We'll keep on twisting. This wire isn't strong enough to turn the tumbler in the lock.
Then how did the killer get in, Jake?
If you ask me, Sheriff, I think he had a regular key. Put in a call for a fingerprint. The sheriff called on the body from Professor Arthur. Then we went outside and started trailing again. We found a few direction traces. Petered out in the dark.
Can't see anything at night on this ground, Jake.
Try cutting back and forth a little further. And we're following this weaving trying to throw us off.
It just makes it tougher to track.
We've got to be headed for someplace, some definite direction. We might as well establish which direction.
Yeah, guess there's nothing much we can do except this till we have some daylight.
Save us an hour in the morning. Then we can track on horses without wasting time finding out which way to go. By sunup, we knew the killer's general direction from the west. The sheriff got his horse from the town. I unloaded charcoal from the trailer and we rode.
He kept heading west, all right. There's nothing out this way for miles once you got into those hills up ahead.
Any kind of a road between here and the hills?
Yeah, old wagon road just beyond the scrub on the rise we're coming to.
Does it connect with a state road?
It does, but nobody uses it.
Maybe somebody did. Is it in good enough condition for a car to run through?
Reckon it is. You figure you had a car waiting for him?
Had to have a car or a horse staked out someplace. Come on. Let's make right for the road.
Yeah.
Wagon road lead to any other farm in the area?
Used to lead to old Mullen's place. Got burned out.
Nobody living there anymore.
No, the old folks dead. Young Ted Mullen moved away a couple of years ago. Oh, here's the road.
Sorry. Pretty straight last time we saw. We reached the road right near here.
Yeah, we'll find some mark if we crossed it and kept going.
We didn't keep going. Let's look.
Tire track. Had a car staked out all right.
And the car around here to head back to the highway.
Could have been somebody else waiting in the car for him.
Maybe, but I don't think so. Yeah, look at the wheel mark. Walked around to the driver's side of the car to get in. Something else here, too. Not this cigarette stuff and Stepson.
Yeah, sure didn't smoke much of it.
Going down to the brand line. At least we know what brand he smoked.
About all we do know, Jake. Won't be anything to follow at the main road. He sure won't leave a trail there.
No. Mount up. Let's get back to the house. We rode back to the moon. We came to the farm and saw a couple of cars that hadn't been there when we left. Looks like company, Sheriff. The car next to mine belongs to our lab. Others must be the coroner.
Oh, coroner ought to have been and gone by now. No, that isn't the coroner's car. It's blue sedan. That belongs to Walter Deneen.
Husband?
Yeah, must got back from Abilene. Yeah, it's Deneen, all right. There he is, sitting on the side porch.
Walter Deneen sat with his face buried in his hands until he this morning and walked up to him. The lab crew was in the house looking for Leighton Smith.
Howdy, Walter. Oh, howdy, sir. Walter, I can't tell you.
Don't say anything, please. Ask me anything you like, but I don't want anybody else telling me how sorry they are.
Better than me talk to him. Mr. Deneen, it would help us a lot to know one thing. You or your family have any enemies?
Enemy? Could there be an enemy as bad as this?
I know the house wasn't loud. Have you ever had any trouble with anybody, no matter how small it seems? Now's the time to remember.
If there was anybody, I wouldn't tell you. Take care of it myself.
That's the way to be, Walter.
Don't go telling me how to act, Sheriff. You didn't come home to your house 10 minutes ago. You didn't find your wife and kids. We had found mine.
Why don't you try to get rid of it? We'll talk to you.
Yeah. Anything I can do, Walter, just holler.
Yeah.
Maybe to think of anybody who might have had it influence?
Not a soul, Jake. Unless it was Ted Mullen.
The one you told me about, family that was burned out?
Yeah.
But, Jace, that was 5 years ago.
Sometimes hate doesn't die with age. What happened?
The old folks just got to brooding and died off after that house for a young kid named Walter.
Why?
Windmill at the Mullen place was busted. They tried to borrow from Walter to get it fixed, but he turned them down. Ted said if the mill's been working, he would have pumped enough water for him to put the fire out.
Young Mullen the kind to hold a grudge?
After 5 years, Jace. And he moved out a long time ago.
Where?
Who knows?
Come on. I'll call my headquarters by radio. Maybe they can get a line on Mullen.
All right.
If they find out where he is, it won't do any harm to check on where he was.
Well, I reckon it won't hurt any. But I can't believe that a man after Boulder. Well, that's only Walter's car, Jake. What are you looking at?
Look at him.
Oh, that may be.
The same time we saw on the dirt road where the killer picked up a car to make his getaway.
But, Jake, that was hard ground. Barely see the tread. And tires like that are standard on lots of cars.
It's the same. And we'll look this car over. That's his ignition keys, huh?
You gonna start it?
No. Just want to take a look at the dash. He said he got back from Abilene 10 minutes ago, didn't he? That's what it says. Take a look at that temperature gauge.
Let's see.
Registered cold. Yeah. And it should be pretty warm if he finished the drive a couple of 100 miles just 10 minutes ago.
Put a drop back, Jake.
Not in 10 minutes ago. A cold morning, but not that cold. I want to talk to Deneen again.
You see something else?
Sure do. Look at this on the frame of the door.
Service station lubrication ticket.
Dated December 2nd. Day before yesterday. 18,412 miles. The mileage on the dash shows he's driven less than 200 miles since then. He couldn't have been in Abilene.
Oh, wait a minute, Jake. I admit that looks funny, but the man we were chasing, he ground out a cigarette, remember?
Well, what about it?
I've known Walter since he was a boy, Jake. He don't smoke. Mary Lou Simmons, phone operator. Who let you in, Mary Lou?
I told the deputy I thought Mrs. Meany talked to you last night. He thought you might want to talk to me. Oh, this is awful. I was still on the line after you hung up, sir. I heard it all, the shots and everything.
Did you hear any voice beside Mrs. Deneen?
No, I just heard him say, who are you, what do you want, and then the shots. That was all.
Sure, she said, who are you?
Oh, cross my heart, I heard it as plain.
Guess you don't want to talk to Walter now, do you, Jake?
I guess not.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now we continue with tonight's case, Dead Giveaway, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I didn't want to question Walter Deneen until I'd had a chance to check on his needs. The sheriff and I drove into town and called the Abilene police. The answer didn't fit.
Don't think there's any doubt about who he was, Ranger.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Well, guess that does it, Sheriff.
Dean wasn't Abilene, huh?
Uh-huh. Checked into the Harris Hotel yesterday about noon. Checked out again at 2:10 this morning, right after the police notified him of the murder.
Police could have spoken to anybody on the phone.
And they didn't tell him by phone. The police sergeant went up and told him direct. Description of Walter's tallies, too. And there's something that doesn't tally, though. The mileage on that car.
Could be something wrong with the speedometer cable. Happened in my car a few weeks back.
Maybe. And I'll be back sometime tomorrow.
Where you going, Jase?
Abilene. As soon as I hit the highway, I put in a shortwave call to headquarters, station to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA, go ahead.
This unit en route to Abilene. Request Abilene police secure names of all contacts made by subject Walter Deneen, registered Harris Hotel, there yesterday.
Will do, Unit 10.
Unit 10 sent piece of wire back to lab for examination. Any report yet?
Not yet. Wire and fingerprints both on the study. We'll keep you informed.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA office.
I reached Abilene. I got a complete rundown on Walter Deneen's activities. It was secretive. Like he was making sure his time in the city would be accounted for. One of the people who'd seen him was his attorney.
Yes, Frank and Mr. Deneen spent several hours with me yesterday afternoon. We had dinner together last night. Much to the theater.
What'd he come to see you about?
Well, some investment. He's been doing a little speculating.
Good or bad?
Well, client business, and I don't think I have the right to discuss it.
I can find out by checking with the exchange. I'm just asking you to save time.
All right. His losses have been rather heavy.
More than you could afford?
Much more.
You carry much insurance on his wife and child?
Normal amount, nothing large.
All right, thanks. One more thing. Are you sure Deneen doesn't benefit financially by his wife's death?
He couldn't have got back after about 1:30 last night after we'd been out.
That isn't what I asked.
Well, Mrs. Deneen had a good bit of money in her own right. In case of her death, though, she had it tied up in trust for the child.
But the child is dead, too. What happens now?
Well, in that case, the entire state will probably go to Mr. Deneen.
I made one more stop before I headed back to Ashton. I paid a visit to the garage, the Hotel Harold.
I keep the location of all guest cars on this index track so we'll know which stores they're in when they want them.
Walter Deneen's car in here yesterday?
Deneen, that's D-I-N, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
No, there's no record of it. Was he a guest at the hotel?
Yes. Is there any parking lot around here he might have used?
Not convenient to the hotel, and parking is free here for guests, so I don't think he'd use a lot.
Neither do I. Thanks. Before I left Abilene, I called my headquarters. They had a report. No strange prints had been found in Deneen's house. The wire key looked like a plant. I hung up and made another call to Sheriff Ross.
I'm beginning to wonder about Walter myself, Dave.
Why?
He's been kind of curious about where you are. I told him you went to Abilene. Call him out.
Good. How'd he react?
Kind of nervous. And he said something about flying up to Abilene and back. Of course, never did say he drove it.
No, but he gave the impression he drove.
So he was there when the killer took place.
Yeah, but the killer had the use of Deneen's car. Can you get your hands on the car?
It's over in back of the computer parlor right now. That's the Dean said he was going just a few minutes ago when he stopped by to ask about it.
Grab that car and check it for fingerprints. I'll be there as fast as I can roll. All worked over, Sheriff?
Yeah, ought to have reports on the print screen. Send them to Austin.
Any strangers?
Quite a few of one step that weren't Deneen.
They belong to a professional killer. There's a good chance he'll have a record. Where's Deneen?
My deputies are out looking.
Why? I thought he was at the funeral parlor.
So did I, until I went in to look for him after we finished on the car. Undertaker said he'd left more than an hour ago by the front door.
Just thought you working over the car. Come on, let's find him.
Not at the house, not any place in town. Where could he be if he hasn't run out?
Trying to cover up for a couple of mistakes? He won't run, not yet.
Why?
Because his alibi is airtight. We can shake it. Unless we find the killer he hired, we can't shake it enough. He took a big gamble, and he's got too much at stake to run off.
His wife's money?
How'd you know about that?
Just thinking back. A little late. Folks knew Mrs. Mean's family left her well off. Walter married her not long after they passed on. A lot of people thought the money had something to do with it.
Wish you'd remembered that sooner.
Well, they seemed close. And then there's the baby.
Baby was just something extra that got into Mean's way.
Oh.
Never gotten any of the money.
KTXA,
Or maybe a report on the print.
Unit 10. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have report on prints lifted from the car in Ashton, Texas. One that identified as belonging to Joe Crossman.
Joe Crossman. on his whereabouts?
Finished serving parole 4 months ago. Last address known to parole officers, shack located west of the slope of Casper Mountain.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
Yes, we are.
Crofton must be the killer then, Jay.
I'll bet on it. How far to Casket Mountain?
About 20 miles, then turn south another 5. After that, well, we'll need horses if he's far up.
Should have brought your horse along the trailer with charcoal.
I can borrow one.
Crofton's going to be tough to take.
You sound like you know him.
I wrote the ticket for his last trip to Huntsville 6 years ago. That was murder, too, but he stopped out with a manslaughter plea.
Better not take any chances, Jay. If he starts shooting, we'll have to toss us back, dead center.
No. You got to take him alive. He'll talk to keep from burning once we get him.
Yeah, see. If Walter Dean paid him to do the job, he's the only one who can break Dean's alibi.
That's right. So no matter what happens, we got to take him alive. Crofton's cabin was up, all right. Way up. The sheriff borrowed a horse from the man who directed it.
Quite a climb, Jay.
Not so bad to follow this watch, though.
Suppose he isn't there.
I got a hunch he will be. I don't think Deneen had enough money to pay for this killing. He was almost broke.
You mean he planned to pay off out of his wife's money when he got it?
Yeah.
I wonder how Walter arranged for him to get the car that night.
Not much to arrange. Left it near the airport with the keys in it. Crofton brought it back and left it in the same spot. Probably left the house key for him, too. Glove compartment, maybe.
Yeah. With the airport 40 miles from Ashton, nobody recognized the car or a strange driver. Come in at night, use an abandoned road.
Look.
Huh? Hey, another horse left tracks here, too.
Yeah. They're fresh.
Ooh. It must be Crofton's horse.
No. Thought he was taking a rough way. Just cut into the wash here to find a better trail. Crofton lives up here. He'd know the best trail.
He'll be coming up here.
Didn't he? To shut him up.
Come on. Yeah, here, give off. Not too fast, Jason. We'll spill. You gotta risk it. Too slow, it'll be too late.
We reached the shack and stepped up on it. There was no horse around, no sign of life. Tried to draw fire by showing ourselves, but none came. We had to go in. All right. Hold your gun ready, Sheriff. And don't come in till I call you.
Right, Dave.
All right, Sheriff. Come in.
Nobody here, huh? Oh, wait a...
Oh.
That Crofton?
Yeah, that's him. Deneen got here first.
Dave, this fella looks like he shot himself. Gun's in his own hand. So what's his paper beside it? Dave, he did kill himself. This note says so. Confesses the murder, too.
Sure it does. Walter Deneen wrote that. And that note's gonna hang him.
How do you know? You ever seen Deneen's writing?
No. I've seen Crofton's before. He signed his name with an X. Prison records show he's illiterate. Never could read or write. Come on, Sheriff.
Gonna put out a pickup for Deneen?
We'll pick him up ourselves. He can't be far off.
But if he'd headed back down the wash, we'd have passed him on our way up.
He must be going across the top of the mountain to go down the other side. Come on. We raked our horses as fast as they could move. We spotted a rider ahead of us as he topped the slope. We heard him as he looked back and whipped his mouth and disappeared.
He knows we're on him.
Got about 300 yards. We'll get him.
Keep out and let it. Yeah. We're coming to the top now.
Keep low in the saddle. Watch out for an ambush.
There he is.
Don't go down too fast, Sheriff. The horse will tumble in the downgrade.
Deneen was pressing too hard, Jay. He fell. Look.
Scramble behind the rock. Whoa, sharp horse. Come on,
Oh, hit the dirt. Let's go now, though. Go on, go on. He's down under that rock shelf. Perfect cover.
Bullets will ricochet back from that ledge behind him. See that dent in the ledge? Yeah. Draw your gun and you'll empty it on him. Hit right below the dent.
Right.
All right. Let's hope for a billiard shot. Start firing.
Stop it! I'm bleeding!
Throw your gun out, Deneen.
on! Don't shoot anymore! Here it is!
Okay, Sheriff. Let's take it. And I was sorry for you all up until a few hours ago.
You gotta get me to a doctor.
You're not hurt bad. We'll get you to a doctor. All I want to know is how you met Crawford.
Come on, Walter, talk up.
I saw his picture in the paper when he got out of jail. I made a deal with him a couple of months ago.
A deal to wipe out your own wife and kid. Must be great to be as brave as you are. Get up, Ringling. You got a long way to go.
Walter Deneen confessed and made a plea for clemency. It was not granted. And on the 11th day of October, 1947, he died in the electric chair at Huntsville.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McRae, with another interesting anecdote about the Texas Rangers.
When the Allies invaded Normandy in World War II, they got an idea as to how far the fame of the Texas Rangers had spread. Both surrendering Nazis and liberated Free French said they knew the war was as good as over because the Texas Rangers had landed. Of course, it was the heroic American Ranger troops who made the landing. But nothing could convince the Nazi war prisoners that these were not the terrible Texans they'd heard about in many American legends. Good night, folks. See you same time next week.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Trent. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lorene Tuttle, Mike Barrett, Al March, and Paul Freed. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murtaugh, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday means music, fine music on NBC. Listen tomorrow for these great musical programs, the NBC Symphony and the Band of America. Be sure to listen Monday as Mildred Tatum conducts the NBC Symphony Orchestra in a full-hour concert of the finest music on the air. And listen, too, for Paul Laval conducting the Band of America every Monday on NBC.
Bill Harris reminding you that next it's Theater Guild on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Soft Touch.
It is 11 a.m. on a Sunday in August 1949. A blue sedan comes to a stop in front of a ranch house 30 miles from the town of Salt Flat, Texas.
Come on, kid. This Grandma's house. What?
Huh? We started so early, they're tired.
Oh, we can't leave them in the car.
If we wake them up now, they'll never finish them. We'll give them in soon.
Okay. Getting up at 4 a.m. was kind of early, even for them, huh? Hey, look. Pa's painted the windmill.
Oh, Bill, I love this place. I wish we didn't live so far away.
Yeah.
We don't get here often.
Hey, wonder where the folks are. They usually stand in the middle of the road waiting for us when they know we're bringing the kids for a visit.
The door's open. Your mother's probably in the kitchen cooking enough food for a dozen.
Yeah. Don't smell anything cooking. Ma? Pa? You home?
Maybe they're still at church.
No, they're always back by 10 o'clock. The garage door was closed, too. Pa always leaves it open when he's got the car out.
Oh, then they must be in back sometime.
Yeah. Hey, Ma? Ma, where are you?
I've never known your mother to be any place but in the kitchen, Bob.
Yeah, but she doesn't hear so well anymore. Let's take a look. Ma? Nobody here, Judy.
Yeah. Bill, what's that spilled on the floor? It's the door to the pantry.
Huh? Hey, Judy, it looks like blood. Ma! Oh! Oh, good Lord. Oh, Dad!
Bill, honey, come away. Come away.
The brutal murder of the rancher and his wife was reported. Texas Ranger Jace Pearson was notified by shortwave radio. He reached the ranch house less than 1 hour after the bodies were discovered.
I'm sorry to have to ask questions at a time like this, Mr. Ross.
It's all right. My kids are asleep in the car, though. Mind if my wife takes them in town?
I won't leave you here.
Please, honey, I'll be all right. I don't want the kids to come in here or even know about this.
Might be best, man.
I'll meet you at the hotel later.
Better tell me anything you know, Mr. Ross.
Yeah. Well, we drove out from Fort Worth this morning. That's my home now. I'm a commercial artist. This is the first time we've been here in 5 months.
Hello, Sheriff. Howdy, Ranger. Your wife told us to come right in, Bill. Sure, I'm sorry. If I'd have known something was wrong when I didn't see your folks at services this morning. They never did miss.
You better go on with what you were telling me, Mr. Ross.
Nothing else to say. Judy noticed the blood in the kitchen by the pantry door.
Okay. Better take a look at him, Sheriff. Just one thing more, Mr. Ross. Your parents have any enemies you know of?
No. Jed and Martha Ross never made an enemy in their whole lives, Ranger.
Say, you don't want me to go in there with you, do you?
No, won't be necessary. Just take it easy.
Kitchen's there. They took a pretty cool beat, Ranger.
Yeah. Sign of a weapon, right? Hey, help me move the old man's body a little. Heavy welt. Beaten to death and then put in. Blood comes mostly from hemorrhaging, though, not so much from cuts.
A thicker weapon would have cut him up more than that. Plus it was wrapped in something.
One other thing I can think of. Bare fist. And what's this?
Let me see. Oh, just a little hunk of paper.
Crumpled, too. Piece of a larger sheet. The rest of it must have been thrown away. It feels like a good grade of letterhead paper.
Mean anything to you?
If we find the rest of the paper this came from, no. But if we don't, it could mean plenty.
Like what?
The way this is crumpled might have been part of something the old man was hanging on to and somebody tried to get it away from him. I'm going to send this into our lab at Austin.
Looks like this happened sometime last night.
That's something we'll know when we get an autopsy report. We called to have the bodies and the piece of paper picked up. Then we checked around the outside of the house. gravel road wouldn't hold a car track. But behind the house, we found marks where a horse had been tied. We got charcoal out of the trailer, and the sheriff got a horse from the ranch barn.
You went right towards the southeast border. Ross has 200 acres and cotton down there.
Yeah, see it.
Might have ridden over there yesterday on one of his own horses.
No, horse that made this trail wasn't one of Ross's. Pony we're following has a spread hoof. Ooh. Look. See the mark? Bar across the frog on the right forefoot.
Wondered why you were checking the shoes on the horses back there in the barn.
Yeah, that's why. Who owns the adjoining place? Other side of the cotton.
Big Chuck Whitaker.
Now let's get moving. I want to have a talk with this Big Chuck Whitaker. Come on, Chuck.
Here, boy.
Yeah, I was over there yesterday afternoon, but I didn't kill nobody.
That's very interesting, Mr. Whitaker, because we didn't tell you anything about anybody being killed.
I know you didn't, Ranger. My phone happens to be on the same party line as the Ross Ranch. I heard that some Bill called when he found him this morning.
You make a habit of listening in?
I had a call to make. I picked up the phone I heard. Couldn't help it. Now, if you're through asking questions, I'd like to go back to Melvin's phone.
That's gonna wait, Chuck.
You're not exactly broken up about losing your neighbors.
Ranger, I've got troubles and nothing wrong.
Why did you go to Ross's yesterday? What time were you there?
In the evening, just before sundown. Ross was fixing to have some crop dusting done again. I wanted to talk to him about it.
About doing the job for him?
No, Ranger, the crop dusting plane comes down from Salt Flat.
Well, go ahead with it.
Well, last time Ross got the spray carried over on my place. Some of my cattle watered down near that crossing, made them sick.
Ross say he'd watch out for it?
Yeah.
That was all?
That was all. And I come home.
All right, Whitaker. Come on, Sheriff.
Good. Go on, Chuck. Easy, boy.
Here.
Hey, wait a minute. Whoa.
Hey, Chuck? Yeah, I just thought of something. When I left Ross's place just before dark, a car drove up. I came around the house.
Who was in it?
Man, that's all I know.
You didn't see his face?
No. The only thing that makes me think of it was something I noticed. The car wasn't from around here.
How do you know?
Well, they had one of them fancy flames around the license plate. You know things mean what the name of the town stamped on it?
Did you notice the stamp?
Yeah. The car was from San Antonio.
San Antonio, huh? Thanks. Let's go, Sheriff.
Get up. Good thing you noticed that car and remembered it. Might be a big help.
Yeah. Might be a big lie, too. That man's hard.
He just acts hard, Ranger. Kind of sour since his wife ran off with one of his cowhands a few years back. But he don't need no harm.
Maybe not.
He makes a bad impression. He's liable to send more flowers to Ross' funeral than most anybody around.
I've known killers to do that before, too.
We checked other ranchers in the area, but we didn't get any information until next morning at the sheriff's office.
Morning, Jay. Heard anything from your headquarters yet?
No, waiting for him to call me now. And what's that, the autopsy report?
Yeah. Medical examiner seems to agree with your ideas. Death might have been caused by a beating with fists.
Pretty thorough job of beating. You read this?
Yeah.
The woman died of a broken neck. That's right at the base of the brain. Rabbit point.
Yeah. Old man Ross hemorrhaged to death, like you said.
Broken jaw, broken nose, ribs smashed in into the heart. Vessels ruptured from being beaten in the kidneys and in the skull.
I'd like to get my hands on anybody who'd do that.
If you did get your hands on him, you'd have your hands full. Whoever did it was big, and he could hit. Plenty hard and in just the right spot.
You still got Chuck Whitaker on your mind?
Only because he fits the bill in a few ways.
Never hurt nobody before.
No, but he's a bitter man. That's time for me.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, he's here. Yes. For you, Jay. Captain Simpson calling long distance.
Thanks. Hello, Cap. Bureau?
We'll check him.
I'll try and find out if any department there has had any correspondence with Jed Ross recently.
That's what we're doing. But don't expect anything in a hurry.
I won't.
Bye, James.
Bye, Captain.
Find out where the paper comes from?
Yeah, some government office in Washington. You been checking on that car from San Antonio?
One Whitaker told us about? Yeah. Nobody I found saw it. How about you?
Nobody. Seems like the only one did see it was Chuck Whitaker.
I hate to admit it, Jace, but it's beginning to look that way.
Let's get our horses. I want to see Whitaker again.
When you've known a man all your life, you hate to think he's a murderer. On the other hand, you hate to see a neighbor get killed, too.
Whitaker's telling the truth. He's got nothing to worry about.
Feel mighty sorry for young Bill Ross. He was all busted up at the funeral parlor. Tough for him to take it alone. He made his wife and kids go back to Fort Worth.
He the only child?
Bill? Yeah. Only one living, that is. Had a sister, Joan. Nicest girl you'd ever see.
What happened to her?
She was a Navy nurse. Got killed at Solomon Island during the war. Ross has sure had this sheriff trouble, all right.
Trouble somebody ought to pay for.
Hey, look. There's Whitaker now on a pony coming toward us. Just rode out of the gully.
Here.
Get up. Up, boy. Oh, boy.
Going back to see me, huh? That's right, Whitaker. You think I've been lying to you, don't you, Randy?
Now, take it easy, Chuck.
Get one thing straight, Whitaker. I got nothing against you or any man, not personally. But I do intend to find the man who killed your neighbor.
Well, then you can stop looking around my place. Sure. I rode out to meet the place your office called. Suppose you want to back me down.
Why?
Because I ain't blind, I ain't lying. One of the sheriff's deputies has found somebody else who saw that car from San Antonio.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now we continue with tonight's case, Soft Dust.
We went back to town and from there to a roadside cafe about 15 miles out the state highway.
Yeah, I sure did see the car, like I told the deputy. It had that thingamajig on the license plate. Noticed it when I give him some gas.
You sure it was on Saturday, huh?
It sure was, about 5 o'clock, I'd say.
Guess there's not much traffic from San Antonio comes through here, does it, Sheriff?
All four off the main U.S. highway. Anybody coming down here on the state road would have to have some business around here someplace.
You remember the man in the car?
I sure do. After I give him the gas, he come in for some coffee.
Can you describe him?
Oh, well, 3 days ago, but he's better than 6 feet, maybe 200 pounds. Then, of course, there was his face.
What was wrong with it?
Well, Ted, his face looked like he tried to bulldog a steer on rocky ground and lost it. Sure was scarred up.
You bleeding any place?
Oh, no, Ranger, I didn't mean fresh blood. I reckon he looked that way for a long time.
Then when he left here, you drive on toward South Park?
He sure did. Wasn't nobody else in here when he stopped nor when he left, so I didn't have nothing much to do, and I could watch him when he drove off.
He's going in the direction of the Ross Ranch, all right?
Yeah. But who was it?
That's what I'm going to find out if I can. Bill Ross said he's a commercial artist, didn't he?
Yeah, why?
Because I want to bring him out here, get a detailed description of that face, and see if Ross can draw something that comes close to it. We sent for Bill Ross. Before he joined us at the sheriff's office, something else turned up. A long-distance call from Captain Simpson.
We found out what that letter from Washington might have been, James.
Good, Captain. Let's have it.
Well, it might have been from the Veterans Administration. Answer to a letter Jed Ross wrote asking if they had any record of a United States Marine named Herbert Walker.
What else?
Well, for some reason, Ross wanted to know if there really had been a Herbert Walker in the Corps, and especially if he'd been wounded and hospitalized in the Solomon Islands. The piece of paper you sent in might have come from the answer the Veterans Administration sent to Ross.
What was the answer?
There's
I don't know, Captain. The Rosses lost a daughter in the Solomons, a Navy nurse. Now, Bill Ross just came in with the sheriff. I'll get on it. Bye. Ross, does the name Herbert Walsh ring a bell with you?
Yes. Yes, Ranger, it does. My father told me about him in a letter 2 months ago.
You know who he is?
No, I never saw him. Folks wrote that he stopped by the ranch and told him my sister had taken care of him in Solomon before she got killed.
Is that all?
No. According to my father's letter, Walsh gave my folks the idea that, well, that he and my sister had been very close.
Had your sister ever mentioned him in letters to your folks when she was overseas?
They couldn't remember, but we were awful fond of my kid sister, Ranger. Anybody who'd known her would have found an open door with my folks.
Somebody found one, all right. Two open.
What do you mean?
There isn't any Herbert Walsh.
Huh? But my pa gave him some money.
Did he write to you about that?
No, but I've just been going over my father's affairs. In the past 2 months, he loaned Walt several $100s. I have the canceled check.
Where are the checks?
At the lawyer's office on the corner.
I want to see where those checks were cashed. Come on.
Hey, you figure this Walsh is a phony working the old war buddy racket?
Of course he is. But with a new angle, a dead girl.
What do you mean?
I mean the families of servicemen and women open their hearts too easily to strangers they think might have been close to somebody they love.
You mean Walt killed my family?
Your father must have suspected him. He wrote to Washington and found out Walt had never been in the Solomons or the Marines. And when Walt came the last time, your father called his hand with a letter he'd gotten from the VA.
Here's the building where the lawyer is.
Here are the checks, Ranger. 4 of them, total of $600.
Endorsed by Walt. Cash coined by merchants in San Antonio.
That car came from San Antonio, Jay. That sure fits.
It sure does. Let's get out to that cafe and get that sketch drawn out.
No, it weren't quite like that around the eyes. It was marks around the eyebrows.
She means darker, see.
See, eyes deep recessing. Like this?
Oh, so the nose didn't come out so far. It had kind of a dent in the middle.
Like that?
Oh, that's kind of real good.
If somebody knew the man, would they recognize him from that?
They sure would. That's almost a sitting image, I'd say.
Thanks a lot, man.
You're sure welcome.
I'll take that, Bill. Thanks again.
Come back.
There he ain't the prettiest fellow I ever saw.
I don't know. My folks said that, too. But Walsh told him he'd been in a Jap prison camp and treated bad.
Walsh was lying. If Walsh is his real name.
But you got beat up someplace, Jace.
Yeah, and I've got a hunch I know where.
What do you think?
In a prize ring. The man who killed your folks was a professional fighter.
You figure that just because of his face?
And one other thing, don't forget that autopsy report, Sheriff.
That's right. Well, you remarked right then that the fellow who threw those punches knew what he was doing.
I'd sure like to get my hands on him. 2 old people, giving them through my kid's business.
Think about your own thing. Law will take care of that.
Yeah, but no law can bring them back to life.
Drop your thing. The office, Sheriff, you and the sheriff. I'll be in touch with you later.
Where are you going, Jace?
Out of your territory. San Antonio.
All right, come on, Fred. Pull that 1-2 fast. Faster. Come on, roll with it. That's it.
Oh, now let me see, Ranger. Now, I've seen that face before, sure. Well, it's been some time, but we used to train you all right. Heavyweight. Wait a minute. Hey, Pop, come here. Pop is the world's oldest fight fan, knows every fighter in his record for the past 50 years. Maybe he can tell you something.
You know what they do for you?
An old man who looks like this?
Yeah, I seen him before.
His name Walsh?
Walsh, not him. That's Eddie Bowler. I never did amount to anything. Had a punch like a bullock, but no sign. Wide open for a left hook. Had 31 fights and ended up...
Fine, Pop. Hold it. Ranger don't care about all that.
Main thing I want to know is, when did you see him last?
Oh, 6-7 years ago.
That long ago?
Only long enough to suit me. Fuller never should have been allowed in the range. He wasn't the kind of fighter that loved the sport. He liked to hit men to ruin him, that's what.
You have no idea where I might find him?
I think, no.
Well, thanks for your help.
Yeah, you're welcome, Ranger.
Why, sure, glad to help, Ranger.
Hey, wait a minute, Ranger.
Yeah?
I just remembered. There was a gal Paula used to hang out with. Name was, Dolly Richards. She might know where he is.
Do you know where I might find her?
Yeah, she used to work in the box office at the Empire Theater. That's all I know.
Thanks. I'll try it.
You planning to arrest Eddie Polder?
That's my plan, all right. Why?
Well, don't surprise me none, you understand, but let me give you some advice.
Go ahead.
Watch yourself in the clinches when you find him, Ranger. He's tougher 9 miles unpaved road. He's bad medicine. And he won't be fighting by the rule books if he knows you want him.
Thanks, Pop. I'll be careful.
Yeah, being careful ain't enough. Get off first. Remember, he's a sucker for a left hook. If he gets a chance to hit you good, he won't stop till he kills you.
Checked the Empire Theater for Pola's girl, Dolly Richards, but she hadn't been seen for years. I put through a call to headquarters asking them to check auto registration for one in Pola's name. It was late afternoon when Captain Stinson got back to me by phone.
The car is must have been stolen, Dave. There's nothing registered in that name.
You checking for a criminal record on him?
Yeah, but there's nothing in this state. We're checking with other states, though. I just sent teletypes off.
I'll have to wait a while then.
Nothing else you can do, James. So long.
Hey, wait a minute, Captain.
What?
Take one more crack at the license bureau in Austin. See if they have a car registered to Dolly Richards.
Dolly Richards? Who's she, Dave? Pola's girlfriend?
She was. Let's hope the torch is still burning. I didn't move from the phone until the captain called back. This time he had something.
Here it is, Dave. Car registered to Dolly Richards. Texas license E49753. Her address is RFC number 4 on Farm Highway 73. Is the turnoff off the building.
That doesn't sound right to me, Captain. The car I want has San Antone marked on the license plate frame.
That's still all right, James. Dolly Richards bought the car 6 months ago from a San Antone dealer. Frame might have been out there.
That's better. Any out-of-state record on Pola?
Not yet. You want to wait another hour or so?
No. You can give me word by short wave. I'm heading toward Tilden. Unit 10. Go ahead, KGXA.
Report on subject Eddie Pola. Served 3 years Leavenworth, impersonating Army officer and using mail to defraud. 1 year Oklahoma State Penitentiary for fraud. 1 year Louisiana assault.
10-4. Unit 10, clear. Took the turnoff north of Tilden, headed for the sprawling country ridden by Farm Highway 73. It was midnight when my headlights put out the mailbox and the name Judy Richards. I left the car on the road and slipped up to the house. It was dark.
All right, Eddie, all right. Don't blow your top. Tired, giddy.
Pola's home, huh?
Pola? Don't know anybody with that name.
He saved the status lady. Where was he last Saturday night?
He's right here with me.
During the late afternoon and evening?
You heard her, Ranger.
Eddie, I didn't know you was in. You knocked and I thought you forgot your key.
All right, Dolly, shut up. Like we said, Ranger, I was here last Saturday.
I know somebody who says you weren't. Describes you well enough for this to be drawn. Good license, too, Pola.
I was here. What are you going to prove with the drawing?
I'm not going to prove anything with a drawing. I'm going to have an eyewitness prove that you were near Salt Flat Saturday when Jed and Martha Ross were murdered.
Shut up, Dolly.
Forget to tell her about that part, eh, Pola? Maybe you forgot to tell her about the sketch to Herbert Walsh, the Marine the VA never heard of. Where's that letter you ripped out of the old man's hand?
All right, Ranger, I'll show you. Come in. Yeah, it's over here.
The boy at San Antonio Jim told me open for less Coca-Cola. Now don't try that again. Get on your feet and turn around. You too, miss.
Why me?
So I can cuff you together.
What are you taking me for?
Harboring a murderer. It'll give you a chance to decide whether you want to stick to your story or tell the truth. All right, move. Dolly Richards turned state's evidence against Eddie Fuller. Fuller was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death in the electric chair.
And now here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Many years ago, a group of Texas Rangers had a showdown battle with a notorious band of killers. Several days later, the Rangers assigned to the case staggered back to their headquarters, showing the marks of combat, many of them badly wounded. The captain of the company, too impatient to wait for a written report, went to the barracks where the men were cleaning up and tending to their wounds. What happened, the captain asked. There was silence for a moment as the Rangers looked up at him. Finally, one of them said, "Oh, nothing much, Cap. We had a little shooting match, and they lost. Good night, folks. See you again same time next week."
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Trench. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Paul Cleese, Mike Barrett, Tom Cully, Bill Johnstone, Byron Kane, and Virginia Gray. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Free times mean good times on NBC. The Times are really excited about a big show. In fact, it's the big show. An hour and a half every Sunday with Tallulah Bankhead as Spen and starring Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Jack Parsons, Groucho Marx, Jose Ferrer, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's the big show. The premiere date is Sunday, November 5th, just 1 week from today.
Bill Harris reminding you that next it's Theater Guild on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the White Suit.
It was 6 a.m., June 23rd, 1947. There was only one prisoner in the Live Oak County Jail. He is John Elliott Bascom, the notorious and dangerous gunman. In the anteroom connecting the jail with the sheriff's office, Deputy George Clinton dozes snoring at the end of a long and uneventful night's duty.
Miss George! Miss George!
No. Uncle Ben, you still here?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but the prosecutor's office down the hall was powerful dirty. I'm about ready to go along home now as soon as I hang up my mouth, but I blew this here coffee for you.
Oh, put it here.
See, she's hot, yawning.
Coffee. Uncle Ben, your name.
Don't know about that, Miss Young. Ain't nobody else see my wing. Hey, just put the pot and stuff in my closet when you're through. I'll take care of it when I come home tonight.
Good, thank you, Uncle Ben.
What's the matter with you now, Bascom? Take a look. The floor is wet. Water's running all over. This jail may have all the comforts at home, but I wouldn't give you much for your blood.
This building's so old, it's a wonder it doesn't all come apart. The valve must have stuck it.
Water all over the floor.
All right.
Take it easy.
You keep back, Bascom.
Don't worry. You'll do the waiting. I'm not putting my feet down in that water.
Stay there in your bunk. I'll give it a minute. Let's see what's wrong with it. You're under, sir. Tough in the train.
Hold on, Bert.
Get away from that sunshine.
Sheriff Chris Olden discovered the bodies of his night deputy and courthouse janitor when he came into his office at 8 o'clock. He immediately telephoned the Texas Rangers, and a short time later, Ranger Jace Pearson arrived.
Jace, I'm glad to see you.
Quite a while, Sheriff. Jace, what's the bad thing? Anything involving Bascom. You got any line on him yet?
No, apparently he stepped out of town afoot. We don't even know what direction he's going.
Probably east of Rocky Valley. That's the quickest way into open country. Ranger Harris was ordered out on this assignment with him.
Oh, where is he?
He dropped into the walkie-talkie a 2-mile bridge on the way in. He's riding through the brush now, cutting for a trail. We'll find out pretty soon if Bascom's still afoot.
And if he isn't?
And the highway patrol's already closed the main roads into this area. As soon as we get a localization, mounted units can move in and attempt to close the gap. We'll get him, Sheriff.
Well, I sure hope so. No, excuse me. Sheriff's office, Olsen Street.
Sheriff, this is Bob McDougal on Route 7. A man just stole my truck out of the field where I was working.
You got a description?
I didn't get a very good look at him. He was clear across the field. A medium-sized fellow wearing a pair of weight coveralls, headed toward Frito.
What kind of truck?
A red half-ton pickup, 46 model.
Anything else you identified?
He's kind of beat up, the grill's broken out in front.
I think that's enough for us to do.
You know who it was?
I think so. But you better get in as soon as you can and file a death report, just the same. Farmer's truck was stolen about 8 miles out of Route 7. That's all right, Jace. White coveralls.
Jail chief sure show up. Come on, my unit's out front. We'll get this on the radio as we roll. Racing out of town on Route 7 with my double horse trailer still coupled, I radioed all units to be on the lookout for the truck. And I contacted Ranger Harris through his walkie-talkie and asked him to meet at the 2-mile bridge. He was there when we arrived. Nice timing, Ed.
What's up, Jay?
Got a line on Bascom. Let's get your horse loaded in with charcoal.
Okay, Bascom still afoot?
No. He grabbed himself a truck about 8 miles down the road.
Yeah, he would. This side's clear, Jace.
Watch your toes. Charcoal, you got company.
In you go, boy.
I better bring the walkie-talkie up front with you, Ed.
Got it. Ready? Heave.
Oh, no. Come on. Sheriff Olson, me Ranger Harris.
Howdy, Sheriff. Howdy, Ranger. Oh, that's your walkie-talkie, is it? Well, how much to it?
Yeah, pretty contract, all right. Hanks right on the saddle.
You can keep in touch with your headquarters with him?
At Austin? No. Practice range about 5 miles. Closer the better. Strictly a field out there.
Oh, I see.
All set? Maybe we can drive Mr. Bascom right into the roadblock at Dry Creek Crossing.
like you just made it.
Yeah.
What's the matter, out of gas?
Yeah, fill her up.
See me, my regular?
Anything, fill her up.
You betcha. Say, isn't this old Bob McDougal truck?
Yeah, I'm taking it into Fredo.
Well, he got all his repair work done at Live Oak.
Not this time. Hurry it up, will you?
Trying to bubble over on me. Still a pipe must have been. Old Mac sure beats off a truck, don't he?
Yeah.
Best farmer in the county, but awful careless about machines.
Come on, wind it up. That's enough gas.
Okay, mister, okay. You must be in a hurry.
I am.
Gonna lose some time at Dry Creek.
Yeah. Why?
The law's got a roadblock at the crossroads for some reason or another. Moving everybody through down to the seams of their door. 5 and 2 cents. That's 130.
Roger.
Smart mechanic, let's see how far that gas hits.
Radio operator.
This is Jim Perry. Get me the Dry Creek store, quick.
I'm sorry, that line's busy.
Break in on it. The highway patrol's got a roadblock there. I want to talk to one of the officers.
Is this an emergency call?
A smart aleck in Bob McDougal's truck just tipped me for some gas. He's in too big a hurry, to be honest, and he deliberately took the wrong turn when I told him there were officers ahead.
McDougal's truck is in a red one?
Oh, everybody knows that truck. A red pickup with a mechanic in white coveralls driving.
You're on Route 7. What turn did the truck take?
The crazy fool took off down the old Big Wash Road. Tell the patrol they can box him in there. The road ends at the wash.
The horse on that road disappeared. That's the man they're looking for.
Huh?
He's that fast that he broke there and killed 2 men at the county seat this morning. I can bring doctors now.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Subject Jack Bascom refused to pay for gasoline. Turn south from Route 7 at Terry's filling station, your vicinity.
That Perry's down there at the foot of the hill.
10-4. Unit 10 approaching Perry's now. We'll keep KTXA advised. Unit 10 cleared.
10-4, KDXA officer.
That's Jim Perry out in front, flagging us down now. Oh, I just got held up.
Yeah, we know. Put some gasoline.
No.
The radio, Jim. Now, that's the turn he took over there?
Yes, the Big Wash Road.
How long ago?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Pretty good start on it, Jake. Yeah. What kind of country there is down here. Let's don't let him get any more. We found the red pickup abandoned in the sandy bed of Big Wash, 4 miles from the highway, and the radio was surrounding unit. John Bascom's track led straight into open country beyond the wash. And he couldn't go any further in the truck, and neither can we. It's like work for the horses from here on, Ed. Let's get him out.
I'll give you a hand, Gene.
Easy, boy, easy.
Come on, Charles. Should have got the walkie-talkie, Ed. We ought to be able to contact any unit south of Dry Creek with it pretty soon.
I believe you're right.
Hey, you boys leaving your foot, Gene?
You can take the unit back, Sheriff. Maybe join the highway patrol at Dry Creek. Bascom's headed southwest. Probably figures to slip past the roadblock.
You might be making a wide detour with short Highway 11.
Might be.
All set, Jay.
Okay. Anything else I can do?
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed.
I will. Trailing Bascom isn't going to be any sense to you boys. He's desperate, armed, and he knows his trail's it.
I know. Easy, boy. For good measure, I don't like the looks of those clouds over there. But all we need is a storm to wipe out what little sign he may leave. Now, let's get started, Ed.
So long, boys. Good hunting.
Thanks, Sheriff. Come on.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, The White Suit, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
walked back and forth for past the next track, finding them and then losing them again. With slow work, covering 5 miles to his one, while he steadily built up his lead on it. He was infernally excited.
Take it easy going down here, Jake. This canyon wall was any steeper, we'd be hanging by our collars.
Ooh, too sharp for us. Hey, wait a minute, Ed. Pull up.
Oh, boy. Whoa now. Oh.
Now what, Jake? Bascom didn't slide down here like we thought.
No?
Look. There's the rock he pushed over from the rim to make the skid marks we've been following. See, it's lava, like the cap on the rim. Different from the rest of the rock down here.
So we've got to climb back to the top. I'd have sworn he started down here to cross this canyon.
That's what he wanted us to think. Anything to cost us time. Trouble is, we got to follow out every one of these blind trails he's leaving us. Any one of them may be the McCoy.
Yeah, he'll be to California before we ever get out of these fat lands.
He isn't to California yet. Don't worry, he's working as hard as we are.
Up. Lift him. Come on, Red Hawk. Make like it goes. Come on. Watch it, Ed. What a climb. It's getting late. Look at that sun, Jake.
Yeah. Hey. That low sun has got its advantages.
Oh, boy. Oh, now. Easy.
Take a look at that slope over there across the canyon. That's past the sand, past that big mesquite.
Yeah, tracks, footprints. And Bascom did cross the canyon after all.
Probably someplace a little downstream.
Hey, how come we didn't see those tracks when we started down here from up before? He couldn't have made them since then. We aren't that close behind it.
No, the tracks were there before, we just didn't see them. Now the sun's low enough to throw longer shadows into the prints his boots made. Makes them twice as visible.
Yeah? Well, we better start looking for a place to cross ourselves.
Now, let's climb a little higher first. I'm worried about that storm the way it's piling up.
Up, Red Horse. Clouds are getting black, Jake.
Probably loaded with static. We better try to make radio contact with the walkie-talkie while we can. We need to work from this high ground to get through.
General call, Jake?
Yeah. Suppose you try it now,
Yeah. Unit 902 to unit in range. Unit 902 to unit in range. Oh, boy. Oh. Here you are, Jake.
Oh, sorry. Unit 902 requests the location of Unit 8. Then 4. Unit 8 is now too far north. Fugitives still bearing toward Highway 11, approximately 12 miles south and east of Dry Creek. Suggest Unit 8 move south about 5 miles. Unit 902 has had no direct contact with fugitives, but is following an identifiable trail. Will report any change. Please relay to other units. Unit 902, clear.
Say, look, Jake. Bascom may stay on the other side of the canyon, or he may double back to this side. Why don't we save ourselves a lot of riding and split up for a bit?
That'll be a bad idea.
I'll take the canyon floor. It's sandy. Tracks will be easy to spot there. And you can work along this rim.
All right. Watch yourself, Ed. You'll be in the open down there.
Yeah, just let Bascom show himself once. That's all I want. Come on, Red Horse. Going down. Easy now. Easy. Give me a chance to get to the bottom before you start, Jake. Okay.
Something about a man on a starting Sunday sunset. I sat on the rim for long moments watching Ed Harris descend that canyon wall, feeling danger without being able to identify it. Suddenly, smoke dropping behind a rock on the opposite rim. I saw Harris drag in his saddle before the horse carried him out of sight. And dim by distance came the rising sound of a shot.
Go, Tom. Go, boy. Harris! Harris, you all right? No! The rocks are in the way! Keep cover, Ed! Be with you in a minute! Over here, Jake. He was right up there, but he beat it. The guy hit him. Those white coveralls make some targets.
Probably realizes that by now and he'll really run. How bad are you hit?
Oh, flesh wound, clean. Just above the elbow here. Help me get this kerchief on it, I'll be all right.
Pull your sleeve out of the way.
Yeah. He would pick my left arm. How do you know I was a southpaw?
There's something we may be asking in Life 7. You okay now?
Yeah, like two.
pick up his trail on the rim. We'll have to watch sharp. He's gonna try to keep that white suit out of sight. Now we're this close to him.
Come on, Red Hawk. Show that charcoal out of front. Come on. Hey, get up. Easy now. Just a little more. Almost to the top. Come on now.
Oh. And a fat chance of picking up anybody's trail here, Jake. Herd of elephants could have crossed this loose here without leaving a trace.
Maybe. Now, look here. You see them?
Yeah. Ants, the whole trail of them.
Ants don't go after anything in this country they can't eat. Let's see what these are having for supper. Here we are. On this piece of trail.
Yeah, blood. More than I did nail them. We got a wounded animal on our hands, Jake. They let go at us from behind any of these brush clumps.
I don't think he's hurt so bad he won't keep on running. There's just a few drops here. I'm afraid you just peeked him. That was pretty long range.
Well, it won't be the next time I get him in my sights, I promise you that. I owe him something for this arm. Let's go.
He's probably headed for that big mesquite thicket.
Yeah, he would. Come on, Red Horse. Up, Doc. Hey, Jake. Look, out there in the open. His coveralls, he peeled them off. There he goes. Look at that big clump of brush across the clearing. Come on, let's go get him. Hey, wait a minute.
Circle around below him, Ed. Make a lot of racket like we're still together and hunting blind. Maybe you can flush him back between those big rocks.
Okay, I'll try it, Jake.
Hide charcoal out behind the side of him. Maybe we can rig up a little surprise party for Mr. Bascom when he comes through.
But be careful, will you? He won't give you a chance. Don't give him one.
Chance? That killer? Just let me get my hands on him.
Come on, Red Horse. Take that clump. Let's go. Here.
Easy, charcoal. Easy. We go this way. Easy, boy. I'm the shade of this rock for you, charcoal. Easy now, boy. Quiet. Quiet.
Head down, boy. Come on, charcoal. What do you want?
The Texas Ranger.
Yeah, I got him. But he's the wrong man. What's he doing here?
Ask him.
Senor, Father, in this place is nobody. I am a lonesome man and mind my sheep. Then I heard the gun. Shoot with an eye.
When?
No, 2 minutes ago. I think maybe it's my friend Diego from next valley with gun to kill coyote. We have much trouble with coyote here, Senor.
We aren't looking for coyote. Where's your clothes?
I go to see if it's my friend when this malo hombre, this very bad man, he jumped from the bush. His gun is very big. He cut my clothes. He tell me not to move in the road. I can still kill his phone. Can I run too?
Which way he go?
How do I know, Senor? Me Pedro, I'm scared to think.
All right, Pedro. Forget about your clothes. You're a lucky man to be alive.
I know, Senor.
Better get some more clothes before that storm hits. You aren't exactly dressed for bad weather. Oh, steady, son. Looks like our surprise didn't come off, Ed. Let's get moving before Bascom builds up a lead on us again.
Yeah, let's go, Red Hawk. Come on, you come. Red Hawk!
Harrison and I picked up the trail. Bascom managed to stay ahead of us, using a large bag of tricks to keep out of sight, even if he couldn't chase us. When the sun set behind towering thunderclouds, we were working our way down a wide iron valley, keeping some distance apart.
Hey, Jake, here's the tracks again.
Pick them up, Charcoal. Oh, boy.
The Indians. There they are, heading right down there in the valley.
Fresh as daisies, too.
Yeah, no blow sand drifted into them at all.
You better try that general call again, Ed.
Report our position?
Look at the direction those tracks were taking. They've been swinging that way the last half hour.
Yeah, I noticed that. Headed almost due east now.
Bascom's pulling another big red herring in. He made for Highway 11 long enough for us to report it and set up interception for him there.
And then he swings straight east to Highway 13. Sort of catches us with our units down, don't it?
Bascom's gambling that it does. Now try the call. Unit 902, the unit in range. 902 to unit and range. 902 to unit and range.
It's no use, Jake. You can't raise anybody. We're too far out now.
The weather isn't helping any either on this lower ground. Looks like we're in for a real soaking before night.
Yeah. And Baskin can't possibly be much ahead of us. Maybe we can free him before he gets through to the highway. Handle him on our own from here on.
Can't risk it, Ed. If he flips us and gets through to make a ride with somebody or steal another car, he'll be gone.
Yeah, I guess here's where we separate then. I'm kind of out of the run with it here, bum on. Give me the walkie-talkie and I'll double back till I'm in range of the units on Highway 11 again. That's good. It'll ride all right like that. Anything special for the boys?
Ask them to request coverage on Highway 13 all the way to Prado. Keep trying until you get through. I'll stick on his trail.
I'll have a relay into KDXA in half an hour.
As soon as you do, you better head out toward Dry Creek and get that arm looked after.
I'll wait till we've got Baskin. Good luck, Jake.
Same to you, Ed.
Come on.
He removed his wheat field, and his tracks burned into a maze of other bare footprints left by Mexican sheep herders. I rode on slowly. Suddenly, a small, rain-drenched boy stepped out from the road. Sarko nearly ran him down.
Ooh, Sarko. Steady, boy. Hey, you there. Hey, boy, Nino. Hey. Get him.
The man was a frightened little lamb. Light winked as the door opened and closed. The door from the adobe shop. I posted and saw the blinds were tightly drawn, almost as though to prevent the leakage of any telltale light from the candle burning dim inside. Oh, Sarko, look at it.
Open up. Open up.
Jenny, who are you?
Texas Ranger. Coming out of this rain, I want to ask you some questions.
Oh, no, senor, I cannot let you in. My husband, he's sick. He's very sick.
That's your boy that just ran in here?
Senor, my Juanito. He was going to look for the mama go. Go on. Just frightened him, senor.
You gave me a turn for a minute, too. Look, I need a little help.
Me, I would do anything for the Texas rain.
Trailing a man, a very dangerous man. He must have passed close to here about the time the rain began. Where is he now?
We have seen nothing, Juanito. Me, nobody, senor.
Maybe your husband did then. Anyway, I want out of this rain.
Senor, no, you must not. My husband.
Jimmy was deathly afraid. Her eyes told me she wasn't afraid of me. Of the storm, perhaps, of the sickness. There was a blanket-wrapped man lying on a bunk in the corner of the room with bare feet proceeding toward me. The door was thick. Twisted in with part of the room.
Senor, please.
Slide your gun out from under that blanket and drop it, Bascom. The gun, Bascom. Drop it or I'll break your other arm. Drop it.
You would be stubborn, Bascom. Now you really got something to be sick about.
I'm bleeding to death.
You won't get off that easy. We're saving you for the electric chair. You got something I can use for bandages, senor? Gracias. This will do for you.
How did you know?
He was holding a gun on you and the boy and making you do what he said.
What could you know?
Your real husband's a sheep man, isn't he?
Listen. He's working me proud now.
Look at these bare feet sticking out here. You ever see an honest-to-goodness sheep man with his toes all crowded together from wearing cowboy boots? Better put some water on the heat. I'll need it to patch him up enough to take him in.
John Bascom was tried in Live Oak County and found guilty of the murder of 2 men. On the 2nd day of December 1947 at Huntsville Prison, the sentence was carried out. Death in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joe McCrae.
One of the pleasures afforded us here in this show is the large number of letters we receive asking for special information about the Texas Rangers. This week we received one, an especially interesting letter, in which the writer said she had heard of an official ranger's prayer and inquired if such a prayer actually existed. It does. The prayer was written by Captain Pierre Bernard Hill, chaplain of the Texas Rangers, and I should like you to hear it. O God, whose end is justice, whose strength is all our stay, be near and bless my mission as I go forth today. Let wisdom guide my actions, let courage fill my heart, and help me, Lord, in every hour to do a ranger's part. Protect when danger threatens, sustain when trails are rough. Help me to keep my standard high and smile at each rebuff. When night comes down upon me, I pray thee, Lord, be nigh, whether on lonely scout or camp under Texas sky. Keep me, O God, in life. When my days shall end, forgive my sins and take me in. For Jesus' sake. Amen. Good night, sir. Good night.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen in the Universal International Technicolor production, Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Butterfield, Barney Phillips, Bill Johnstone, Herb Ellis, and Lillian Byers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Tom W. Blackburn, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight's Theater Guild on the Air presents Judy Garland in the prize-winning novel Alice Adams, co-starring Thomas Mitchell. Another Sunday evening favorite is the $64 Question, starring Jack Carr. Tomorrow on the station of the Chimes, you'll hear Gordon MacRae as your singing master of ceremonies on one of his wonderful musical journeys aboard the show train. The Chimes are your invitation to the best in radio entertainment. Be sure to hear Judy Garland next in Theater Guild on NBC. Listen at the close of this program for an important announcement of a change in time for Tales of the Texas Rangers.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, blood relative.
It is 4 p.m., June 26, 1949. Will Bonner, proprietor of the general store at Stump Texas, is waiting on Mac Kennedy, the first house.
Yeah. It's time for flour and the bacon, eh? Anything else?
Yeah, carton of cigarettes.
Yeah. How about making me a couple of sacks of tobacco, huh?
What's the matter, Will? My credit's no good anymore?
Mac, that ain't more to put in the home. The bill's running kind of high.
You get your money, don't you?
Ain't a question of getting it. We stand to make a good profit here. Unless you have to pay out, better chance you'll have to get on your feet firmly without no credit.
Let me worry about it. Go ahead. Wait on him.
That's all right. I got time.
No, I'll take care of it, Sanders. What do you have? Kind of.
Time ain't helping your fight any, is it, Uncle Will?
Huh? Ben! Ben! Well, dang it, boy, you can't. How do you like that? Didn't make that more blood relative. Yeah. There he is! Ben! Conceal's here! Now, who do you ask?
What is it, Will?
Fella wants to know if you want to buy some perfume.
No, Will, you could have told him that. What would I do? Why, it's your brother's boy, Ben.
It sure is.
Stop catching this. You know about the car.
I know it's dead.
Oh, being glad to see you, Ben. I almost forgot. What happened last winter?
The pneumonia.
Yeah, we're trying to look for you, but nobody knew where you were.
Nobody would have wanted to know. I was in the pen at hospital.
Huh?
That's where I've been for 4 years.
The prison? You told me this.
Wasn't nobody's business but mine.
Ben, I guess we can talk that over. You don't understand this place here.
I ain't asking you for nothing except what's coming. I just want you to buy out my pa's share of the storm Senor.
Ben, your farm never did have a share in the store. You only worked for me.
He's trying to get away with Uncle Will. He told me he was going in when he moved out.
But Ben, you knew your pa. He always talked big, but he never did have a dime of his own.
You telling me about my own pa?
You know, we ain't running him down for you. Never harm nobody, but talking big and stuff like this.
Look, I come to get what's mine. Do I get it up, don't I?
Ben, there's a better job waiting for you if you want them. Your skin folks, and that meets the working. But outside of that, there ain't nothing here to jaw.
Just hold on, young.
Let me go! Hey, turn him loose, turn him loose. Reckon I can still take care of myself.
Maybe you can, maybe you can't, Uncle Will. I'm staying around town to give you a chance to change your mind. I'm warning you. I'm gonna get what's mine if I have to kill you for it. Following morning, June 27th, neighbors found Will Bonner shot to death and his wife Liz critically wounded and unconscious in the back room living quarters of their store. The sheriff called the assistance of the Texas Ranger. Ranger Gage Pearson was assigned to the case.
Well, that's all of the story, just like I found it here. He was pretty downhearted, Sheriff. Bonner, a friend of yours? I knowed him all my life. He helped me get elected. Body's in the back room. You want to see it? Yeah. You can stay here if you want. No. Guess you noticed the way the safe was cracked and the door where the killer got in? Yeah, professional job, all right. I covered the wheel over with a sheet. Maybe I shouldn't have, but It's all right. Warner hasn't been here yet, huh? No, he's on his way. Dead about 6-7 hours. How do you figure that, Jim? Rigor mortis just beginning to set in. You see a lot of them, you get to know. 9 o'clock now. That means it happened about 2 or 3 this morning, huh? That's close to it. How about Bonner's wife? You gonna pull through? Doc Wood considered the county hospital. Said there's a little chance. We've got a deputy posted at the hospital in case she comes to. Yep, he can take any statement she wants.
Sheriff, I gotta talk to you, man.
Well, all right, Jody, come in. Farmhand works for Max Kennedy on and on.
Howdy, Ranger. Sheriff?
What's on your mind, Jody?
Well, I just come pick up some feed in Mac's pickup. Heard about what happened.
Know anything about it?
I don't know exactly. But I was in town with Mac yesterday afternoon. He come crush some supplies from Bonner.
What time?
Oh, about 4 o'clock. I wasn't in the store with him, but when he come out and he was driving back, Mac said Bonner had a fuss with somebody. Bill threatened to kill him.
Did he say who the fellow was?
No, but whoever it was, he took the swing for him. Mac had to grab him to stop a fight.
Where's Kennedy now?
Well, he was out plowing when I left.
I'll be able to get him by phone then.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's get out there and talk to him.
You, Bonner's dead? Yeah, and Liz is mighty close to joining him, Mac.
Better cut the motor on your tractor.
Yeah. Sheriff, I really should have told you about that, fellas. I should have called and told you myself after what he threatened to do to him.
Too late for what anybody should have done. You know the man?
Never saw him before, but I know who he is. Bonner's nephew. Fresh out of Huntsville, I heard him say so. An ex-con, and you didn't say anything about it? Sheriff, how could I know he'd do it? A blood relative. Wasn't my affair, was it?
You know the man if you saw him again?
I'd know him any place.
Better come into town with us. Talk while we ride.
Okay.
Did Bonner mention his nephew's name?
Well, he called him Ben.
Hey, Will Bonner had a brother died last year. Must have been his boy. We'll find out. Way into Stumpville, Nick Kennedy told the story of his arrest and gave me a description of Ben Bonner. I put a shortwave radio call through to KPXA. Units in to KPXA. Request all units be alerted to look out for subject Ben Bonner, recently released from Huntsville. Subject wanted for questioning in murder of Will Bonner at Stump Hill. Request special alert on all roads leading from Stump Hill. Subject may be leaving area on foot or by hitchhike. Unit 10 cleared.
Maybe young Bonner didn't run for it, Dave. He may be hiding out someplace nearby.
Not likely, Sheriff. If he killed his uncle, he'll go for this one.
He killed him all right. He didn't bet on that.
When a man's life's at stake, Kennedy, I don't bet. Ben Bonner wasn't around. He was so safe he made a run for it, all right. We got the information from the woman who crowded in the store when we got back to town. Her name was Sadie Waddle. She ran a rooming house.
I rent all my rooms next to farmhands generally because I don't have to serve no meals that way with them eating where they're working. So naturally, I thought this fella was one of them migratory hands.
Yeah, I understand all that, ma'am. All I want to know is when Ben Bonner left your place.
Well, it must have been just around midnight last night. Everybody was in and sleeping and the house was locked up. Well, the phone woke me up and it was for him, that Ben.
Phone, huh? You know who called him?
Of course not. I didn't know who he was or nothing about him except his name was Ben.
Did you recognize the voice of the person who called?
No.
Well, please go ahead about the phone call.
Well, I called him to the phone, that's all. Fine time of night to be waking people, I told him. Then he answered it. Right after that, he lit off like the devil was after him.
Did you hear any of the conversation?
I did not. I mind my own business. Besides, all he said was hello. After that, all the talking must have been done by whoever called him, because he never said another word, just listened a minute, then hung up and lit out.
Phone ringing in the store, Jake. I better get it.
Go ahead, sir. Well, thanks for your help, Mrs. Waddle.
I'm glad I'm alive to get it. Whew. I might have been murdered in my own sleep with an ex-convict under my roof. Ought to be some way we could tell him from other folks.
A man who served his time can't be expected to carry a brand name. Besides, how did you know Ben Bonner's an ex-convict?
How did I know? It's all over town, ain't it?
Jake, the call is for you.
Right there, Sheriff. Thanks, ma'am. Excuse me. Who's calling?
Your headquarters, Captain Stinson.
Hello, Captain. All right, so where'd they get him? Great, huh? Good thing they saw him. If he made El Paso, he'd been across the border into Juarez in no time. Seem to be getting to him. I don't know. You look up his record? What was on his last ticket to Huntsville? Yeah, it fits all right. Like the executioner's glove. Huntsville was 5 miles across country from the nearest railroad facility. We had time before the highway patrol would be delivering Ben Bonner. We sent Kennedy back to his farm. I unloaded charcoal from a horse trailer, and the sheriff got his horse. We rode to the railroad track.
Yeah, he was smart, back, Jake. Almost our way.
Lots of them almost get away. Sure made a lot of distance tonight.
Don't know why you wanted to be sure he came this way to get to the train.
I just wanted to be certain he cut through this 5 miles on foot. Proved he didn't hitchhike a fast ride and pick up a train further on down the line.
Well, luck was with him for a while. He caught the only train he could have caught.
You mean only one freight goes through here at night?
Yep. Hotshot passenger clears first at about 1 a.m. Freight comes through about 15 minutes later. Closed for the grade here where he jumped it.
About 1:15 to schedule for the freight then, huh?
That's right.
Well, let's get back to town. Come on, sir.
You look like that train schedule means something, Jay.
It might. Coroner's report ought to be in by the time we get back to town.
Hey, I see what you mean. If Bonner was killed between 2 and 3 a.m. like you figured...
It'll mean his nephew Ben was on that freight at the time the old man was killed. Coroner's report had been completed. It was waiting at the sheriff's office when we got back.
Well, you didn't miss so much, Jake. Here's the report on the time of death. Between 1 and 2 a.m.
Then Ben Bonner didn't kill him. Even if he ran the 5 miles across country, his tracks showed if he walked, he couldn't have made it in time to catch that freight.
Doesn't look that way. Bullets from Bonner's body have been sent through to Austin. You may get a read from ballistics.
I'm going to do some more checking around town on this.
Just a second, Jake. Sheriff speaking. Oh, good. He did, No, you stay right there. Goodbye. Well, Jake, looks like there's been a mistake someplace. That is my deputy at the county hospital. Liz Bonner regained consciousness for a few seconds.
What'd she say?
She said her and her husband were shot by their nephew, Ben.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jake Pearson. We continue with tonight's case, Blood Relative, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The highway patrol brought Ben Bonner back to Stump Hill and unloaded him at the local jail where the sheriff and I questioned him.
But I didn't kill him. Didn't even know he was dead till now.
You said you was going to kill him. You said it in front of a witness.
Man, there's a difference between saying and doing.
You had nothing to do with it. Why'd you run away?
Well, somebody called me up last night at the rooming house. It was a man. Said he was a friend and wanted to warn me the sheriff was going to pick me up and threaten Uncle Will.
You scare easy, don't you?
That's the life I do, man. I just pulled 4 years at Huntsville and I had enough. I don't know anymore. Maybe I was tough when I went to Uncle Will yesterday, but last night when I got that call, I was scared too.
Well, you don't know who called you?
No, I don't.
You sure it wasn't somebody you served time with, letting you know he was here to help you with the job?
No. Look, you gotta believe me. This is a murder rap. You can't send me up for it just because I shut off my mouth. That ain't evidence.
Ben, there's more than that. Your Aunt Liz didn't die. She came to at the hospital. She says it was you who done it to her.
That's a dirty lie. Look, if I did that, if I shot them and robbed the store, what was I doing on a freight? What did I do with the money? I ain't gonna say anymore. I ain't gonna talk till I see a lawyer.
If you're right, you told me that in the beginning. All right, Sheriff. Guess you can lock him up again.
Go ahead, then.
Ranger, please, I didn't do it. Maybe the fellow who told you I threatened Uncle Will didn't tell you everything. Maybe you ought to ask him why there was arguing when I come into the store.
All right, Ben, all right. Well, what do you think, Steve?
I don't know. Let's get on.
If he did have him compass, the other fellow might be carting a loose and a gun.
Might be. I'll see you later, Sheriff. I'm driving over to the hospital at the county seat. I want to talk to his aunt, Liz Bonner. Mrs. Bonner, the doctor will only let me stay a minute.
Yes, no.
Who shot him, Mrs. Bonner?
The man's great wanted to help him.
How did it happen?
It was a noise in the school. Woke us up. Well, cold, good. Couldn't say it. Then he got up, went, put in the light, and then shot him.
Did you get the light from him? Did you ever see your nephew?
No, but it was Well, he said he'd do it. It was near.
If you didn't see him, did he say anything? Did you hear his voice and recognize him?
No, it just stopped real. I screamed and that's all.
But you didn't see Ben or recognize his voice?
No, but he said he would. It couldn't be anybody else.
I think you're wrong, Lindsay. I think it could be. I burned up the road back to Conceal and got the sheriff. I wanted to make another check of the store and find out a few things about Max Kennedy.
Doggone it, Gase. You're sending your dogs at the wrong tree. Max Kennedy's been Will's friend for years.
Just asked if Kennedy'd ever been in trouble.
Never. He's an honest, God-fearing dirt farmer, and that's all.
What kind of shape is he in Peninsula?
Well, Gase, a man don't have to be a criminal just because he's down on his luck. Max's crops have been bad.
Sheriff, I'm just asking a few questions, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gase. I reckon Max's been hawked up to his place and all his equipment was more.
How come he can afford a hired hand?
You mean Jody? Oh, he just drifts in and out. Ain't much of a worker, but he's all Max needs. Migrates in the spring for planting season, then out again in the fall after harvest.
He doesn't work for nothing, does he?
Max pays him right off when he makes his crop and sells it.
That's the way he pays everybody?
Yeah, that's the only time he ever has any cash. Why?
Just wondering. Did Max buy here on credit from Bonner?
Oh, I guess so. Why? You find something in the ledger?
Come take a look. Seems to be a page torn out. The book is kept in alphabetical order. Missing page is in the cave. If there was a charge page in here for Kennedy, it would be right here.
Now you got something I can see. What? An ex-con threatens to kill a man, makes it perfect for somebody else to do the job and tuck a jailbird up for a friend.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's get out to Kennedy's place again. Only this trip, we won't be asking questions about Ben Bonner.
There's one thing still bothering me, Jake. Max Kennedy's never been in trouble. So how come we both spotted the marks of a professional knob-knocker on the burger?
It's been bothering me, too. And the more I think of it, the more I wonder why he tore that charge page out of the ledger. Why do something that would point right at him when he had somebody else all set up to take the fall? Just beating the bill wouldn't make the chance worthwhile.
Not with murder, it wouldn't. Oh, this may be the ballistics report, Jake.
Yeah. Unit 10, go ahead, KTXA.
Lab report completed on bullet used in slaying of Will Bonner. 38 caliber Browning, Vincent West Police Station.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA officer.
A minute, KTXA. Stand by, please.
KTXA, stand by.
What's the matter, Jake?
Just got an idea, something that didn't fit before. A hand who works for Kennedy, that's Jody. What's his last name?
Jody? Oh, I see. It's Pelham. Jody Pelham. Why?
I'll tell you in a minute. You there, KTXA?
Standing by, Unit 10.
This unit requests quick check on subject Jody Pelham. Repeat, Jody Pelham. Urgent.
10-4. Get back to you with information as soon as possible.
Unit 10, clear.
KTXA officer.
Jake, you figured Jody helped Max Kennedy to pull this job?
Maybe. Or maybe Jody did it on his own. I want to know if he's got a record.
What switched you thinking to him?
He was waiting outside Bonner's store for Kennedy when Ben walked in yesterday and made his threat.
Well, sure, he admitted that. Kennedy told him about Ben when he come out, and he drove on back to the farm.
Yeah, but when Jody came into town the next morning and came to tell us about the threat, he pretended he didn't know too much. Just knew that old Will Bonner had been threatened. Couldn't say who made the threat.
No, I don't get what you're driving at, Bill.
If Kennedy told him, he must have told him the whole story about the threat coming from Bonner's nephew. The nephew just gotten out of prison. That would be the logical way to tell it, and that's the way Kennedy did tell it. But Jody was anxious not to seem to know too much.
Hey, sure, I see what you mean. Kennedy wasn't in town this morning, so we went out and brought him in.
Yeah, but when we got back, everybody in town knew that the man we were looking for was Bonner's nephew, and that he was an ex-con. Teddy Waddle told us that.
Only one it could have come from was Jody. He spread it around while we were out getting things.
When we get to the farm, draw him out. Don't count on him until I get an answer on him from Austin.
I hope it's so right, Uncle. It may save Max Kennedy's life.
was dark when we reached the farmhouse. There was a light on the house. The pickup truck wasn't in sight to open the garage. We left my car on the back of the house and dropped on the door.
Okay, hold your horse. Oh, sure. Ranger, huh? I thought it was Jody coming back with the pickup. Where'd he go? Drove up north to Edgeville this afternoon. Said he wanted to get something. He ought to be back soon.
Well, aren't you going to ask again, Mac?
Sure thing. Make yourself at home. I understand you got Bonner's nephew today. Heard a couple of women chewing about it on the party line.
Well, we got him temporarily.
What do you mean, temporarily?
He didn't kill anybody, Mac. You had an argument with Bonner yesterday. What about?
I reckon that's my business.
Yours and Bonner's. But he's dead now, so that makes it my business.
Better talk up, Mac.
All right. Been running up a big bill. Bill was cutting me down a little.
You admit you owed him money.
Why wouldn't I admit it? I pay my bills. Ain't answers otherwise is a liar.
Nobody is saying otherwise, Mac.
You keep a gun around here anyplace?
Yeah.
What kind?
Smith and Washington 38. Right there on the mantel over the fireplace.
I'll get it, Dick.
Oh, don't wipe off any prints. Stick a pencil in the muzzle and lift it that way.
Hey, we won't go in, Dick. Something's jamming.
And let me see. Don't have to worry about prints on that. Outside's been wiped clean and all rags.
Looks like paper jammed in there.
We'll soon find out. Pick these drawers out. Put the pencil through. There.
Why, it's Mac's charge page in the ledger.
What are you trying to pull?
Take it easy, man. We're not after you. Now let's go and look at it, Sheriff. It was used and reloaded, but never cleaned.
That gun hasn't been touched in years.
Mac, this gun killed Will Bonner and almost killed his wife last night. Jody Cullen did it after you told him about Bonner's nucleus.
But why would he tear out that page and find it here?
So he could use Mac here to give himself a double cover-up. He made the call to the rooming house and got Ben Bonner to run it. But he knew if Ben was caught in the place and could set up an alibi, there'd be a second search. That's why he tore out the page and planted it here on Mac.
I'm sure glad you know it wasn't me.
If it was you, you'd have burned the page.
That dirty little... Hey, there he comes now. That's the pickup.
You want to help us nail him?
I'd like to blow his brains out.
There's a better way. Let him feel safe. Here, let me put these cuffs on you quick. Put that gun back in the mantel, Sheriff.
Yeah, but are you sure that
He says now. Boy, I didn't know anybody was here. That was Mac. What are you doing with those things on?
What's your guess, Jody? What's in that bag you carried?
I just picked me up a bottle and packed of stone Edgeville.
What you use for money? You don't get credit on liquor.
Well, Mac, he paid me some wages this morning.
What you dirty little liar?
Oh, I get it. I kind of wondered where he got the money.
Now you know, huh?
Well, when I got up last night and found he was gone, I sort of got to wondering this morning. You got...
All right, Sheriff. I guess we can take him in. You better come along to make a statement, Jody.
Sure. I hate to do a thing like this to a friend, but I guess he deserves it. Doing old Bonner like he did.
Yeah. I thought you'd feel that way. Let's go. You might as well admit you fired the gun, Mac. The dye-Feldman test will prove you did.
What kind of test is that?
The man fires the gun. The nitrates from the powder gets into the pores of his hands. Chemical application shows it up.
He's washed his hands since last night, I reckon.
Ooh, wash him and get it out. Stays for a couple of days. You fired a gun recently, Jody?
No.
Well, then we make the same test on your hands. It'll show you the difference.
Well, you don't have to do that. I don't understand that kind of stuff anyway.
Too bad. I thought you might like to see how we work. Get in. Watch him, Sheriff.
All right.
Well, Austin ought to have that information I requested before, Sheriff.
Yeah?
It might bore you, Jody. Unit 10 to KTXA. This unit back in service.
Been waiting for you. Have information you requested on subject Jody Phillips.
What's that?
2 years Huntsville burglary. 3 years Louisiana State Penitentiary burglary and state practice.
10-4. Unit 10 clear.
KTXA.
Drop this car.
Let me get out of here.
Watch it, Sheriff. Don't make me use this gun, Judy.
Never mind that, Mac. Here, take these keys and put the cuffs on the right hand, Sheriff. You might as well have them in. We'll be wearing them a lot until he reaches the death cell at Huntsville.
Shirley Cullum was tried and convicted for the wanton murder of Will Bonner. On the morning of December 6, 1949, at Huntsville Penitentiary, his sentence was carried out. Death in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McRae.
Folks, Tales of the Texas Rangers is moving to a new time. You won't hear us next Sunday, but the week after that, we'll be back just an hour and a half later than usual on NBC, right after Theater Guild. So, we'll see you in 2 weeks, on Sunday, November 26th. And I hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, Joel. See you 1 week from this coming Sunday. Remember, friends, as Joel told you, Tales of the Texas Rangers will come to you an hour and a half later, immediately following Theater Guild. Beginning next Sunday at this time, you'll hear Hedda Hopper's fine program. The week after next, November 26th, Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson will be with you again. A week from Sunday, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Bill Johnstone, Joe Duvall, Virginia Gregg, Harley Bear, and Byron Kane. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murkoff, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. One week from next Sunday, Tales of the Texas Rangers will be back with you immediately following Theater Guild. Consult your local radio schedule for time. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, hanging by a thread.
At 9:15 on the morning of May 5th, 1947, the telephone rang in the sheriff's office in the little town of Finney, Texas. Sheriff Hanson answered it.
Sheriff's office, Hanson speaking.
George Hall.
How are you, George? What can I do for you? How's that?
Just call to tell you I'm going to kill myself.
What did you say?
Take you 20 minutes to get out of my place.
Now, wait a minute, George. What? Hello? George? Operator.
Yes?
Oh, this is the sheriff. That caller just came in here. Where was it from?
One moment, Darren.
This is someone's idea of a practical
Hello, Darren.
Yes?
That call was placed 317 out on Gum Creek Road. Resident George Hall.
The sheriff raced out to the horse ranch and found George Horse dead, hanging in the barn. Then he made another discovery which prompted him to put in a call to the Texas Rangers.
Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case and drove to the Hawk Ranch to meet Sheriff Vincent.
Jace, Mike, glad to see you.
Howdy, Sheriff. It's been a long time.
Yeah, a month of Sundays. Well, I hope I didn't call you down here for nothing, Jace, but this looks mighty fishy to me. So I want you to take a look at the body.
Hasn't been taken down yet?
No, I put in the call to the coroner, but he's out somewhere. I left a message for him to come out here as soon as they could locate him.
How'd you find out about the body, Sheriff?
I got a phone call, Jace, about 9:15. Said it was George Forks and he was going to kill himself. I thought maybe it was some joker, so I traced the call.
And?
It came from here, all right. So I drove out fast as I could, but George was dead. Hanging by the neck on the bottom. No pulse. Body's still warm.
Sheriff, I know you didn't call me down here to investigate a routine suicide. What's the catch?
Well, I'm getting there. Come in the barn. This is just the way he was when I found him. You notice that's a wire he's hanging from, not a rope.
Yeah. Cut off the clothesline, possibly.
How'd you know?
I guess. I saw the clothesline had been cut, part of it dragging on the ground in the yard.
You Rangers don't miss much, do you?
Not if we can help it, Sheriff.
Well, I want to show you something I found. Look at this, right under the body.
An oil gun.
Right. And the exact position I found it in, on its side. Now you notice, Jake, that it's the only thing near enough that George could have stood on while he put the wire around his neck.
And there's a rim mark that stood on the straw before it was tipped over.
Yeah, only he didn't stand on it. Look at this end of the drum. Thick with dust. Now look at the other end. Dusty, too. Jake, there's not a sign of a footprint on either end of this oil drum.
You're right, Sheriff. Couldn't have climbed up in the loft and jumped, or that wire would have taken his head off.
Yeah, that's what I figured, and that's why I called you.
What about fingerprints?
Nope. Couldn't find any, just a few smears. What does it spell to you, Jake?
Just one word, and an unpleasant one. Murder. Got my camera out of the car and took pictures of the body. And we took down the broken clothesline and nosed around for more evidence. Sheriff went up to look over the house while I combed the barn. How'd you make out up at the house, Sheriff?
Nothing, Jake. Absolutely nothing. No notes from George. Everything's tidy. No sign of a struggle. I don't know nobody's around.
He would be one now.
His wife, Millie, one of the hands. We had two men working for him last I heard. How you coming, Jake?
I found a couple of things, but not the thing I want.
What's that?
The tool that was used to cut the wire he's hanging on. I found in the barn here with this rusty plier.
Well, couldn't they have been used to cut it?
No, Sheriff, they wouldn't cut butter. Besides, the cut's too clean.
How about footprints?
No luck yet. But I think I found what the killer stood on to bring the body up.
What?
The step ladder. I found it under the tube. It's been used lately. Marks in the dust had been dragged out and then pushed back.
Well, what are you fixing to do, Jake?
Going up the ladder and take a look at the beam where the wires looped over.
Here, I'd better hold it for you. It's pretty rickety.
Thanks.
Find something?
I think so.
What is it, Jake?
Look at that. Click on the splinter where the wire went over the beam.
The piece of black thread.
Yeah. Black wool thread.
You a screensaver, Jake?
In a case like this, yes. Let's take a look outside. What about a motive, Sheriff?
The suicide or murder?
Either.
Well, can't think of the one offhand. George is a pretty normal guy. Happily married. Didn't have any enemies that I know.
How about those two hands you mentioned?
Well, this new one, Brad Johnson, been working for George about 6 months. Only met him a couple of times. Seemed to be all right. In a quiet sort of way.
Really?
Old Charles, he's okay. Drinks a lot. George used to fire him regular and then take him back when he sobered up.
Well, there's no good footprints in the yard here.
Nope. Brown packed pretty hard.
Sheriff, car coming up the house. Is that the corner?
That? Oh, no, that looks like... Well, sure, that's George Hawk's car. Yes, Millie driving.
Mrs. Hawkins, come on. You'll have to tell us, Sheriff. This is the only part of the job I really hate. Yeah, I know, Grace.
Sheriff, what are you doing out this way? And
Good morning, Mrs. George. This is Ranger Hugh. Howdy, man.
Ranger, what's happened? What's the matter?
I'm sorry to have to tell you, Emily, but George is...
Something happened to him?
Yes. He's dead.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that one.
I can't believe it's true.
Mrs. Hawkins, when did you last see your husband?
Just a few hours ago at breakfast.
How did he appear at breakfast? I mean, was anything wrong? Was he upset about anything?
So, yes, there was a big fight at breakfast. I've never seen George get tonight.
A fight? Between you and your husband?
Well, all four of us went on it. Old Tom and Brad was there too. They're hiding.
How did it start?
I cooked breakfast for the four of us like I always do. Old Tom was late, so we started to eat. When we were about through, old Tom came staggering in.
You're Jeremy, right?
Yes, sir. Then he and George had this big row, and George fired him for being drunk.
Go on.
Old Tom was fighting mad. He was sneezing and drinking. Started making all kinds of wild accusations.
What kind of accusations, Mrs. Hawkins?
Lies, Randy. All of them lies. He said he wouldn't have been drunk if Brad hadn't bought liquor for him.
Brad?
Well, that's what he claimed. Said Brad got him drunk on purpose, so it's... Oh, it's a...
So he said what?
Well, it's a lie, Randy.
What did he say, Mrs. Hawkins?
Well, old Tom said to Brad, I wouldn't be drunk if you didn't buy me the stuff. You're always trying to get me out of the way, so I won't see you... I won't see you paying up for the bonuses.
Then what happened?
Well, Tom left. My husband started swearing and threatening Brad, accusing him of what Tom said. Brad said it was a lie, and then George threw some money in his face and told him to get off the place, but he was fired too.
What did Brad do?
I thought the men was going to hit George, but he didn't. He went outside, and 2 minutes later, I heard his car stop and drove away. By this time, George was in a terrible rage. He even threatened to kill me. So I grabbed the car and ran.
Did he ask you where you were going?
Yes, he did. And then I told him I was going in town to see Mr. Harris, the lawyer, see about getting the divorce.
What time did you leave?
About 8:30. Randy, you said you found him hanging in the barn. That it was suicide. Why are you asking me all these questions?
Because I don't think it was suicide, Mrs. Hawkins. I think it was murder. After the coroner and the doctor arrived, the sheriff borrowed a horse from the corral. I got Charcoal out of the trailer, and we headed for Tom's shack up in the hills.
There it is, Jake. Just around those rocks.
That Tom's horse, Sheriff? Raising out back?
Yep.
He's around someplace. Up, Charcoal.
Yes. I just can't see old Tom as a killer, Jake. He ain't the type.
Huntfield's full of them, Sheriff. Killers who aren't the type. Oh, Charcoal. Yeah. Try the front door.
Okay.
All right, Tom. Open up.
He's not here, Jake. I can see through the window. Shack's empty. What the?
Somebody's shooting close by. Maybe Tom. The shot came from back up in that drawer. Come on, Sheriff.
There he is. Back by that clump of trees.
Is that Tom?
Sure is. Hey, he's running toward the trees.
Hold it, Tom. There we are. I'll put one over his head.
There, he's jobbing. See what he's wearing, Jake?
Yeah. Black sweater.
Now, what's all the commotion?
All right, Tom. Throw down that rifle.
Sure. Sure, Ranger. But, what for?
Why didn't you stop when I told you to?
Well, to tell the truth, Ranger, I didn't hear you. I'm kind of deaf. I heard you shout, though.
Well, that's right, Jake. He's hard of hearing.
What's that there? Oh, never mind. Why'd you shoot at us, Tom? Shoot at you? Why, I never did no such thing.
What were you doing then?
Ain't no law against a man killing himself a rabbit for supper.
All right. Get his rifle, Sheriff. Let's go.
Huh? Where to?
To your shack first. We're going to have a long talk about George Hawk.
I tell you, Range,
George was dead until you told me a minute ago. What call would I have to kill him? If he was killed, he was my friend.
You don't seem very clear about what happened this morning, Tom.
Well, I was a bit foggy. I had me a couple of nips. But I do remember George getting mad and firing me.
What happened after that?
Well, I took a few more out of the bottle in my saddlebag. I don't remember much after that. I must have rode up there and fell asleep. Woke up a while ago. I was hungry and I went out to get me a rabbit.
Tell me, Tom, you often draw blanks when you've been drinking?
Do I what, Ranger?
Have a blank space. Do things you don't remember anything about later.
Oh, I suppose I have once. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't do it. I couldn't have killed George. He was my friend.
Your wire cutters on the table, Tom?
Oh, yeah, they are.
I'll take them. And I think you'd better come along to town with us.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson at our new Sunday time. We hope that our many friends who have listened to us at the earlier hour will continue to be with us each Sunday. And for those of you who are hearing our program for the first time, we extend a warm and cordial welcome and invite you to be with us each Sunday from now on. And now we continue with tonight's case, Hanging by a Thread, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Finger was pointing straight at Tom. When we got back to the Hawk Ranch, there was a man in the back lot feeding the hogs. It was Brad Johnson, the third witness at the breakfast fight. While the sheriff took Tom into town, I got Brad's version of what happened.
And then he threw the money in my face, Ranger. $30. Told me I was fired. I wanted to hit him, but I didn't.
Then what, Brad?
Then I got my duffel bag, filled my car, and drove off.
Where'd you go?
To Finney. Drove around town for a few minutes, and then I went to the White Spot Cafe and had a cup of coffee.
What time was this?
When I was in the cafe? About 9:30, I guess.
Why'd you come back here?
Well, somebody in town said that George had killed himself and that the coroner was on his way out here.
So?
Well, I figured if it was true, there wouldn't be anybody to do the show. We fired old Tom, too. And Mrs. Hawk, though, was treating me so friendly. Well, so I come out to do what I could.
Very nice of you. Tell me, Brad, is there anything between you and Mrs. Hawk?
No. A lie, Never even spoke to each other except at the meal times or say good morning.
What are you planning to do now?
Well, I don't know. Said Mrs. Hawk says you can get somebody, I reckon.
Let's see. Well, I gotta be moving along. Oh, don't leave town without letting me know.
Oh, I won't, Ranger. I'll be around.
I got the evidence off the auction and then went to the White Spot Cafe. Brad had been seen there at 9:30, and Mrs. Hawk had been with a lawyer half an hour before. I radioed headquarters where I was staying over in Finney, and about 9 that night, I got a phone call. Hello?
Dave, Captain Smith. I've got the report on that stuff you sent in today. You got a pencil?
Sure have, Captain. Shoot.
On that black wool sweater. The thread you sent in the envelope matched all right. It's definitely off the sweater.
How about the wire cutter?
I'm afraid I got a disappointment for you there, Dave. They couldn't get a match. I'm afraid the murder wire wasn't cut with the tool you sent.
Are you sure, Captain?
The boys in the lab are. They made sample cuts with every millimeter of those blades. They couldn't match up a single one with a murder wire.
Oh.
What kind of a fix does that put you in, Dave?
I'm not sure. Well, thanks, Captain. I'll keep in touch with you.
All right, Dave. Good luck.
I'm going to need more than luck. Things were really getting tangled up. It's about 4 a.m. when I finally dozed off trying to dope it out. Then at 8:30, I met the sheriff in his office.
Well, you look like you've been through the ringer, Dave. Hotel bed's too hard for it.
No, but I didn't get much sleep trying to figure this Hawk thing out. Looks like we'll have to let old Tom go, Sheriff.
Why? What's up?
The lab says Tom's cutters didn't cut that wire.
They didn't?
No.
Of course, old Tom could have used other cutters, but in his super, I doubt if he'd be that clever.
Well, I hate to complicate things more than they are, Jason. What do you mean? Coroner called a little while ago. He sent him his report over with one of my deputies. Should have been here by now. His verdict is suicide.
Suicide? Doesn't make sense.
Well, apparently does to him. We'll know when the report gets here.
Yeah. George Hawk, deceased. Climbed up a stepladder, put a wire around his neck, and then placed the ladder neatly under a workbench 12 feet away.
My dusty oil gun scarring things up, Jason.
Considerably.
Howdy, Reggie.
All right.
Morning, Joe. Did you get it?
Yep. I had to wait while the coroner signed it. Here it is.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Anything more I can do, Sheriff?
No, not right now.
Well, I'll go get me some breakfast.
Yeah, see. No marks of violence on the victim's body. Autopsy disclosed no brain injury. Death probably caused by strangulation. Coroner's conclusion, suicide. Signed Pete Selected Carl. There it is, Jake. 7 days. Now, here's something from the doctor. I examined the body at 11:30 a.m. It is my opinion the death occurred approximately 3 hours previously.
Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff.
Now, what is it?
That'd make it about 8:30 when George died. What time did you say he called you?
At 9:15. Great suffering.
Are you sure it was George who called?
Well, now you mention it, I'm not sure. Said he was George.
Could it have been somebody else?
Oh,
Beginning to piece together, Sheriff. Whoever it was could have killed George, then called you and tried to sound like it.
to establish an alibi.
Exactly. And then pop up someplace else a few minutes later. Like the White Spot Cafe. I'll call you later.
Now, where are you going, Jake?
Back to the Hawk Ranch. When I pulled up to the ranch, Brad Johnson was running water into the big trough near the barn.
Well, hi, Ranger. What brings you out this way?
I want to talk to Mrs. Hawk. We're releasing Tom. Coroner's report came in a few minutes ago. Suicide. Is she around?
Why, Shunk is up the house.
Okay. Oh, I just happened to think. Darko, my horse here in the trailer, hasn't had a square meal since I left headquarters yesterday. Is there some hay around that I could give him?
Why, sure, Ranger. Some fresh bales just inside the barn there hit,
Thanks. I'll be glad to pay for it.
No, forget it. I'm sure Mrs. Hawk wouldn't mind.
Oh, have you got something to open one with?
Why, sure. Here. Here's my cutter.
I took the cutters into the barn and made some cuts on the wire connection. After I gave the cutters back to Brad and fed charcoal, I spoke briefly with Mrs. Hawk, and I tore out what I had asked him. By 1 o'clock, I got the result.
Here it is, Jake. Take a look.
The wire's matched, Johnny?
See for yourself, but your microscope never lied to me yet. The left one's the murder wire. The one on the right is one of the samples we brought in. That's it. Look at those striations. It's a perfect match.
Thanks, Johnny. Take care of this stuff. Got to get back to Finney pronto. Oh, will you do me a favor?
Sure, Jake.
Call the sheriff at Finney. Tell him I'm on my way and I got something hot. I'll be there in 2 hours.
Well, Jake, you sure made good time. What'd you find out?
A positive proof the murder wire was cut with Brad Johnson's cutters.
Brad?
You going to pick him up? Right, yes, sir.
Why not?
We only know that Brad's cutters were used. We don't know who used them. We've got to be sure.
What are your plans, Jake?
I've been thinking. Those stories that Mrs. Hawks and Brad told me, they were alike, all right. Too much alike.
What do you mean?
A couple of times they used the exact phrases,
What about Tom and the black thread?
We'll keep an eye on him, but I think he's clean. He could have caught his sleeve on that beam doing anything, fixing hay or anything.
Yeah, he could have. Well, what do we do now?
Gotta catch him alone, Brad and Mrs. Hawks. And they don't know anybody's around. We got to hear what they say to each other.
Maybe after the funeral. It's this afternoon, 4 o'clock.
You know where it's being held, Sheriff?
Sure, out of the ranch.
The graveside ceremony. Where's the cemetery?
We're over on the other side of town from the horse place.
It's taking a while to get over there and back. Sheriff, while they're at the cemetery, you and I are going to the ranch and pick up a little surprise. I'll be all right for that one. I'm in the window film.
Why 3 microphones? Jake, wouldn't one do?
Not if they wander around the house while they're talking to us. I want to hear everything.
And how do you know that Brad and Mrs. Hawk will talk? How do you know they'll even come into the house?
I don't know, Sheriff. I'm guessing. My guess is that after the funeral's over, somebody's going to let his hair down.
Hey, it's almost 5, Jake. He'll be coming back soon.
I'm finishing here, Sheriff. You know, all I have to do is swing the wire to the stakeout. Come on. We've hidden my car in the lane down the road and set up our foot in a clump of trees close to the house. Two neighbors' cars drove up, then Brad. We watched them as he fed the stock. About sundown, the last of the guests left the house. There go the last of them, Sheriff. Can you see Brad?
He's been in the bar in the house for a minute. There he is, Jake. Heading to the house.
Good. Put on your earphones, Sheriff. I want you to hear what's here.
There he goes up on the porch.
Open up. Ranger Pearson, open up.
What do you want?
You know what I want, Brad Johnson.
He's not here.
I know different.
Okay, Sheriff, let's search the house.
I don't know what this is all about.
We'll find out.
All right, Sheriff, work this way.
Ranger, what's the meaning of this?
You got him back of the house, Jake. Maybe he's...
What was that? He was upstairs, Sheriff. Sounds like he jumped from up there. Come on. Don't see him. He didn't run for his car. Couldn't have gone far. Maybe he hit for the highway. What's that? Chicken in the barn. Something scared him, and I think I know what. Come on. If this place is right, he's got a trap.
I know you're in there, Brad. Come on out.
All right. Dark is sitting there, Jason. Turn on your flashlight, Sheriff. Check the other side. I'll look behind those. Okay.
Hungry, Sheriff. Hit work. Coming from the loft. Hit me.
Hurt bad?
Don't think so. My shoulder.
Give me a flashlight, Sheriff.
All right, Brad. I'm coming out. No, don't come up. Not till I can. Come on where we can see you then. With your hands up. Jason's jumping now! Jake, you all right?
Yeah. Yeah, he fell on his back, hit his head right here.
Is he dead?
No. No, Sheriff, he's not dead. But I can't say he won't be, though, when the stake gets through him.
After Mildred Hawk's turned state's witness, Brad Johnson confessed to the murder of his employer. For her part in the crime, Mildred Hawks received a sentence of 50 years in a women's prison at Huntsville. Johnson's sentence, death in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McRae.
While most of the mail that comes to us here at Tales of the Texas Rangers is written by grown-ups, the youngsters have their questions, too. Tonight, I'd like to read you a postcard from a boy in Newark, New Jersey. It says, Dear Mr. McRae,
I am 9 years old. Me and my friend Tony were talking about being Texas Rangers when we grow up. How do you go about getting a job? Your friend Tommy said. Well, Tommy, a lot of people have asked us that same question recently, and I guess maybe it's high time for us to tell. First, a ranger has to serve at least 10 years as an outstanding police officer. Then he may compete with others for the job. If he's selected, he works under the wing of a ranger captain for at least 6 months, and then he's put out in the field with other seasoned rangers for a year and a half. By this time, he is, or he isn't, a true Texas Ranger. And Tommy, your card's being sent to Colonel Homer Garrison, Jr., Chief of the Texas Rangers. Good luck. Good night.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Battle Trench. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Byron Kane, Betty Lou Gerson, Jeff Corey, and Wally Mayer. This story was transcribed and adapted by Andrew McBroom, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tuesday nights are bright with comedy on NBC. Start off the evening with Baby Snook. Here's Fibber McGee and Molly of 79 Wistful Vista. Listen as Art Linkletter proves that people are funny and laugh with Bob Hope and his gang. It's truly fine entertainment every Tuesday night. So be sure to listen for Baby Snook, Fibber McGee and Molly, People Are Funny, and Bob Hope.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joe McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joe McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on facts. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, room 114.
It is 4:47 p.m. the afternoon of October 29th, 1927. Liz Ferris, a chambermaid at the Hotel Alamo in the town of Lynthea, Texas, approaches Sam Bixby, the desk clerk.
Mr. Bixby.
Oh, Liz, thought you went home.
Can't see if they'll ever get home till they get the rooms finished. You still ain't been in room 114.
114? That's Mr. Boland's room. Oh, he went out a couple hours ago.
Well, he left one of them do not disturb cards on his door just the same. His key ain't in the box there. I looked before while you were sorting out the mail.
Well, he probably just forgot to leave his key. You got your pass key. You can get in.
Well, how'd you know he didn't come back again without your key in him? He's in there taking a bath.
All right, Liz, all right. Come on. I'll come back with you. Give me the keys.
Some folks don't care at all when I finish work, long as they can sleep the day away.
Now, Liz, Mr. Boland's been here for 2 days, and this is the first time he's given you any trouble.
Well, if it ain't him, it's somebody else. Yeah, there's that do not disturb card on the door, like I said.
You try knocking?
Well, on the door, of course I didn't. Got some consideration for other folks, even if they ain't got none for me. Besides, I run the vacuum cleaner in the hall hard enough to wake the dead.
Well, he don't answer the knock. Sure, he went out.
Well, if you're for sure, why don't you open the door then?
You in, Mr. Boland? Mr. Boland? He's out, all right. Go ahead, Liz.
All right, I'll make the bed first and get to that. Oh, man, it's black sticking out from under the bed, and there's blood on the rug. Let me out of here.
No, be quiet, Liz. Don't let the other guests hear you. I better call the sheriff right away.
Sheriff James Griffith reached the murder scene and immediately sent out a request for assistance from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to investigate. He joined the sheriff in room 114 of the Alamo Hotel.
Everything just like the found it, Ranger. Except when I had the bed moved so I could get a look at the body.
Looks like, huh? Looks like it was done with a straight-edge razor, Sheriff.
Yeah. A weapon ain't around anything, so that's what made me figure it was murder for sure.
Figured that out even if the razor was wrong. Palms of his hands were cut, too. He tried to grab the razor and get it away from whoever killed him.
Oh, I see.
You better cover him with this sheet. Also, have fingerprint man here, Skinny. You know who he is?
The name on the register is Henry Boland. Then he had two dames. Come up from Lone Star and sell some cattle at the auction barn.
All the way up here from Lone Star, auction cattle? Pretty far.
As a dimension, too. Yeah, plenty far.
Who discovered the body?
The guest was the human man. You must crash him out in the hall. I told him to wait right outside.
Yeah, I think. We better talk to him.
I already told you all I know, Sheriff.
Anybody come in to visit in this room today?
Well, it's hard to say, Ranger. A lot of cattlemen in town when the auction's running. Well, nobody stopped with a desk, but you know how it is. Men know each other, visit around.
Yeah.
If you've been out tending his business like a man ought to be, he mightn't be dead. That's what I said.
Now, Liz, I told you he was out. I saw him go.
When was this?
A little later, maybe. But I didn't see him come in again.
I'm sure it was Boland you saw. Might have been somebody dressed like him, wearing his clothes, maybe.
Oh, no, I saw him good enough to know for sure. Stopped just a few feet from the desk to wipe his eyeglasses, I think.
Eyeglasses?
Something wrong with that,
I'll tell you in a minute. He wear glasses all the time?
Every time I see
Yeah,
him,
sure
he did.
did.
See. When you opened this door, most of the body was hidden to the bed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The bed's been moved since then. I think you better come in and identify the body.
Oh, do we have to?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's necessary. If the man in here didn't wear glasses. Come on.
Look, he wouldn't have to be wearing them when he was killed.
He never wore them. He only wears glasses all the time and put a pressure mark alongside the bridge of his nose. It's the thing we always look for. Helps with identification. Move the sheet.
What? That ain't Mr. Boland.
No, it ain't.
Well, then who is this fellow?
Sheriff, I don't know. I never saw him before. He's a lot different. Mr. Boland not only wore glasses, he had a mustache. And this fella don't.
Couldn't be him clean shaven?
No, sir, could not.
It's like Boland isn't our victim, Sheriff. It's like he's the killer. Photos of the dead man, got a quick developing job done, and headed for Lone Star, the town Boland had given us his address. On the way, I called my headquarters and asked to have Ranger Steve Clark meet me there. He was waiting at the county courthouse when I drove up.
Howdy, Steve. Been waiting long? No, just got here about half an hour ago. Say, what's up?
Headquarters fill you in on the killing of the Alamo Hotel in Olympia?
Yeah, they told me about it.
Good. How far out's the Boland range?
Well, it begins 9 miles southwest. What do we do, go out and grab Boland?
If he's around, it isn't likely. After checking out of that hotel and leaving a dead man in his room.
Why'd you head this way, then?
Well, nobody at Olympia had seen the dead man before. We gotta find out who he is. If there was bad blood between him and Boland, somebody around here might know about it.
That's a good thought. I'll load my horse in with yours and we can go out to the ranch and wake him up.
Boland Ranch was plenty big, spreading and sprawling out south of the main highway. The ranch house was deserted except for a Mexican woman. She was frightened and couldn't unlatch the steam door. They just want to talk to you, man.
Go away. You come back again when Mr. Boland is here.
We're Texas Rangers. Just want some information from you.
I know nothing to this. You go away.
If Mr. Boland is in there, we'd like to talk to him.
No one is here, senor. No one but me.
It won't do you any good to hide him, ma'am. If he's not there, why can't we come in and look around?
No.
She's just gotten a official information. She's just frightened because she's alone. There'll be somebody else around the ranch this size. Boland must have hands. Where are the men, senor? The vaqueros who work on the ranch.
Round up, all out to work, they round up.
All right, senor. You can go back to bed. We'll go talk to them.
Senora wasn't really too happy to see you, boy.
I know. Well, let's get the horses out of the trailer.
You really want to look for those cowpokes tonight?
Yeah, because we got plenty of other things to do in the morning. Come on, Charcoal.
What's on your mind for the morning?
Find out where Boland banks. Watch his account so we can trace him if he cashes a check anyplace.
Hey, it'll make it tougher for him to hide, all right.
That's how I want to make it. Tough. Well, let's ride. Boland had plenty of stock, all right. He passed cows and calves for the score. But ground marks showed that the main herd, the selling beef, were driving south.
Railroad runs to the south, Jase. Just moving them that way for shipping.
Figures. That's why we had to ride so far.
Yeah, must take them 3 or 4 days to cut out the steers and drive them to a main camp.
We ought to be spotting some riders soon. Trail marks have been getting fresher.
And if we don't, we're going to have to rest these ponies. We've been knocking on them steady now for about 3...
It's all right. We're getting close. They can rest soon. Look.
Where?
Base over there in the moonlight. Look down at the base. On the east end.
Yeah, campfire.
Come on.
Yeah.
See the stock now, only part of the herd from the looks of it.
Probably got a few folks working each section, driving into the railhead from different angles.
They can drive them any way they want. All I want is somebody who can identify the photographs of a dead man.
Campfire there, all right, Jake. Nobody around us. Kind of funny, isn't it?
Fire must have been made by cowpokes. They gotta be around.
Horses couldn't move far if they were hobbled, but there ain't any horses inside either. Nothing but part of the herd.
They moved around the other side of the mesa. Whoa.
Where'd that shot come from, Jake?
Up a brush and rock, the edge of the mesa. Whoa.
Where are y'all? I want to we can see and keep their hands high.
Not while you're gunning from cover. Who are you?
Stand there for the right to be here. That's what you got. What are you doing on this range?
We're Texas Rangers.
Rangers? And that's the Rangers. Let's get a look at you.
Come on.
Yep.
Now move out of that brush where we can see you.
Okay.
We better get off our horses, Jake. Make sure we're a target for them. Yeah.
Well, reckon y'all Rangers all right. My name's Frank Suller. This fella's small.
Never mind the introductions, feller. You always throw lead at anybody riding this range?
I fired over your head. Just a warning.
A warning for what?
That's orders, Ranger. Somebody's been making off with some stock, and Boland told us to be on the lookout for strange riders.
Boland? He around?
No,
When'd you see him last?
just before we started out on Roundup. Suller and I ain't seen anybody but each other for almost a week.
You don't have any idea where your boss might be.
How will we know? Yeah. You seem mighty anxious to find him.
I am mighty anxious.
Yeah, boss in some kind of trouble?
He's in plenty of trouble. You'll find it out sooner or later. He's wanted for murdering a man in a hotel in Limpia. So if you know where he is or even where he might be, you better talk up.
Well, we knew we tell you right off, but we don't.
You know anybody Boland's been having trouble with?
No. No, boss never had trouble with nobody.
A dead man who'd disagree with that if he could. Get those photos out of your saddlebag, will you, Steve?
Right.
Maybe you can identify the man Boland killed.
Here you are, Dave.
Thanks. Here, Tuller. You're too small.
Huh?
Take a look.
What? Say, Ranger. Boland never killed this man.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because this is the boss. This is a picture of Boland himself.
listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Room 114, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We had our killer cold, knew his name, his address, and he turned out to be the dead man. The case fell apart. It didn't make sense.
You're sure this is a photo of both?
We ought to know. We've been working for him for a year, ever since he come down from Wyoming and bought this spread.
That clerk at the hotel in Limpia said he'd never seen this man before.
I can't help that.
Poland was registered at that hotel for 2 days. Clerk said he wore eyeglasses and a mustache.
Man, the man he saw wasn't Henry Bolden. There's something fishy about this whole thing, Jake. I can't figure why anybody...
Wait a minute, Steve, huh? You fellas said Boland thought somebody was running his stock off?
Yeah, that's right.
Is his brand registered?
Sure it is. Rock T-brand.
Thanks. If you want any more information, we'll be out to see you later. Come on, Steve.
But, Jake,
Come on. Get on.
Get up. Get up. Come on.
Hope you text the man after.
Thanks. What's on your mind, Jake? Want to ask about the missing cattle and the brand registration.
Boland thought some of his cattle were missing. The registered brand stolen cattle are hard to get rid of. It wouldn't be so hard if the thief took them to an out-of-the-way auction barn like the one in Limpia and then pretended to be Boland when he sold them.
Hey, Jake, that makes sense.
Sure it does. That's why somebody registered the Alamo under Boland's name.
Then Boland must have found out about it, went up to Limpia for his showdown, and got himself killed.
That's the picture.
I'll buy it, Jake, but who killed him?
That's something we're going to have to find out. Whoever it was somebody Boland knew. He wouldn't have been able to follow him to that hotel room.
And if the cattle were sold from here by somebody Boland knew, Boland hasn't been here very long, the thief might have been one of his own ranch hands.
We'll play it that way, Steve. Let's stick around here and see if we can find a poke with a mustache and eyeglasses. During the next morning, we spotted a pair of riders and asked if they knew of a hand with a mustache and glasses. There was such a man on the ranch, and they told us what general direction he might be working in. A couple of hours later, we found him alone, pushing some strays out of a blind draw.
That's him, Jake. There's no sun reflect on his glasses.
Let's go.
Get up. You! Stay right where you are. Don't move for that rifle holster.
We'll ask the question. Mustache, yeah. Just sit tight on that horse until I get your rifle.
Now, look, Ranger. When you come riding down on me like I done something and grab my gun, I reckon I got a right to know what it's all about.
You been at the Alamo Hotel in Limpia recently?
Never been in Limpia in my whole life.
Where you been for the past 4 days?
Right here on this range working.
Anybody with you?
No, just me.
How come? The other hands are working in 2s and 3s.
Well, I ain't. I've been working through this Badlands strip. No herding here. Nothing but a few strays that one man can dig out. That's how it comes.
Anybody seen you here in the last couple of days?
How could anybody see me? I've been way back in that scrub camp.
Yeah. Nobody saw you there. Nobody'd see you if you weren't there either. What's your name?
Dave Booten.
Booten, huh? All right, you better come with us.
Come with you? For what? I ain't coming any place.
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Somebody murdered your boss, Henry Boland, up in Limpia.
Murdered Henry Boland?
That's right. The description of the killer fits you.
What? You're crazy. I've been right here, I tell you.
Tell me anything you want. You're coming to Limpia. I want a couple of people to get a look at you. We got back to the car and drove Dave Booten to the sheriff's office in Limpia to see if he could be identified.
Ranger, I'm telling you, I ain't never been near this town.
You haven't been here, you got nothing to worry about. Did you send for the chambermaid and the desk clerk, Sheriff?
Yeah, they'll be here right off. As a matter of fact, they come now. I'll see outside the door.
Ranger, I'm telling
you. You better not say anything just now, Booten.
Come in. Howdy. Reckon you remember the stranger here?
I ain't likely would forget him after seeing him only yesterday.
There's Mr. Bixby. I want you to meet Mr. Booten.
Hi.
Howdy.
Howdy. Doesn't seem like you've ever met Mr. Booten before. I thought maybe you had.
No? Didn't they ever had the pleasure?
No, me neither. Although for a minute it did look like...
Like who?
Now listen, lady, you know...
Quiet, Booten.
what's everybody getting excited about? I was just going to say, it looks like Caroline's old beau, the one that run off when everybody expected they was going to get married.
Thanks, Liz. Dixie. Just wanted to be sure that this man wasn't the one who was registered under the name of Henry Boland.
I see. Oh, no, nothing like him. Except for the eyeglasses and mustache.
Yeah, I guess we might as well let these folks go back to the hotel, Jake. Yeah, like you were telling the truth, Gooden. I'm sorry.
No harm done, Ranger. No way you could have known.
Gee, I've been thinking. Do you suppose mustache and eyeglasses might have been a disguise to fool us all? It's a thought, Sheriff. It's been done before.
Well, that ain't the way it was this time, Ranger.
Why not, Dixie?
Oh, them glasses may have been fake, but not the mustache. The man you're after had a real mustache. I know, because I seen him in the barber shop, and the barber trimmed it.
We put Boudin on the bus to Lone Star and sent him back to the bowling range. Clark and I spent the next day questioning everybody in Limpia. The crew at the auction barn, cattlemen, everybody. They couldn't add a thing to what we already knew. When we got back to the sheriff's office, there was more bad news.
That's going from your headquarters to Boston, James. And they checked those French lab crew lists from 114. Whoever let them had no record.
Yeah, that does it. I still think it must have been somebody from Boland's ranch. Somebody we knew.
That's what we're thinking. That's the way it looks. Let's face it, Jace. Could have been a stranger stole the cattle. Boland found out about it, went in for a showdown like any hothead and got himself killed. Killer could have come in from any direction and left in any direction.
Yeah, that's right, James. No way you're telling it. Come in.
I think, Sheriff. Ranger.
Yeah. Something we can do for you?
Well, my name is Denny. I drive a line haul for Interstate Trucking. Route from New Orleans, El Paso. I think I got some information you might want. Leastwise, I thought so over at the Alamo Hotel.
What kind of information?
This? Key to room 114, the Alamo.
Where'd you get this?
Was it was night before last.
That of the day Boland was killed, yes? Go ahead.
Yeah, so my relief man was driving. We made a call for the stop place about a quarter mile this side Lone Star. Pulled the truck in beside the service station there. I was sleeping and didn't want the coffee, so I stayed in the cab and dozed while the relief man went inside.
You got it. Go on.
Well, cattle truck pulled in for gas.
It's a cattle truck, huh? Headed which way?
Southwest, called Lone Star.
You notice the license?
No, but there was a mark on the side, box with a B in the middle of it.
Boland's Box B brand, Jace. Must have been the truck used to haul the stolen cattle up here.
Yeah. They haul the killer back to the ranch. What about the key?
Coming to that. Fell in the cattle truck, he paid for the gas. I didn't pay him too good. I just sort of slumped in my cab. You know, half groggy, not stacked of Washington, but thin.
I know what you mean.
Well, when he fished the money out of his pocket, I saw him trying to look at something. He dug out with it. Then he sort of looked around like he was looking for someplace to store it. Station man left him and went inside the change. Then the fellow walked right past my truck real quick. Didn't see me, of course, because the cab was dark, and I heard him throw something. Made kind of sense. Then he went back to the cattle rig and drove off.
Just what he threw away the hotel key here?
That's it. I found it when my partner came out. We went back to check the car up on the tailgate, and I sort of looked around and found the key with my flash.
How come you didn't just drop it in the mailbox?
Well, we had a lot of stops along the line, loading, unloading. And the route came right through here. Thought I'd stop it and just drop it off. Information help you?
It sure does. Thanks. The headquarters will see to it your boss hears about it, too. Sheriff, better take down his statement. You see here? Come on, Steve. See you later.
Thank you. Heading back to Lone Star?
As the wheels will turn, pile in.
Yeah. How are we going to narrow it down, Jake? Boudin was the only hand with a mustache and the glasses. He's clear.
Glasses still could have been phony. Some the killer wore only while he was in Limpia.
We know the mustache wasn't a phony.
Boland's hands have been on roundup for a couple of weeks. A lot of them let their beards grow. Would have been a simple matter to shave the beard and leave a lip cover. Sneak away with a load of cattle and then shave clean before he got back.
I know, but Boudin wasn't the only hand working alone. One of the others did it and disappeared for a few days. His sidekick know about it.
It doesn't have to be a one-man job, Steve. Sidekick could be in on it, too.
Well, that figures. Well, what's our play, Jay? Fingerprint them all and get a check on the prints up at Austin?
I think we can wrap it up quicker than that. We know the killer doesn't have a beard now and uses a straight razor. That was the murder weapon.
Yeah.
Eden can tell us which of the men shaved with straight razors, and once we know that, we'll settle the rest with a camera I got in the car trunk. How? I asked them, the straight razor men, if they'd like to pose for a couple of identification pictures with eyeglasses and a phony mustache. Tell them we'll have to hold them until the pictures are seen by a couple of witnesses in Lentia.
That ought to flash some action from them.
Action? I'm betting the man who killed Boland will raise more fuss than the alligator when the lake went dry. Got back to Lone Star just in time. The bank's taken over the management of Boland's ranch as executors, and the roundup was just about complete. Last the herd was being driven into the stock fence in the railroad siding when we reached the south end of the ranch.
There's Booty, Jake. Take care of the horse over there by the corral.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, Booty! Hey, Booty! I want to talk to you a minute. How you making out?
It'll make out fine if you would help. Pretty sure it was somebody on the ranch who killed your boss.
How can I help you?
Just tell me which of the folks used straight razors to shave him.
Let's see, Jones, and Tuller, and Happy.
Tuller, huh?
Hey, Jake, isn't he the bright boy that fired on us first time we rode out on the range?
He's the one, all right. And he's clean shaven, too. Fellow with him is named Small. You know where they are, Booty?
Well, it was over there a minute ago, driving along. Oh, here they come now, Jake, around the end of the corral with the horses. Hey, you better drift away, Booty. Sure thing.
Yeah. Like to have another talk with you, Tuller. You too, Small.
Sure, Ranger. What's it about? Take your way till you dismount.
What do you want?
Yeah. Find out who killed Boland?
I'm pretty sure it's one of the hands. All you fellas without beards are going in with it.
What for? Why? Yeah. Go with that crew.
Crew's plenty when we get what we want. Take photos of all of you with top eyeglasses and mustache on them. A couple of people in Lentia want to see them.
Well, if they think they recognize somebody, that ain't legal evidence.
We'll have something to help it along. We'll fingerprint the man they think they saw because Boland's killer left his prints all over that hotel room.
Ranger, it warned me.
Shut up, huh?
I helped steal the cattle, that's all. I didn't go to Olympia, he did. I told you to shut up, you rat.
All right, fella. You can both. Tuller lashed his horse and dove behind the other mounts at the rack. Right man reared over to knock Small into me before Clark could grab the bridle.
Oh, keep your eye on Small, Steve. I'm going after Tuller. He jumped the fence into the cattle chute, Ranger. I'll climb up. Get him from above. You better stay flat up there, Ranger. I can see you better than you can see me. You got yourself in a trap, Tuller. Yeah? I had you in one if you come down after me. I don't have to come down after you. You're a dead pigeon in that cattle chute. Yeah, don't you believe it, Ranger? No. I shot your fire guard. He got the cattle stirred up. Hey, you men down in the pen. Open the gate so the herd can move into the chute. Good! Give me more cover! Yeah, cover you won't like. If they open that gate and I fire into the herd, they'll run you down. You'll get chopped to death. All right, boys, open up the gate. I'm not fooling, feller. I'll fire into them. No, I come on. Here's my gun. All right. I'm up on the fence. All right, Ranger. All right, I'm coming. Now,
Here, give me your arm. I'll pull you out of there.
Good, Ranger, okay. Don't go in the drop now. I don't want to make no trouble, Ranger. I made a mistake, I admit it.
You made a big mistake, fella. Too bad you didn't use that razor strictly for shaving. Go on.
For his part in the crime, Charles Small received a sentence of 25 years. Frank Tuller was tried and convicted for the murder of rancher Henry Boland. Today, after 2 decades, he still serves his sentence, life imprisonment.
And now
Now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McRae.
Reflecting on the old-time one riot, one ranger reputation of the Texas Rangers, a visitor to Texas recently mentioned to a ranger that he'd been noticing a number of current press reports where 2 rangers had participated in the quelling of a riot or investigation of a crime. After citing this observance to the ranger, the man asked, how come 2 men are being assigned to some of these cases now? Are the rangers less effective than they used to be? The lanky ranger shook his head. Oh, no, he said. 1 ranger is still sufficient to handle the situation, all right, but in these days of complex legal technicalities, we've been sending 2 of them along. One to take care of what trouble there is, and the other one to serve as a sort of a disinterested witness. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Town. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Ann Diamond, Herb Vigran, Peggy Weber, Tom McKee, Bill Johnstone, Herb Ellis, and Barney Phillips. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murtaugh, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday chimes mean the best in music on NBC. Tomorrow night, Gordon McRae stars in the Railroad Hour presentation of the operetta The Firefly. The NBC Symphony presents a 1-hour concert featuring works by Vivaldi, Wagner, and Stravinsky. Tomorrow's NBC Symphony concert marks the first of the series under the baton of the widely acclaimed young conductor Guido Cantelli. Now, the $64 question. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.